Yeah.
War campaign.
Oh yeah, no, that's just the war campaign assholes. They do that kind of thing.
I said, "Hail, brethren, hail, and good morning." I got my little kid. He came to see his dad this morning. He didn't want his mama. He wanted his dad for some reason. There you go, which is kind of weird. But then again, maybe it's Halloween. That's what it is. He ate too much candy. Hail the chat. Hail, brethren. We got Billy D. Hold the line. The world is watching. We know the truth. Hold the line. Hail, Billy D. Indeed, the world is watching. Susan Eckstein, what a cutie. Absolutely. It's well funny. This guy usually, my wife comes in to say hello, and then, gives a kiss to his dad, and then, he goes back to his mom. But today he wanted to, as soon as his mom took him, then he started crying. He says you wanted to be with your dad today? Can you say?
He says, "Dad, I want to be with you because you get all the internet likes."
Yeah, I think he said, can you say freedom? Freedom.
That's the plan. Oh, look at that guy.
He's a cute kid, man. There it is. Today's looking up. It's going to be a great day today. It's going to be finally some Freedom Convoy organizers, and we've had a whole list of them who are set to testify. Let me see over here. I got a whole list. And so this week's finally going to be good because Peter Slowly was starting to drag out, wasn't it, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, there were some funny moments, but he just kept doing this woke virtue signaling, at random moments of the testimony, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I was just done with him.
Absolutely, brother. So this week, okay, below is a list of witnesses anticipated. You want to go to Mama? All right, hold on a second. Below is a list of witnesses. Mwah. Huh? You want to go to the freedom? All right, here's his mom. You all right, babe? All right, here he is. There's your mama. Oh, okay. Below
What
is
a
a
good
list.
kid.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. Really good kid, man. We are absolutely blessed, brother. No doubt about it, man. Totally blessed. Truly, man. Especially after all this, what we had to go through. And people have gone through a lot of worse, okay? We came out the other side, so we're absolutely blessed. But I said it before December, wasn't sure. This really annoyed me, actually. I'm drinking last night. I chilled out with some of the Diagolon guys. After
Nice.
that, yeah, man, it was a good time. I was drinking heavy. Kids went out for Halloween. And then after that, I start to just go through my phone like I do. I spoke to a very nice lady. After that, I'm just scrolling there, drinking, you know what I mean, at the end of the night. And then I see this post, and I'm like, I see that Jagmeet Singh, he had his latest kid the same time I had my latest kid. And him and his wife are on TikTok. And they're doing this TikTok dance. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, do you know how hard it was because of his policies that he stood up, like he actually supported those policies? Do you know how hard it was for us to have this kid? We actually scheduled a home birth because of Trudeau and Jagmeet. Jimmy Dhaliwal. We scheduled a home birth, and my wife, 40 hours out of labor, not allowed to labor, 40 hours after her water had broke, and the baby still hadn't come, and we didn't know we could get medical care. And then we go there at midnight on December. I got to ask her the date. Hey, so, what date did we go into the hospital? The date that we actually walked into the hospital. Remember that night at midnight?
Probably 2 days before.
2 days before, so what day?
15th or 16th.
15th or 16th of December, we walk in. And there's a 22-year-old girl sitting there like one of the security guard. And she's, we don't have any paperwork. We don't have any paperwork to get in. So that's the reason. And I'm standing there, and I don't know if, they had to call up to the labor unit. They had to call up to the labor unit, to see if they would let us in. Because I didn't have any paperwork. And I think they would have let my wife in probably, but me... so this is the reason. And then I see them dancing, him and his wife, and I don't want to put it up and I don't want to hate on him, okay? But it just shows it did make me, especially, I'm sitting there and I'm looking at this and I'm like, you put this policy on me, and I almost didn't have, my own flesh and blood because of your policies. So that's the reason this is serious business, and I'm not going to forget it, and I'm not going to forgive until I have exactly what I require, which is retribution and accountability. Lori Fitzgerald says they put us through hell. Absolutely. Let us all be healthy, happy, and at peace. Has lovely flight. Absolutely, sister. That's a great one right there. Aku Anka. Hello from Finland. Hello from Finland. I'm very happy to have you here, and thank you for being here. You remember, Pan. You remember it wasn't all fun and games. We joke around a lot over here, but it wasn't all fun and games at that time.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing our regular show. We used to do a show twice a week where we just comment on pop culture and comics and have a laugh. And, behind the scenes, we didn't talk about it on air or anything, but behind the scenes, these things were on Roe's mind. And, this is before the convoy, before, he knew there was a whole legion of Canadians out there that had similar feelings. He felt really alone. So that's why the convoy, I think, was important for Roe. Is you all gave him hope and let him know that he wasn't alone and that you could all stand together. So, those were rough times. We were all worried about you back behind the scenes.
Thank you so much, Pan. Appreciate your support and the support that I got from the war campaign. My brethren here at the war campaign, the people that we didn't know each other at the time. The people in the chat here. This is before all that. And this is when we were, doing the culture war and the rest. But I got a lot of support from these very fine gentlemen, and it wasn't all fun and games and laughs and the rest. Now we put on a happy smile and we have a laugh because you got to, you know what I mean? If you don't smile, you then it just don't work. Life, but these are very real issues, and these fellows right here that you see on this list this week: Chris Barber, Bridget Belton, Stevie Charland, Keith Wilson, Tom Marazzo, Pat King, Benjamin Dichter, James Bowder, Tamara Lich, and Daniel Bulford. I don't really know them. I'm sure I met a few of them here and there. Kind of texted back and forth with Tom Marazzo. We're going to get together one of these days. Danny Bulford, met him a few times downtown, but I don't really know anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're people you kind of meet, but you like what they're doing, and you're happy they're doing what they're doing, and that's enough. I don't need a scrapbook full of autographs. I have a scrapbook already full of screenshots of funny faces. That to me,
that's right.
Freedom fighters up this week. It says Pure Gosu, you got it, brother. Never heard of Bridget. As far as I know, this is an older lady, if I'm not mistaken. And a lot of these people that are on TikTok, I wasn't on TikTok, so I don't know. We got SoCal in the chat. Hail, brother. See, this is what I'm talking about. Some of these fellows over here, Dan Marshall, SoCal, I've known them for years. I'm talking years and years and years. Fine fellows who, Pan went through a court case for 2 years, and all of the guys here gave him support during that because they wanted to put him away for memes, literally for memes. I was telling the guys yesterday. I was talking to the Ferryman and Derek Rance. They're going to be coming on this afternoon. Good chaps.
Nice.
Yeah, it'll be a good time, man. And then, and also, apart from this list, too, we've supposedly, I don't know, it's kind of going back and forth. The information I'm getting, Jeremy's testifying, but he's not on the list, says Rob Primo. A big help to you, sir. Yeah, I want to talk to Rob one of these days. Hopefully he'll come on and he'll chat with us here one of these afternoons. And, it's like you don't want to get wrapped up in the, not popularity, but in the, what's the word, Pan? You know what I mean?
It's like the personalities and the interpersonal rivalries or conflicts that people have, or just drama. You just want to stay out of the drama.
You got to focus on the goal. What's the goal? The goal is freedom. It's simple. The goal is freedom. That's the aim. We're going to go drive directly towards it. I'm not going to cast aside any man, woman, child, anybody. Just because you disagree with me on different topics, I don't mind. That's fine. You can disagree with me. Disagree with us, totally fine. You can support this politician or you can support that politician. I just want freedom. That's all I want, nothing else. Not interested in the intricacies, because we've all got separate, we're all individuals. We've all got different ideas about different things, and we've all got, we change our mind, we learn, and then we change, and we decide, hey, actually this, or actually that. Rhonda says Bridget was friends with Tamara, the older lady with Tamara all the time, or Pat King. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a really interesting week. I'm thinking they're going to be examined heavily by the counsel, right? So this is the actual Public Order Emergency Council Commission lawyers. A good way to find out all the names, if you ever want to do this, if you want to sort of go through the list, hold on a second here. I'm going to give you how you do this. It is through you go to the transcript, okay? So you go to Public Order Emergency Commission. You go to past. I think it's past. Yeah, here it is. Here's all the past dates. So say we want date 13, October 31st. We go to transcript. The PDF pops up from the PDF. Okay, you scroll down, and then you're going to see all the names. So if you ever wonder, hey, who is that person? How can I spell their name? This is how I was able to get, the name that I put at the top of the screen. That's how I was able to do it. Plus, it'll really show you who's got standing. Standing is one of these technical, lawyer-esque terms that they use to say who's actually got a voice, who's got a position in this thing, who's allowed to speak. Frank Al, probably one of the fan favorites, right over here.
Definitely.
He's a fan favorite. All right, you're going to see, we got Dan Marshall says Chump will be a hunt. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Right? That you see, this is excitement for me, man. This is excitement for me. Imagine, Chump, right? If you don't remember who he is, Paul Chump. He is. He's celebrated here at the war campaign because the guy is just such a great guy. He's a very, very.
Wait a minute, is he? Wait, he's a great guy. Wait a minute, he's a chump.
He's so entertaining to me, man. I love this dude. The way he cries. Here it is. These are his faces. These are some of my favorites. Okay, look at that.
This is where we're at the war campaign. We're trying to entertain ourselves with these boring counselors and this boring testimony. And hail the chat, you guys out there rolling. You know, this is the only way it could be.
So what does he do? Who is this guy? So this guy represents the businesses. It's a selected group of businesses. Don't get me wrong. When they say that, right, everybody wants to pretend. They all want to say, you know, we represent the businesses and the people of downtown. Well, who elected you? It's like the BLM, and we represent all black people everywhere. What are you talking about? Who elected you? Was there a vote? Or do you just speak for this so-called, in quotation marks, marginalized community of business people and downtown cucks, right?
It's probably just a select group of business owners. It's not like, you know, a whole collective, you know, not everybody's, you know, represented by this. It's just a select few of people that probably weren't even in the, quote, hardest hit areas. You know, these people didn't even experience the honking on a level that some of these other cucks did, but still Paul Chump's going to represent them and cry for them about the phantom honking.
Absolutely, brother. You got it on point right there. And thing is this guy's representing Glebe. Glebe neighborhood is actually not even in the hot red zone, okay?
Right.
That's the funniest part. He's representing Glebe BIA, Business Association. That's what he represents, Glebe. So Glebe has money, right? That's what it is. It's like yuppies. It's like where you can get some fancy paper store or, you know, homoerotic literature store to titillate, you know, to tickle your fantasy. Put it this way. If you've got time for erotica, then you're not worried about Maslow's, you know, core hierarchy, right? You're at that level now, right? I remember it goes food, shelter, your wife not shouting at you, children not doing your head in, and then I think at the top there's self-actualization, and then one more level at the top it is, you know, autoerotica. So that's where the level they're at, the Glebe BIA. So there it is, man. That's what those guys do. All right, so Frank Al. And so there you go. So this commission, I think these people, if you look at this first page right here, all this commission, they're going to just tear into the convoy organizers, the convoy people, whatever you want to call them, the representatives for the Freedom Convoy. And then you go down, you got the Government of Canada, same thing. Donna Ree Nygaard, if you don't remember who she is, she looks like I don't know what you want to call her, a librarian that says to you, shh, shh, right? So you got the whole list of people here. Governor of Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta. For some reason, they keep punting. Kind of bothers me, right? They don't really ask a lot of good questions. They're not heavy hitters. They're not really getting me what I like to call journey. They're not doing it for me. City of Ottawa, you know they're going to be 100% against the Freedom Convoy. Miss Anne Tardif, she's again a real heavy hitter in the commission. Somebody you won't soon forget. Truly, a visionary lawyer, somebody at the cutting edge of information technology, and Tardif. And then we've got City of Windsor, which I haven't seen anybody come up, which is interesting. Mr. Peter Slowly, we got Tom Curry. Remember him? He's the egg. Key, you know. Ottawa Police Service, Ontario Provincial Police. There's so many representatives and people who have standing who are directly against the Freedom Convoy. Then these are pretty much the few people here. CLA, CCCDL, CAD, whatever. Okay. Two right over here, constitutional lawyers. Then you got some Indian chiefs, which I haven't seen anybody. National Crowdfunding and FinTech Association. Again, I haven't seen them yet. That's going to be interesting. These people are great. CCF, Sujit Chaudhry, he looks like the owl. So they're going to be a little bit more, I would say, on a friendlier footing today with the convoy organizers. Then, of course, you got Paul Chump, okay? And they're calling themselves the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. That, you know, you see how they're doing this? I can call myself, you know, the representative for fun people everywhere. And I'm representing all of you. And who voted me? Nobody voted me. Then you've got Democracy Fund, Citizens for Freedom's JCCF Coalition. Rob Kittredge, you probably remember, he's got the glasses. CCLA, Kara Zwiebel, she lives in her mother's, you know, that rooming house with her shelf behind her. And then you've got convoy organizers, and these are the two people that we really get rowdy and we really feel for when they come up on the stage. Mr. Brendan Miller, haircut, sharp to the point, you know, waddles like a duck, but, you know, stings like a bee. And then
he does the mic drop. He'll do a mic drop at the end, you know. He's good.
That's him. And then Miss Bathsheba Vanderberg. Ooh la 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 la. She has. I think I was probably drinking one night. I sent her some texts, and I said to her, "You are so beautiful, so beautiful." And then
Drunk texting.
and then she said, "I said I love your braid." I said, "Your braid." I said, "Ooh la la, your brain, your mind is so incredible, and your braid, your hair is so beautiful." And then I went heart, 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 love, 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 heart, heart, heart emoji, and then she replied, "It's a Tomb Raider Lara Croft hairstyle, Ro." And I said,
Okay.
exactly. And then Canada RV Van Life says, "Hey, that's my girlfriend."
Right? Yeah, no, she's got a lot of support in the war campaign chat, you know. Everyone rolls in favor of Bathsheba.
No, she's awesome, man. So that's going to be interesting today. All right, and let's update our prank counter here before we go live in about 6-7 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're in the thousands.
We haven't done this in a while. We're way behind on our prank counter. Okay.
Yeah, we need to catch up.
Yeah, let's do this. I'm sorry I've fallen behind here. Okay, so day 11 today is, what is today's day? Day 14? What are we on day today? Day 14?
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
Yeah,
today,
day 14.
The 1st of November.
28th. Let me get these dates right here. 28th. That was 27. 27. And 28 is a Friday. That's right. And then it went 31 and 1. Okay, October 31. That was yesterday, and then November for wow, it's November already. Hey, you see that? How time flies.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, so let's update this day 13, and then here's day 14 today. All right, so let's update this. So let's go down to 27, day 11. That's what we need to do. 27. Okay, so right here, I kind of figured out the URL naming scheme here. So you go 27, and then they call it volume. You go volume 11. Okay, here it is. I don't have to go through the links. You know what I mean? I'm just a computer nerd. Type in over here, plan. All right, and it goes, here's the tally for day 11. Okay, so there it is, 288.
Wow, on just day 11, 288? Or is that all together? No, that was just in one day.
That's right. Absolutely.
Wow.
Okay.
Holy cow.
All right.
Frank Al was on fire that day.
Not bad, though, but I mean, honestly, I've seen better days. And
yeah, the 355, 403, 524. Wow, this is amazing. I can't believe they're saying pran that much.
Starting Act 28, starting soon. Yeah, 288 prans and 0 outcomes as DSWP. Well, brother, you know, this is what I mean. This is literally life right over here in a nutshell. Yesterday, I felt that they knew they hadn't had a lot of pranning, so then at the end of the stream, it was just pran.
Right? They had to meet the quota for the day.
Okay, October 28th, day 12. Let's do that now. October 28th. Day 12. This is just sort of, listen, Lincoln, right? Lincoln once said, he said, ask me to cut down a tree and I will spend half the day sharpening my axe. And that's what we're doing right here. We are sharpening our axes right here, brethren. It is, you can't just go into one of these hearings dry. You got to be wet. You got to be moist. All right, here we are.
Ready for action.
All right, so that's day 28, day 12. That's going to be 308. All right. Not bad.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
And I would really appreciate if somebody who's good at Excel, I can give this data set to you and you can put together a chart, right, with data points. You know, it's just like a graph. And you got Frank House in the background right there, and he's just smiling at you. That would be it right there. That's the imagery I want to go for. Day 31, day 13. Okay, so this is volume 13. October 31st. Okay, here we go. Plan. 189. You see that? This is what I'm talking about. This is the weeks.
Only 189. They're slipping.
This is not good, man.
That was not a good day.
It's not a good day. It's not a good day for freedom. Okay, and today Today's going to be interesting. So today's going to be the interesting day. I want to know, what do you think? How many prans are we going to be getting today? I mean, we've seen a drop off here. Can they pick it up? Can they come out of this hole that they're in?
I hope so. For the love of freedom.
We're in a pran deficit. We get SoCal says, puddle under my nuts. That good enough for Roro? Hell, SoCal. It is indeed, brother. 264 says Morgan. Alexandria. 150 says Jack B. I don't know if we're allowed to do gambling on YouTube.
But we can definitely have some fun and play a guessing game.
That's right. Pran session, says Dan Marshall. Yesterday was all emotion and characterization. I don't think you're going to break 200 today, says Kippy80.
They were talking more about cutting off nuts yesterday than there were prans, it seemed like.
Yeah. Let's just do a one shot here before they get started, and let's just sort of relive the magic. Okay, here we go. Public hearings. Let's get the floor audio here loaded up and ready. All right, here we go. I don't want to miss a thing. And then we had these guys. They stopped their stream. I don't know how they're doing it here, but I'm not very impressed. Okay, what do I want over here? I want slowly. I want passionate soul. Yeah, that's how I named the file. Here it is.
Chief.
Okay, let's watch this for a moment.
Chief asked who we should have in to be POU incident commander, and I asked for Dave Springer. At that point, Mark Patterson said, Dave Springer, an inspector, came into my office this morning and told me what I should be doing, that he wasn't actually there. The chief responded by saying if he did that, he would cut off Dave Springer's nuts and call his boss. And it goes on. And I don't recall, do you remember the rest of the statement you made?
I don't even recall that incident, sir.
Okay. So you don't recall it, or it didn't happen?
I don't recall the combination of things that she's talking about here, sir.
And you don't recall saying that you'll cut off Dave Springer's nuts and use them as bookends?
And use them as bookends? No, sir. I don't recall saying that. I don't think I've ever said anything like that.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
It just cracks me up, like, because he says, not only is he going to cut off his nuts, he's going to cut off his nuts, and then he's going to call his boss, and then he's like, and use them as bookends, and then slowly he's like, use them as bookends. Did I say? It's like he almost remembers the nuts part, but he doesn't remember the bookends part. He's like, ooh, that's creative. I just love that.
It's awesome. Yeah, man. Yeah, it is slowly. He's a passionate man. That's just what it is. He's a passionate man, and the many emotions that he went through. There's a whole list of them. I like to think of him as Mike Tyson. That's just my personal. That's the kind of guy he is. He's passionate. He's been violent. He's reformed. He's that
angry
type of
black man.
I didn't say that. I would never say that.
I did.
I have no idea what he's talking about at all.
Don't listen to Pan.
I made this meme, right? But it's an artistic rendition of what I believe to be a man's soul. It's not because he's black and Mike Tyson's black. That's not the reason.
Or angry.
Or
not because he's angry or black.
No, it's commentary on the state of our system. That's what it is. It's commentary. Hail to the fringe minority Yahoo, says Jad Emily. Swowy isn't a hero he's trying to portray himself to be, says Maria. No, he's definitely not. Is he being thrown under the bus? Yeah, sure. But listen to the things he says about us. Come on. This, that, the other.
Oh, yeah. It was bad yesterday. He was trying to justify, there were violent instances. The police were being swarmed. So, yeah, it was ridiculous.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. So that's it. I'm looking forward.
That is a fine meme, though.
Ooh, la 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 la. I like these kind of behind the scenes pics. You know what I mean? These ones really get me going because I notice little things here. People. This is sort of like hidden camera. Oh, here we go. That's Brad.
Where's Waldo?
Yeah, exactly. That's Bathsheba right there. Oh, wait. Got him. I just have got him right there. Okay. So, hold on a second here. What else?
Can't escape.
Oh, Paul Chump.
Oh, is that Paul Chump? Yeah. Of
Paul Chump, bro. Wearing a mask.
course he is.
Gotcha. It's like
Masked
fishing.
up and ready for safety.
Gotcha. Come on, Paul. I live for this. You know that?
Yeah, you know, you're getting snapshots. It's a snapshot in time here. You're documenting for your scrapbook. Whoa, here we go.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La Commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. Just a couple of comments before we get started. The rest of this week, the witnesses being called are in a little different situation in the sense that most, if not all, do not have a witness statement that's been filed. And in some cases, Commission counsel may not even have interviewed them to any extent. So the estimates of time are therefore a little less certain than they normally are. So I just want to raise if people, some of the parties have put time in, if you like, as a stakeholder in case something came up, you might want to advise Commission counsel at the end of the evidence that there is no need. And those who see something come up that makes it such that they feel they need more time can maybe be given more time. So I'm going to be a little more flexible than normal in the circumstances because we don't really know what's going to come out and to what degree it will affect one or other party more than what was expected. So I'm just setting that out. The times are challenging this week. They will be big weeks, big days rather. So I will still be somewhat strict about timelines, but flexible if there is movement available, given that some people, I suspect, and I don't mean to suggest anything nefarious, but people may have taken positions on timing they won't need. So that's just as a preliminary, and that would apply, I think, for the witnesses for the balance of the week. So with that brief introduction, have we got a witness planned?
Yes, the next witness is Chris Barber.
Okay. Good morning. And if I could ask, I realize there's a fair amount of interest by some parties and maybe some emotional investment in some of the testimony, but I would ask that we keep it the way it normally is in a courtroom and in an inquiry, so that we can keep it going. Also, we don't have much time. So, with that, go ahead.
Mr. Barber? Sorry, Your Honor. Mr. Barber, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Swear on the Bible, please. Thank you.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Christopher John Barber, B-A-R-B-E-R.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Barber. Morning. My name is John Mather. I am Commission Counsel. Before I begin my questions, I believe your counsel wants to make a statement.
Good morning, sir. For the record, Brendan Miller, Counsel for Freedom Corp. As I believe you already know, we've made invocations under all Evidence Act provisions, both federally and provincially, as well as Section 13 of the Charter. That's been done in writing. I'm wondering if I have to do that each and every time the witness testifies, or if the commission has accepted the written invocation I've already provided, sir.
I think we can deem that the witness has objected to answers each and every question, and that on the grounds of the answers may tend to incriminate him or may tend to establish liability in a civil proceeding. So I think that's taken as a given and has been filed in the
Thank you very much, sir. That's all. That's my statement.
Okay.
So good morning again, Mr. Barber. Just so you're aware of the process today, I'm going to ask you questions for approximately the next 90 minutes. When I'm complete, the parties who have requested time will have time to ask you some questions themselves, again, for, depending on how things go, roughly 90 minutes, and we will have a final opportunity to ask you some follow-up questions if that proves necessary, okay? I want to start with some basic information about yourself. So I understand that you're from Swift Current, Saskatchewan, is that correct?
I am correct.
How long have you lived in Swift Current?
My life, 47 years.
And I also understand that you operate a trucking business called CB Trucking Limited. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe the nature of that business?
Long haul, short haul, we haul agriculture equipment across the prairies and into the United States.
And what's your role with the business?
I'm the business owner and a driver.
And how many other drivers do you have?
I employ my son and a couple other lease operators, contract employees.
How long have you been in the trucking business?
Since I was 18, so just 28 years roughly.
And were you operating CB Trucking in January 2022?
I was, yes.
As the commission understands it, Mr. Barber, you were one of the original organizers of the Freedom Convoy that arrived in Ottawa in January 2022. I take it you agree with that?
Correct.
And you just have to make sure you speak audibly when you give your answers,
Correct.
just for the transcript. Thank you. How did you get involved in the convoy?
I was contacted by Bridget Belton, another social media follower, via the app TikTok. Communications started from there. Speaking about possibly slow rolls to protest the mandates for the border crossing coming into effect January 15th for cross-border travel for commercial vehicles.
Do you recall when Ms. Belton first contacted you?
I believe it was the beginning of January sometime. Dates might be fuzzy. January 8th, January 7th, somewhere in there.
And did you know Ms. Belton before?
I did not, no.
Okay. What did you come to know about Ms. Belton?
She's just another trucker. Cross-border driver that was facing her job to be lost on the 15th of January unless she complied with the mandates.
And what did Ms. Belton, what was she asking you to do?
Get involved, to start something to try and speak out against the government going too far in some of these mandates.
And when you say government going too far in some of these mandates, can you explain at that point in time what mandates were concerning you?
The cross-border travel specifically.
And are you talking about the decision of the federal government to no longer exempt truckers from the requirement that they be vaccinated, otherwise they would have to quarantine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that Ms. Belton communicated with you on TikTok. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Perhaps for the benefit of the commission and maybe people who aren't as familiar with social media, can you explain what TikTok is?
TikTok is an app, a social media app. Short videos under 3 minutes. My daughter got me into it about 3-4 years ago, approximately. I surpassed her in followers right away, so that made her quite anxious.
And prior to getting involved in TikTok, were you using any other social media?
Yeah, I was on Facebook.
And you noted that you attracted a lot of followers in January 2022. Do you know how many followers you had on TikTok?
Prior to the convoy?
Yes.
I would have roughly guessed around 30,000 maybe.
30,000. And, by the time, in mid-February 2022, which we'll get to, but how did your followers grow at that point in time?
Quite significantly. Okay. We're up, I don't know the numbers, over 170,000, somewhere in there.
So again, prior to Ms. Belton contacting you, can you give us a sense of the sort of content you were posting on TikTok?
A lot of trucking videos, hauling videos, I'm generally a smart guy on social media, a lot of humor.
Were you posting at all about COVID-19
Yes.
and public health measures?
Yes.
How would you describe the nature of those posts?
Angry, very angry.
Why were you angry?
The mandates, the provincial mandates, the federal mandates, they just keep tossing more on. It seemed like it was just an overreach they went too far on a regular basis, and it was very frustrating.
How did the COVID-19 public health mandates affect you personally?
We lost a lot of drivers. What freight I can't handle myself for my company, I share with other fellow drivers and other company owners. We lost, the government likes to say 10% of cross-border drivers. I didn't see that. I seen it more 35 to 40%. We lost a lot of drivers, like a tremendous amount of drivers, where freight was backed up both sides of the border and caused some significant trouble.
When you say you lost a lot of drivers, what about, and I understand when we're talking about public health restrictions, we're talking at various levels of government, but what about those restrictions led to you losing drivers?
The lack of the drivers getting the vaccination to be able to cross the border as of the 15th.
And when you say as of the 15th, do you mean as of the 15th of January 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what I understand you to be saying is that the government's decision to no longer exempt truckers from vaccination requirements, that was your concern projecting forward.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Had you lost drivers prior to that in relation to COVID-19?
No.
Is there any other ways that again, doesn't matter the level of government for the purpose of the question, is there any other way that the public health restrictions relating to COVID-19 affected you personally?
Personally, when the COVID vaccine passport came in, made things a little tricky. We weren't allowed to enter restaurants anymore. I trucked throughout the whole pandemic. I never stopped. I was eating in my truck. I had a coffee maker in my truck. The restaurants were closed, gas stations were closed, bathrooms were closed. It was really tricky. I remember about 2 weeks into the pandemic thinking this isn't worth it and going home. And then the customer demands kept climbing, so I stayed.
Did you yourself get vaccinated?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why did you make that decision?
I've spent the better part of 16 years running my company, keeping the big carriers away from my customer base, and I was at risk of losing all that hard work to not being able to cross the border anymore.
When you say big carriers, it's my understanding that you CB Trucking Limited is an independent trucking company. Is that correct?
It's a small company, yes.
Can you explain to the commission what it means to be an independent trucker as opposed to a big carrier?
Independent carriers, 3 trucks on my fleet. It's a lot harder to run a smaller company like that compared to the big companies. Most of my competition is up around the 50 to 200 trucks.
So you indicated in your earlier response that your TikTok following grew as you participated in the Freedom Convoy. In terms of discussing the Freedom Convoy and planning the Freedom Convoy, did you use any other social media other than TikTok?
I did Facebook, yes.
Any other social media?
Snapchat.
Anything else?
A little bit on Instagram, I'd say, but not much.
And the commission has seen in some of the documents relating to you that at times you would refer to yourself as an internet troll. Is that accurate?
Unfortunately, yes.
And can you explain to the commission what it means to be an internet troll?
A troublemaker, online troublemaker.
And can you maybe give an example of what that means when it comes to TikTok, for instance?
Well, on TikTok, I deal with trolls on a regular basis. They constantly attack me. Usually they're faceless. Some of them, you can see their profiles. I engage with them like I always have. I fight back and forth with them on a regular basis, and I've done that for many years.
When Ms. Belton reached out to you and began discussing the possibility of a convoy or a slow roll, I take it that was something you were interested in participating in?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
To speak my part, to do my part, to protest, to try and get the government to start listening to us.
And picking up on that last part, at the outset, what were you hoping to achieve by participating in the convoy?
I primarily wanted the government to listen to our concerns.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Were you politically active before COVID-19?
I was not.
Were you an active member of any political party?
No, sir.
One final question about TikTok. We've seen information that suggested that in January 2022 you had multiple TikTok accounts. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Why did you have more than one TikTok account?
The internet troll that I would like to be would constantly become banned for posting inappropriate things or things that went against community standards. So your punishment for that would be 7 days, 3 to 7 days off the device, so you would log into another account.
So when you were suspended, you would then open another account so you could continue posting?
Yes, sir.
Did you find it hard to gain the followers you had when you started with a new account?
No. I've always ran a couple different accounts. Right now, I think I post on 3 different accounts.
So Miss Belton contacts you, and you said you recall was perhaps early in January 2022, and begins asking you about slow rolls and potentially a convoy. What happened next?
Discussion started. We will then move forward with planning. Other people, other members, other teams became involved really fast. We realized that there was a lot of support behind us. The more we got into the logistics of it all.
Who were involved in the early discussions?
Early discussions, Bridget Belton and I, a male called Dave Steenberg. And with that, Bridget introduced me to people like James Bowder with Canada Unity, Patrick King, online social media guy.
And we'll have some questions about them in a moment. But I think what would be beneficial to the commission is to understand how, to the extent you can explain it, how you go from Ms. Belton contacting you, raising this idea, and then getting to the point where you're organizing what becomes a large event. Can you explain sort of how that progressed?
It was completely organic. Everything just literally fell right into place. I believe it was about 2 weeks from the time we started talking about it to the time we actually left. It was extremely fast.
Who was organized in planning the convoy?
All of us. There wasn't one necessarily a leader. It was a group of organizers per se. We had people in every province that stepped up. We had helpers in every province. It was everyone just came together.
Was there people who were more involved in planning than others?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And who was that?
Well, myself, Tamara Lich, Bridget Belton, James Bowder, and Patrick King.
And in those 2 weeks, how was the convoy promoted?
Via social media for the most part.
Can you provide some more information?
Yep. Tamara Lich and I were in contact, I believe, the middle of January, specific date maybe around the 13th, maybe the 10th. Tamara started a Facebook page and a Twitter account for Freedom Convoy 2022. And the word started to spread from there. We kept up on our TikTok videos. We all did Facebook Lives. We all promoted it via our independent social media apps.
And we understand that Ms. Lich started the Facebook page, as you indicated, in or around January 13th. Prior to that, what promotion had been done about the convoy?
Very little, very little.
Had any promotion been done?
Just little things on social media and just getting the word out and finding out who was willing to help and who was coming to the plate.
It's the Commission's understanding that you participated in a Facebook Live event on January 13th, 2022. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Correct, yes.
And in that Facebook Live event, in attendance were yourself, James Bowder, who you've referenced, Ms. Belton, who we've spoken about, and Pat King. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And there was other individuals there who were assisting in planning. Is that fair?
I believe so, yes.
And I understand that video took place prior to Ms. Lich's involvement. Is that correct?
I believe Ms. Lich was involved at that point. I believe that she was busy that night and could not attend that, if my memory serves me right.
And have you reviewed that video prior to your testimony?
I have, yes.
Okay. And it's approximately an hour and a half long, and subject to any comments from the parties, what I suggest to do is just read out the document ID and have it entered without showing the video itself, because I would run out of time if that happened. So it is COM 50829. And the commission has also asked a transcriptionist to prepare a transcription of that video, which I may ask you about later. But again, I'm just going to read out the document ID right now, which is COM 50838. So, Mr. Barber, I can take you to portions of the transcript if it will assist, but in reviewing the video, it strikes the commission that at that point in time, both Mr. Bowder and Mr. King were already actively involved in planning routes and promoting the convoy to the people that they were already connected with. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how Mr. Bowder and Mr. King were promoting the convoy?
Can I add? I can add that Canada Unity became involved, and Canada Unity was actually planning. I learned later they were planning some sort of a route across Canada to Ottawa for a protest. They had the stops and everything already planned. They had a website ready. They had everything was all in place, to my recollection.
So yes, the commission's understanding is that Mr. Bowder had a website through Canada Unity, and on that website there was already route maps and
Yes.
stops and locations. Is that your understanding?
Yes, correct.
And Mr. Bowder is expected to testify, and we can ask him more questions about that. So I just want to clarify what you said there. Is it your recollection that planning was already in place by the time you were connected with Mr. Bowder?
I believe so, yes.
And do you know how Mr. Bowder got connected to you and Miss Belton?
I believe through Bridget Belton.
In the video from January 13th, 2022, which I've already referenced, Mr. Bowder presented a document that he referred to as a memorandum of understanding. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you aware of the memorandum of understanding before January 13th, 2022?
No.
Sorry, and just for the sake of the transcription, just if you could wait till I'm finished my question before I answer, just cleaner transcript. So were you aware of that memorandum?
No, I was not.
Okay. What do you recall Mr. Bowder saying about the memorandum of understanding?
I reviewed the video just a couple days ago, and I remember it again. I believe he just explained how the document worked, and that it had already been sent to the Governor General and to the government, I believe.
Do you recall if at that time, and when I say at that time, I mean January 13th, if you had an understanding then what Mr. Bowder was hoping to do with his memorandum of understanding?
I believe I ignored it. I don't know. I wasn't into that sort of thing.
And again, we expect to hear from Mr. Bowder, and we'll hear his evidence on it. The commission understands that one of the things that the memorandum of understanding presented was a notion that in respect of the COVID-19 mandates, that Mr. Bowder believed that there was not enough time for lawsuits to challenge those mandates, and that in fact through a piece of law called the Helsinki Act, that a group of a citizens committee could come to an agreement with the Senate, and any mandates they viewed as unlawful would stop. Is that your understanding of ultimately what the memorandum of understanding meant?
Not to my knowledge. To this day, I still have yet to read the memorandum of understanding. I have no clue what's in the document, and I will never read it.
In January 2022, did you have any understanding of what Mr. Bowder's goals were with the convoy that he had organized?
No, I did not. Like I said before, it was a matter of a whole bunch of different groups coming together at the perfect timing and having an input into the planning of it, and everyone had their piece. And we were so unorganized for the most part. We used whatever we could, whatever means, whatever tools we could find.
In the early planning stage, what was Bridget Belton doing?
Same as myself. She was posting TikTok videos and promoting through her Facebook.
And Mr. King, who was on the January 13th live stream, what was he doing?
I believe the same thing. Patrick had a quite large following on social media, especially Facebook. So he promoted and did videos on his platform.
And prior to January 2022, did you know who Pat King was?
I did not know.
And how were you first introduced to him?
Via the Zoom call on the 13th, I believe.
And maybe I'll ask this at this point. Prior to the January 13th Facebook live stream, had you participated in any calls or meetings with Mr. Bowder or Mr. King?
I don't believe so. There might have been one in there earlier. I don't recall one personally.
Do you recall how you were introduced to Mr. King?
I don't, sorry.
When you first came to understand that Mr. King was promoting the convoy, what did you come to learn about him?
Just another helping hand, another person with a large following that would help.
Did you come to learn anything about his background prior to January 2022?
Not until probably 2 days into the convoy itself.
When you were meeting Mr. King and Mr. Bowder and Ms. Belton, did you ask any of them about their backgrounds and why they were participating in the convoy?
I believe so, yes. I understand Patrick King had children that were unvaccinated. I believe in Bridget was the fact that she was going to lose her job on the 15th of January.
At that point in time, did you have any questions yourself about who am I organizing with, and who are these people who are going to assist me in this?
I think I was just so excited and so overwhelmed right from the day one. I don't think I really had time. It was a very busy time.
The commission understands that many people stated goal in terms of the convoy was to end COVID-19 mandates. Is that fair?
Correct.
Were you aware of anyone who participated in the early organization who had a different goal than that?
No, sir.
As the convoy began traveling to Ottawa and then after it arrived in Ottawa, do you believe there were people who participated who wanted something more than to end COVID-19 mandates?
Yes.
And can you describe the basis of that belief?
There was different organizations that came and went. For the most part, we stayed as a close group, Tamara and I and myself and Bridget. The core group of actual truckers stayed together. Organizations kind of came in, tried to set camp up, and we either found a way to keep it under control or keep in the. It was a power struggle a lot of the time.
Can you provide some more details about that power struggle? What organizations, what they were trying to do, and what you did in response?
Well, we had a little bit of conflict between Canada Unity. That was one. Not necessarily conflict, but taking back our freedoms was involved there. No conflict, but the war vets joined us. They were beside us the entire time. We had retired police officers, OPP.
So Canada Unity, that's Mr. Bowder's organization, is that right?
Correct.
Can you explain to me what the conflict was with Canada Unity?
Power and control, simple.
What was Canada Unity doing that you didn't agree with?
I didn't like the MOU, I believe, even though I still have yet to read it.
So at some point, I take it you came to understand what Canada Unity was trying to achieve with the MOU. Is that fair?
I still believe that they were after the same things we were. I believe it maybe was more mask mandates, more COVID restrictions in general.
So you indicated that the conflict with Canada Unity was about the MOU, and I'm just trying to understand what about the MOU gave rise to conflict.
Improperly written MOU, according to the people I've spoke to about it. It wasn't something on our agenda. It wasn't something we were pushing for. It had nothing to do with the reason why we actually came to Ottawa.
Who did you speak to about the MOU?
Miss Lich.
Okay, and what did she tell you about the MOU?
We had the same opinion.
But what did she tell you about what was in the MOU?
I can't speak for what Tamara said. I'm not sure if she's read it or not. She wasn't a fan.
Did you have any concerns that the MOU advocated or provided for an undemocratic change of power in Canada?
I heard rumors about it being that way. I heard rumors on both sides that it could be interpreted that way, and then it couldn't be interpreted that way. It was kind of a mixed.
Did you take any steps to figure out what exactly Mr. Bowder was trying to achieve with the MOU?
Not necessarily. I remember calling on Mr. Bowder and having him renounce the MOU partial the way through the convoy.
Do you recall roughly when that occurred?
I do not.
And what led you to ultimately make a phone call to Mr. Bowder and ask him to renounce it?
I believe it was Tamara that made the call. Just too much, there was too much highlight in it. There was too much spotlight in this document that we didn't have anything to do with.
And when you say too much highlight and too much spotlight, are you talking about, I think you'd characterize as the rumors that it called for something undemocratic?
Correct.
What happened after, to your understanding, Ms. Lich called Mr. Bowder and asked him to rescind it?
I believe it was rescind. I believe they removed it.
Did you continue working with Mr. Bowder throughout the convoy?
James was around, not necessarily worked with him. He was around. We've seen each other from time to time.
Another group you mentioned in terms of there being, and maybe this isn't your words, but I understand a power struggle, is that fair, among groups?
Yeah.
Yeah. Another group you mentioned was taking back our freedoms?
Yes.
Who was taking back our freedoms?
I don't know names. I know Roy and James were the ones that came out. They tried to help us out, create structure inside the meetings and the day-to-day planning.
Do you know what taking back our freedoms goals were with respect to the convoy?
To this day, I do not. I believe mandate freedom. Government gone too far.
And I think you described there was a level of friction with them. Is that fair?
From times, yeah, there was, yes.
And did you take any steps when you had this group that there was some friction or conflict with? Did you take any steps to figure out what their goals or what they were trying to do?
I believe so, yes.
And what did you do?
I wasn't personally part of those. I found my role outside walking the streets a lot. So the inner meetings, I tended to skip out on quite a bit.
And we've spoken already a little bit about Ms. Lich, who, as I understand it, your recollection is that she was likely involved around the time of the January 13th live stream. She just did not participate. Did I have that correctly?
I believe so.
How did Ms. Lich become involved in the Freedom Convoy?
Ms. Lich called me on my cell phone, I believe, like I said, somewhere before the 10th of January, and told me she had a little bit of experience in the Department of Protesting and Convoy. She was part of the 2019 United We Roll tour. We needed help, and I acknowledged that. It was just a phone call out of the blue. Tamara got my phone number and the friendship and continued.
Did you ever find out how Ms. Lich got your phone number?
She said the name before. I don't remember what the name was. She's a friend of a friend had my contact.
And you mentioned that Ms. Lich had participated in the 2019 United We Roll convoy.
Correct.
When Ms. Lich phoned you, did you know what that was?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and could you explain to the commission what the 2019 United We Roll convoy was?
Oil and gas. I believe they came from Alberta to Ottawa, protesting pipeline shutdowns or pipeline building, one of the two.
And Ms. Lich, it was your understanding, was involved in that convoy?
She was involved with some of the...
And did you understand that Mr. King was also involved in that convoy?
Yes, afterwards.
What about Mr. Bowder?
I don't know about James.
When Ms. Lich called you, had you heard of Tamara Lich before?
No, I had not.
And what did you come to know about Ms. Lich?
She's a mother, she's a grandmother, she's a regular Albertan, good-hearted, strong person.
Did you become aware in your early conversations with Ms. Lich that she had been participated in the Wexit movement in Alberta and been involved in the Maverick Party?
I believe I was told about that en route to Ottawa.
And is it Ms. Leach who told you that, or did someone else tell you?
Yes, it was Ms. Leach, yes.
Did you have any concerns that in participating in the convoys, Ms. Leach would be pursuing goals other than mass mandates and maybe pursuing political goals of either the Wexit movement or the Maverick Party?
That was not my, no, I didn't feel that at all.
Is that something you discussed with Ms. Leach?
I don't know if I've discussed it, but it wasn't really an issue. We never discussed anything in detail. It was noted that she was part of that in the past. I believe she wasn't. I don't think she was, or she is now, but she was, and it was never an issue after that.
We expect that there may be evidence that, whether it be Ms. Leach or other people who became involved in the convoy organization, that there was an attempt to use the convoy as an opportunity to pursue political goals that weren't just about ending the COVID-19 mandates, including political goals that may exist within the Maverick Party or within the Wexit movement. Is that a concern that you have now, looking back?
No, it was never brought to my attention that they were a player in the situation, and that wasn't the reason why we came to Ottawa. I would have fought that.
And why would you have fought that?
That wasn't the reason why we came to Ottawa. We came to Ottawa for border mandates.
Now I'm going to ask you some questions about the process of having trucks begin in British Columbia and drive across Canada and then arrive in Ottawa. First question, do you have a sense of how many trucks participated in the convoy that you had organized with Mr. Bowder, Mr. King, Ms. Belton, and Ms. Leach?
The tricky part was trying to get a solid number. There would be a certain amount of trucks, cars, buses, campers that would come into the convoy for a short period of time, let's say from Regina to Winnipeg, just to take part in it, and they would exit off. And at that same time, more people would come in from Winnipeg to go to Kenora. I know for a fact some people left with their children in a semi from Saskatchewan planning on going to Regina and went home 3 weeks later. It ranged anywhere from 500 to 2,500 vehicles is what I was told. Looking in the mirrors, it was incredible to see the lights behind you and the long lines and watching the videos. It was approximately 25 kilometers long at some times.
Did you ever expect that level of participation?
No, not in my wildest dreams.
What was your reaction when you saw the level of participation?
Well, there was a lot of tears.
Can you expand on that?
Emotions. We were the things that we seen out the windshield of the truck as we crossed the prairies and into Ontario. Overwhelming support. People standing on the side of the highways. People lining overpasses. We were often late by around 2 hours. We were never really on schedule, and people stood in frigid temperatures, minus 20 to minus 30, just to get a chance to see us come through.
Could you explain to the Commission how the convoy organization was able to coordinate that movement of trucks to come to Ottawa? How did people know when where they were supposed to be, where the convoy was, what was going to happen to them when they joined the convoy?
We had code of ethics. We had rules to follow. We had speeds to endure. We had constant communication on either VHF FM radios or CB radios. Cell phone interaction with other people too. Constant communication. Safety was number one priority. When you're leading that many vehicles, the error was what could have been at any minute. So we managed to successfully make it from the west to Ottawa without a single issue, to my knowledge.
During that travel, who was primarily responsible for all of that coordination you're talking about?
I was at the lead of the pack. We had 2 escort pilot trucks leading us. Patrick King was in his motorhome halfway back, looking after the back pack. It was constant communication on the radio, constantly upping our speeds, lowering our speeds, trying to keep the convoy at a steady pace together. If I was going too fast, people would start to lag and there would be a distance. We would have to then slow down and catch everybody up.
Was there any point on the journey to Ottawa where you were concerned that the convoy, might not make it or something may interfere in the trucks arriving?
No, everything was well orchestrated. We had police communication right from My role began from Swift Current to Medicine Hat, Alberta, where I picked up Miss Leach and joined the West Convoy. And that was where my part started. We were in communication with the first police force would have been Medicine Hat. We were in contact with Swift Current, Regina, Moose Jaw, all the way across the country for police escorts. If there was a traffic light, we actually called for traffic control at those intersections so we could proceed through the intersection safely.
Right, and it's the Commission's understanding, based on some of the documents that your counsel has produced, that people were in contact with the police on a daily basis.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And were you one of those people?
I was, yes.
Again, based on the documents the Commission's received, we also understand that when the convoy arrived in Ontario, that an OPP escort was there to meet the convoy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you just provide some more explanation about that?
I don't know his last name. His name is Marty. He met us at the Westhock scale, which is a scale that borders Ontario and Manitoba. He met us there. He jumped out in front and led us. I believe Marty led us, I believe, to Thunder Bay-ish area, where then he got us into Kenora. He led us downtown Kenora to the rec center parking lot where we staged for the evening. We had a funny story, not a funny story, but coming into Headingley, Manitoba, the H.A.I.L communities from around the Winnipeg area came into Headingley with food trailers. They had hot food, burgers, everything you could think of. RCMP had called me and said the amount of people in the Headingley area was too great. It was a huge risk to safety to get in and out of the parking lot for the truck stop. So, we had to abandon the plan to stop. So we carried on around Winnipeg, and 3 H.A.I.L vehicles with trailers followed us to Kenora and fed us in the parking lot at the rec center that night. It was cold as can be, and they had the barbecues out and the slow cookers. It was quite amazing.
So when you get into Ontario, I assume the daily contact with the police continued?
Yes.
And did that include daily contact with both the OPP and the OPS, or can you just explain what police services you were?
Contact was made with, I believe her name was Isabel from OPS. Isabel was in constant contact with, I believe, Chris Guerra with Adopted Trucker, and things were planned on our arrival.
And were you in contact with Isabel or anyone from the Ottawa Police Service?
I spoke with Isabel a few times on the phone. I've met her once on the ground here. I didn't have a lot of logistics with Isabel. That was already being looked after.
And did you speak with Isabel prior to the convoy's arrival in Ottawa?
I believe I did. I made contact with Isabel, but I'm not sure exactly when. There was a phone call made to say, I'm Chris, here's my contact.
When you were speaking with either the OPP or the OPS, and I'm talking about you personally, what were you telling them about the convoy's plans when they arrived in Ottawa?
Exactly what it was. We were there to protest border mandates, and our main priority was safety and working with law enforcement, whatever it took.
Do you recall having any discussions with any police officers about how long the protest might last?
I think the discussion started after the first weekend with OPS, I believe, and we had a couple OPP officers in constant contact too. I know his name was Andrew.
So prior to that point you referenced, so after the first weekend, did you discuss the potential length of the protest with any police officials?
I believe not.
At what point did you realize that the protest may continue for an extended period of time?
I don't know if I ever really thought much into it. Everything moved so fast when we arrived.
Prior to arriving in Ottawa, had you personally turned your mind to how long you would stay?
Well, my business would suffer a little longer I was away from it. So that in the back of my mind, I really didn't know. It was a movement of its own, and it continued to grow, and you mentally had to try and keep up with it, I guess.
In your discussions with either the OPP or the OPS as the convoy was approaching Ottawa, did any of the police services give you direction on where you could park the trucks once you arrived in Ottawa?
Interesting story. All the way to Ottawa, my understanding via people in the convoy, Canada Unity, was that we had two major staging areas. One was Major Hill Park, and the other one was Confederate Park, I believe Confederate. And that was, to my understanding, that's where we were allowed to park and protest peacefully.
Is that where you ultimately parked?
That was not, no.
And I understand that you parked your truck on Wellington Street, is that fair?
We had a police escort down Sir John A. Macdonald off the 417. My understanding, I didn't know this till afterwards, police blocked the convoy after myself and another tractor trailer went through. They shut the convoy down around the War Museum on Sir John A. Macdonald. They then led myself and Tamara and the pilot trucks. We made it to roughly the Supreme Court on Wellington, and that was as far as we could go. There was a ton of vehicles that had come in the night before, apparently, wanting to be there for the arrival. So there had already been tractor trailers lined up in front of Parliament down to approximately the Supreme Court.
Did that surprise you to see that there was already large commercial vehicles?
Yes.
And why did that surprise you?
I was unaware of it. My understanding was we were going to come in, police were going to escort us right to the two parks. We would park safely out of the way, and it would be fine.
Did anyone from any police service ever explain to you what had changed?
I believe not, no. I don't know if I ever asked that question.
Did anyone else ever explain to you what had led to the vehicles being parked in the downtown core as opposed to in the parks you identified?
Apparently we caught them off guard. We overwhelmed them right off the bat with the trucks coming in the night before that we were unaware of. Our main convoy, as far as I know, had nothing to do with those prior arrivals. So,
have you since learned who was the early arrivals?
They were all semi-operators. I knew a couple from my home province. They were in the area. Apparently, they weren't part of the convoy, but they were in the area, and they took part in the protest.
So I asked you this, and I think you have confirmed it, but you parked your vehicle on Wellington Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
After you parked there, at any point in time up until, we'll say, February 14th, were you given any indication by any police services that you shouldn't be parked on Wellington and you'd need to move?
I was not, no.
Did that come as a surprise to you?
I don't know if I really had time to think if it was a surprise. It was so fast-paced.
The commission has heard evidence from several police witnesses who have been asked questions essentially about whether more could have been done to limit or control the size and scope of the protest in Ottawa in the early days. I've heard your answers, but I'm just going to ask you one more time. Was the police response to the convoy what you were expecting or anticipating when you arrived?
I guess a hard question to answer. I believe they did the best they could. The scope of the amount of vehicles that came in, I don't know how things went so wrong when we first arrived. They did what they could. They did the best they could. We were all 90% of the trucks were stuck out on Sir John A. Macdonald, I believe, with pretty much abandoned. Nobody knew where to go. Nobody had direction.
In retrospect, do you think it would have been better had the trucks parked where they were initially designated to park?
Oh, absolutely.
And why is that?
Well, if it was staging areas we were allowed to take, Major Hills Park and Confederate Park, I understand now that was never part of the deal, apparently, although I don't know. That was all I was told.
And why would have that been better?
We would have been off the main streets, occupying or parking all over the city was never part of why we came.
So I've just been handed a note to suggest that both you and I are speaking a little quickly for the interpreter, so I will try to slow down, and I'll ask you to also try to slow down. No, that's okay. We're both to blame, so it's okay. So I'm now going to ask you, and we've already touched on it a little bit, but about what happened with the people who were originally involved in organizing the convoy. We've spoken about Mr. Bowder already, but I'm going to now ask you about Pat King. And as I understand it, that in or around January 22nd, 24th, in or around that time period, you and Ms. Leach began having discussions about concerns relating to Mr. King. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please explain to me the nature of those discussions and what the concerns were?
I believe the first episode was a CBC article. Came out of some prior social media posts that Pat had been a part of, and we met with Pat, discussed our concerns. I believe we smoothed the waters over and we carried on at that point.
So do you recall what concerns and what had been reported in that CBC article that caused you concern?
I don't really, I never read the article. There was something about something Pat said years ago. According to Pat, the article was edited, or what he said was edited. I can't confirm or deny that.
So I'm going to pull up a document. It's HRF 401221, and we'll go to page 2. And while this document comes up, Mr. Barber, this is a document that has been provided by the convoy organizers group. It's a timeline of events that has been provided. So this was provided to us by your counsel. And if we could go to January 24th at the bottom of page 2. And would it be possible, yeah, thank you, Mr. Clerk. So you can read the entry that says concerns re Pat King. Do you see that?
Yes.
So this here says Tamara and Chris discussed concerns about Pat King after viewing a tweet with a video making reference to bullets. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this conversation being described here the same conversation we were just talking about?
I believe so, yes.
Does this refresh your memory at all about what the concerns were?
Yes.
Okay, can you please explain?
The article was made to sound like bullets would be flying. Apparently, according to Mr. King, when we confronted on him, he'd stated that the article was taken out of context, edited to make him sound like he was planning violence, where I believe what he was trying to convey in that article was different than what was portrayed by the media.
And the commission has seen reports that at some point in time, Mr. King made a comment along the lines of this is going to end in bullets. Do you know if that's what was being discussed?
That was, according to what I was told, that was a previous post 2 years prior, something to do with an Indigenous standoff.
And during this conversation, were you also aware that the media was reporting on a video in which Mr. King had made a suggestion that at some point Justin Trudeau may catch a bullet one day? Were you aware of that?
I recall something about that, yes.
Do you remember if that was something you knew about during this discussion, or after this discussion did you learn more about what Mr. King had posted?
I believe it might have been after.
So it says in here in the second sentence, Chris agreed perhaps Pat should be sent home, but there was concern about the trucks Pat brought with him. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was the concern about the trucks?
Possibly division inside the convoy. Pat brought a certain following with. I don't remember the extent of anything after that. We discussed sending him home, and obviously he didn't.
Was the concern that if Mr. King was sent home or asked to not participate, that his supporters would also stop participating?
That would have been a good guess, yes.
So if we can continue on, the next sentence talks about it says, talked to Pat about the tweet on the roadside. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was that the conversation you had already described to us?
Yes.
Okay. And were you a part of that conversation?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then it says, following this, a captain's meeting was held in Kenora, and at the end of the day, where everyone expressed concern about Pat King's involvement.
Slow
Yeah.
down thing.
Yes, thank you. That's right. The decision was made that someone would talk to Pat within the coming days and request that he not attend in Ottawa. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question about these two sentences, but before I do that, can you just explain what a captain's meeting is?
We had road captains involved in approximately 2 road captains per province to organize the trucks. Those were the people that the people from that province could go to with concerns or issues. So we had a number of road captains within the convoy.
And it sounds in here like after your initial conversation with Mr. King that concerns continued to be raised by other members of the organization. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if someone ultimately spoke with Mr. King and asked him not to attend in Ottawa?
Possibly. I wasn't involved in that conversation.
At any point, did you hear from Ms. Leach or anyone else about whether that conversation had occurred?
Not to my recollection, I don't.
And Mr. King continued on to Ottawa?
Yes, he did.
Were you aware of any resolution having been reached between the people who had concerns and Mr. King?
I believe whatever happened, it worked itself out to the point where Pat stayed with the convoy.
Were you personally concerned about what Mr. King had said previously on social media?
I don't believe it was a concern. He explained to me that it was taken out of context and edited to make him sound worse than it was. I took him for his word on it.
So you accepted the explanation at the time?
Yes.
Do you today still believe that, do you still accept that explanation?
I believe Pat had all the right reasons and a good heart.
So I'm going to pull up another document. This is COM 50902. And while we're waiting for the document to come up, Mr. Barber, this is a news article, and we can go to page 3 of the document. This is a news article, and it reports on text messages between yourself and Ms. Leach. And as I understand it, and we will get to this later, when you were arrested, the police seized your phone and you no longer have access to the messages on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I also understand that we expect to hear from Ms. Leach that she also no longer has access to her text messages. You don't need to comment on that. We can ask Ms. Leach about it. But I'm showing you this news article, and as we go through, if there's anything in the article that you think is not accurate, and I appreciate you don't have your phone with you anymore, you can let me know, okay? So if we go down, it says, on January 22nd, Leach told Barber they needed to have a very frank discussion with King, raising concerns about past allegations with him. Despite these concerns, Leach also said he was needed by the movement, in an apparent contrast to later statements in which the convoy tried to distance itself from King. We need him, and I don't care about his past, but it only takes one, she said. We have to control his rhetoric, not even threatening to throw snowballs at the Parliament. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if this is something that Ms. Leach text messaged you?
My phone was very busy. I'm assuming it's here, so it had to be.
No reason to
No.
say this was not a message she sent you.
Right.
When Ms. Leach said the movement needed Mr. King, do you know what she meant by that?
I can't. I'm not sure.
Do you agree that the movement needed Mr. King?
The best thing about the movement was it was inclusive to everyone, regardless of any beliefs, I guess. Everyone had a place, everybody had a spot. It was just managing how.
So I take it from your answers, and I just want to make sure I'm fair here, is that you, from what you had learned about what Mr. King had maybe said in the past, the content of those statements didn't concern you because of the explanation Mr. King provided. Is that fair?
I guess Pat and I had a power struggle between each other. That was pretty evident right from day one. It was a power struggle back and forth over control. It wasn't anything that couldn't have been managed.
Did you have any concerns separate and apart from your own views about what Mr. King may or may not said? Did you have any concern about the public image of having Mr. King associated with the Freedom Convoy movement?
I guess there would have been some concerns at times, I guess. The bad media posts and releases on a regular basis definitely caused some concern.
And can you just explain what you mean by, did you say the
media?
Yeah, and what was concerning you about the media's coverage?
They attacked him on a regular basis, I believe.
Did you think those attacks were fair?
I didn't know. Like I said, I didn't know Pat previous to the convoy. I met him on the 13th for the first time, and things were so busy after that, it was hard to keep your head around all the different moving parts.
Other than being busy, is there any reason you didn't do more to look into the people who were associated with your convoy?
My primary goal was to get those trucks to Ottawa safely. So phone conversations and that were hard to have. Everything that we did was logistics. It was myself on the mic, on the CB mic or the FM radio mic all day long, making sure the trucks were safe. I kind of left that up to other people in the organization.
You say, this media report says that you texted to Ms. Leach, I know he's had issues, I've got skeletons in the closet too. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall texting that to Ms. Leach?
Yes.
Okay. What were the skeletons in your closet?
Well, like I've said before, I've been an internet troll for many years.
At this point in time, was there anything in particular that concerned you about what you had done on the internet?
Nothing that was related to the convoy.
What about things that were unrelated to the convoy?
Yes.
What concerned you?
I used to post nasty, distasteful memes via share memes or just posting online in a negative way.
And it's the Commission's understanding that some members of the media identified certain Facebook posts that you had made and had reported on them or tweeted about them. Is that something you were aware of at the time?
Yeah, they've been circulated for quite some time.
Okay. And these include Facebook posts that contained racist and anti-Muslim comments. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. And I expect you may be asked questions about those by some of the parties, and I wanted to give you an opportunity now, if you wanted it, to speak to some of the racist or anti-Muslim things you posted.
Well, I can honestly say that if anybody learned anything or grew more during the convoy, it was me. I was a different person 9 months ago, whatever it was, 10 months ago. Coming out here and seeing the amount of love and the people of all different colors, all different race, everything. It was such a diverse crowd of people here. There was. So there were so many tears, there was so many hugs, there was so much laughter, there was so much, it changed the person, it changed me.
How did you change?
It humbled me, I guess. It made me realize that a lot of those stuff that I used to post on the internet before was very distasteful, and there's a better way to do it.
One of the things that the media reported on during the convoy was that you had a Confederate flag in your shop in Swift Current. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And you posted at least one or two TikToks addressing that issue. Do you recall?
I did, yes.
And in one of those TikToks, you said that the Confederate flag was, you explained that I believe you'd purchased it in the United States. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
And then you described it as a piece of cloth and get over yourself.
Yes.
Is that a sentiment you continue to have?
I believe there's two different contexts to look at the Confederate flag. I've got a good friend that lives outside of Atlanta, Georgia. She's an African-American lady. I had an in-depth conversation with her many times on this occasion. She's explained it to me quite well. She said the way the two different contexts is how you look at the flag was the area of the General Lee and the Dukes of Hazzard via like Kid Rock, Leonard Skinner music. When we grew up in our hometown, we called it a rebel flag or a Dixie flag. We didn't really call it a Confederate flag. It was on license plates. It was on back windows. It was everywhere. And at that time, it was more accepted, apparently. So in my travels in the Deep South years ago, I'd come across a flag store. I seen the Dixie flag there. I purchased it. I hung it up on the wall of my shop, not thinking anything of it. My African-American lady friend in Georgia explained to me that if you wore that flag over your shoulders to a Confederate battlefield, I would probably call you a lot of names. But she said, being the way you're displaying it now, and the fact that you loved your childhood watching the Dukes of Hazzard and seeing that flag on the roof of the General Lee, it's a different context.
Do you still have the flag in your shop?
What I did with the flags in the shop was I zip tied them. So they were hanging on the wall of the shop. I went up on a ladder and I zip tied them together. They're still there, but they're not displayed in the correct manner. Out of respect for.
And when you talk about how you've changed, is that an example of something you're doing differently?
That would be, yes.
We've spoken about Mr. King a bit. Once you arrived in Ottawa, did you did you continue to work with Mr. Bowder in terms of the protest activity that was going on in Ottawa?
No, I hardly seen James the time I was here.
Okay. And we've spoken a bit about Miss Belton. Once you arrived in Ottawa, what was Miss Belton's role in the convoy?
Same as myself. She was more centralized around the hotel area where we had our daily meetings, making sure things were looked after. My job morphed into more of a outside walking the streets, making sure the trucks were well looked after, making sure the concerns were well, working with law enforcement on a day-to-day basis, making sure that we had emergency lanes open wherever the trucks were parked. We had a couple different hotspots, not hotspots, but places in the city that we'd lost. We couldn't get the emergency lanes open, and they weren't, looking back now, they weren't the trucks that came with us from the west. The one issue was Rideau and Sussex. We spent many days down trying to get an emergency lane open with law enforcement, OPP, and OPS.
And then we're going to have some questions about Rideau, Sussex in a moment. We expect that Ms. Belton may indicate that there's been a falling out between you and her. Is that true?
Yes.
And what's the nature of that falling out?
Just difference of opinions.
What are the different opinions?
I don't even, just difference of opinion, different direction. I just chose to stay on a path. My criminal charges have left me to be a lot more silent. I can't speak with like what I used to be able to speak about the convoy. I've had to remain silent. So I've, instead of fight with anybody there, I've said my piece and went my different ways.
If we could pull up a video, HRF 146. And again, I'll give you some context while it comes up. So this is one of your TikToks, Mr. Barber. And we're going to watch it in its entirety, and then I'll have some questions flowing from it.
Okay.
Hey guys, convoy-related issues right now, and I just want to get this out there. This convoy to Ottawa next week on Sunday is a peaceful protest. Anybody that joins this protest or this convoy from either coast to coast is to adhere to the rules of the convoy, and I am dead serious. If anybody fucks with them, you're out. Emergency vehicles have the right of way. When the lights are flashing, we pull over and they are the utmost attention. Law enforcement is to be respected. Never, ever not respected. We are working with law enforcement across the country in big cities, and we have their approval 100% until we fuck that up. Convoy rules. There's a code of ethics we're going to have to follow. We want this done properly. Right now, the public is 100% on the truckers and this mandate, removal of mandates side. We do not want to lose that. When we start acting like assholes, we lose that. Let's keep our eyes on the prize and hit the federal government where it hurts. We want the mandates gone. Mandates need to be removed, and we're not leaving until they are. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can pull that down. So I have a few questions arising out of that video. One of the things you say early on is that you want a peaceful protest. And the commission has seen many instances, and we don't have the time to take you to them all, of where you insist on the protest being peaceful, and to the extent there's any sort of suggestion of violence, you immediately step in and say, this needs to be peaceful. Why was that important to you?
We had the public on our support. That was, and I'll apologize for the language there, Commissioner. That was another thing that I've worked on in the last number of months.
I've heard worse. Don't worry.
That's good. You can take the trucker out of the truck, but yeah. That was the utmost importance. The world was watching us. We had there were so many people, and safety was utmost. And we were told by the lawyers flew out. I believe it was the end of the month, the first part of February, something like that. And we were told by the lawyers on a daily basis that we were a legitimate protest. We were allowed to be there. We were doing the right things. And the last thing I wanted to do was wreck that for the people that we were trying to represent. And there was a ton of support all across all over the world, really.
And to put that video into a bit of context, you say that this is a message for the convoy that's coming next week, or arriving. And so we understand that video was taken probably sometime in the week of January 23rd. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
So that would have been before the lawyers had gotten involved and you were beginning to get direction from them. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at that point in time, when you're emphasizing the importance of a peaceful protest, did you have a concern that the people who were participating in the convoy might not be peaceful?
I'll give you a little example of truck drivers. They're like herding cats. You've got every different style of driver, and I've always said you put 200 truck drivers in a room and somebody's going to get a black eye and a broken nose. Knowing that going into it, I was worried about that because of the differences of opinion with all truck drivers. I can honestly say that was something that surprised me. There was none of that. The drivers were what I seen, they were extremely well behaved. They listened to the rules of the road. I didn't have a single incident to my recollection, that went bad.
So they listened to the rules of the road. I assume you mean on the way to Ottawa, is that fair?
Yes.
Once you got into Ottawa, was your observation that the protest was peaceful?
I believe it was loud, but it was peaceful.
Did you see any acts of violence?
I did not, no.
And we'll get to the noise in a moment.
Yep.
In another TikTok video you posted, and this would have been during the protests in Ottawa, you say that the last thing we need is a January 6th style insurrection, and that was one of your biggest concerns. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Why was that one of your biggest concerns?
I believe the federal government was backed into a corner, not wanting to speak to us. And I personally believe that was the only way, I guess, out of it for them to demonize us to the point where they could say insurrection when that wasn't the case. And so I pushed that message constantly, daily. Peace, love, unity. Like I said, it changed me as a person listening to myself daily saying that.
When you were saying that, what sort of activity were you contemplating that might give rise, either correctly or incorrectly, to the impression that this was going to be some form of insurrection?
The police buildup. We had daily meetings with police. whether it be OPP or OPS, and everything was positive. But it seemed like the police presence built on a daily basis.
Was there anything that other protesters were doing that were concerning you? And I'm not just talking about protesters within your group. I'm talking about of all the people who are in Ottawa.
Not that I've seen, no. The trucks that I looked after on a day-to-day basis were excited. They were excited. We were 2 years outside of lockdowns and mandates, and people got to live again, and we've seen that on a daily basis.
So another thing you mentioned in the video that we showed was that there was rules of the convoy. You talked about clearing the way for emergency vehicles and that law enforcement need to be respected. Was there any other rules of the convoy?
Basically, that was it. Yes, there was a code of, I don't remember if we actually did a code of conduct up or not, or we just, mornings we had tailgate safety meetings with the drivers to make sure that everything was well. There was constant communication with everything. I had no concerns with the trucks. The trucks were always well behaved, and like I said, law enforcement was always open and honest. We worked really well with every law enforcement that I ever spoke to.
But at the same time, you recognize that it was important to have rules and try as an organizer to at least try to have some sort of order over the people that were in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes.
As an organizer, did you believe that you had responsibility for the conduct of the protesters in Ottawa?
I took it upon myself to do everything in my power to make sure that the drivers were notified if things weren't right. I can't say it was my responsibility. I don't act on behalf of someone else, but I definitely did what I could to try and make sure things were done properly.
And what motivated you to do that?
Just the sheer size of it, and the support. We had support, like I said, all over the country, all over the world, and there were so many people watching. It was exciting to see the general public. And one of the biggest things for me was excited to see the young kids get back involved with trucks that were excited for the horn honk, the standing on the side of the highway. Kids wanted to be truck drivers again, and I haven't seen that since I was a child.
So from what I'm hearing, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, is that you liked what you were seeing, you felt it was positive, and you wanted to try to keep that atmosphere because you wanted to continue the positive experience. Is that a fair sort of summary, perhaps not the most articulate?
Correct.
When you were in Ottawa, what were your views on the police's responsibilities with respect to peaceful protest?
They seem to respect. I dealt with quite a few on a daily basis, and I can't say I had a harsh conversation or anything with any of them. Maybe police were always respectful. I would walk up to random officers standing on the side of the street or sitting in a police car patrolling a barricade and say, "Everything okay? Have you seen anything that was a concern?" And I never once got a reaction bad.
In the video we showed, you mentioned that the public is on our side, and when we start acting like assholes, we lose that.
Absolutely.
Do you
correct.
recall that?
Yes.
What did it mean to you to be acting like an asshole?
Disrespectful. Not playing by the code of conduct or the rules.
Can you give me an example of something that you believed would be disrespectful?
Being disruptive, I guess. Like I said, we tried on a daily basis to make sure everybody was looked after. So the police had free lanes through all. Ambulances had free lanes. I know it was pretty tricky. We worked diligently on it. I lost about 20 pounds in the matter of 3 weeks with the amount of walking I did, working with law enforcement. I had a vehicle here, but it was hard to get around with a vehicle. So a lot of times it was walking, and it was frigid. It was 20 to 30 below. I had 2 t-shirts on, 2 hoodies on, and long underwear and 3 pairs of socks at times.
I won't ask you if you put the weight back on, so because I wouldn't want anyone asking me that question. So You say acting like an asshole included conduct that was disrespectful or disruptive. Did you see anything that was disrespectful or disruptive when you were in Ottawa?
Personally, I didn't know.
And when I say that, I appreciate that not everyone in Ottawa was necessarily someone who had come with your group or who might listen to you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So with that in mind, at any point, did you see anything in Ottawa that, that might not be the person who came with you, but you wish they weren't doing it?
I never seen, like I said, I never seen anything that really concerned me. If somebody was there that wasn't part of the original group that I brought in, I would try really hard to negotiate with them or work with them to open that lane if they were parked in a spot that wasn't where it should have been. Sometimes it was successful, sometimes it wasn't. I really struggled a lot with, like I said before, when it comes to all truckers are different. That dynamic really played in certain parts of the city where.
What was your view on how the protest was portrayed in the media?
It was a negative light right from day one. Yeah.
What do you think was being missed?
Everything. I had numerous occasions where people came up to me and said they had to come down and see it for themselves because the media wasn't portraying it properly. And it was a different thing when they got here.
The commission has heard evidence and received written evidence from various residents and municipal officials, several complaints about the protesters' conduct. I expect you'll be familiar with them, but some of the things that the commission has heard is that there was excessive noise due to air horns. There was harassment and intimidating behavior, including people yelling racist or homophobic slurs, and that there was just a general disorder and unsafe conditions, including open fires, propane tanks near buildings and cars. Is this sort of evidence or concerns? Are you familiar with that?
I can honestly say I never encountered a single episode of that. Obviously, there was fires for people trying to stay warm. There was propane tanks for heating things. No different than I have a propane tank on my porch with a portable barbecue. So. As long as it was looked after safely, I guess.
In your mind, who was responsible for making sure that, taking with the propane tanks or other flammables, who was responsible for making sure the protest was safe? And not that anyone was going to do anything intentional with a propane tank, but something bad could happen and people could get hurt. Who was responsible for avoiding that outcome?
We left things up to the road captains. Like I said, there was usually 2 road captains per province, but that morphed into usually a couple road captains per block. And we would hold, not myself personally, I stayed out of most of those meetings, but the people would hold meetings every day to go over certain things and issues and safety concerns.
I now ask you about the horn honking. The commission has heard evidence, and I'm sure you're aware that at different times in the protest there was a lot of horn honking. I assume you'll agree with me about that.
Yes.
Did you consider the horn honking to be a form of peaceful protest?
I consider the horn honking to be a form of excitement more than peaceful protest. I'll be the first to admit the horns annoyed me. I did everything in my power to try and get the horns to stop. I've put out multiple videos on a regular basis saying stop, especially after the court order came in on, I believe, whatever day that was, the 7th.
So let's pause there for a moment. The horns bothered you, and prior to the court order, which was an injunction to stop the horn honking, what steps did you take to limit the horns prior to the court order?
Speaking to the drivers, it was getting everyone orientated, trying to get them situated in a place where they were safe and their needs could be met, I guess. Seeing as our entry was so messed up, I'll use the words. It was organized chaos, unorganized chaos. There was trucks everywhere. There was vehicles everywhere. The only thing I could do was put my videos out stating, we're not here to disrupt residents of Ottawa. They didn't ask for this. It was the federal government is why we came and did what we could.
So I'm going to show you a video and then a post from your Facebook. So we'll start with the video. This is HRF 192. And again, this is one of your TikToks.
Okay.
They've already filed a $4 million civil lawsuit against us for horns. Did you guys shut up over there? Am I doing my part?
And then if we could pull up COM 50889.
Did you get an idea what kind of guy I am on social media by that?
Well, we pulled up, but would that be an example of you being a troll?
No, that's me being a funny guy.
All right, so now I'm showing you, if we could zoom out so we can see this. And, we understand this to be a Facebook post that you made on February 12th, 2022. To assist, I believe that is the character Buffalo Bill from the movie Silence of the Lambs.
It is.
And this is a joke about how that if the government doesn't get rid of the mandates, the horns are going to come back. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you one other Facebook post that's COM 50888. And so in this one, this appears that you're sharing on February 13th a photo. I would guess this would be described as a meme of a boy blowing a bugle or a trumpet, being symbolized as the rest of Canada, and then the Ottawa plugging their ears. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And first, I'll ask you: are these two posts that you made on Facebook?
It's my name. Like I said, things were so busy. I'm assuming I shared that one. Obviously, I would have probably shared the first one too. It was scrolling Facebook and seen it and just hit the share button. That was probably more like, I found it humorous at the time, I guess.
So when you look at the video we showed in these two Facebook posts, could you see why someone would question your sincerity when you say that you did everything in your power to stop the horns?
Absolutely, yes.
And what would you, again, you have an opportunity to speak to that. Is there anything you'd like to say?
I can't take back what I posted. I guess it was the excitement of the day on social media, flipping through social media and seeing the post, and it's a click of a button to share it and put it out. Seeing it now, I'd say it's distasteful.
We can take that down. Briefly, I'm going to ask you some questions about efforts to move trucks onto Wellington Street, and I understand there was a few different attempts, and we're going to hear more evidence about it this week, but I have some questions for you. So we've heard the evidence that on February 14th, after an agreement was reached with the mayor, you were involved in moving 4 large trucks up to Wellington Street. Is that correct?
It was more than 4, yes.
Sorry, I said 40.
40, yes. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. And prior to that, we understand that the Freedom Convoy group had made an effort to have the trucks on the Rideau and Sussex intersection moved onto Wellington Street. Do I have that correct?
We made an attempt, yes.
Okay, and can you tell me what happened with that attempt?
I was successful with one truck. There was there was a load safe. It was a tractor trailer. He was parked right by the War Memorial. I remember the story on it. He was parked sideways across the complete intersection, and law enforcement had tried to get him to straighten his truck out for quite some time and failed at it miserably. I remember it was easy. I walked over to the truck, I stepped up on the running board, and I said, "Hey buddy, you're in the way really bad and you're causing us some grief. Could you just back it up against the curb, please, and you'll save us all a lot of trouble?" And he literally put the truck in gear and backed it up against the OPP, and the OPS officers were amazed it was that easy.
Were you able to move the other trucks on Rideau Sussex?
Was not, no. Those were a different group there. It was harder to talk to them.
And what was your understanding at the time of who was in the Rideau and Sussex intersection?
I remember there being a language barrier. There was a lot of Quebecers in that corner, right in the Rideau Sussex corner. So that yeah, I didn't have much interaction. I remember being there maybe twice to try and work something out to get some lanes open as per OPS and OPP asking. I was unsuccessful every time.
So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. In your conversations with the OPS and OPP, you were trying to get a lane open for emergency vehicles, is that correct?
Correct.
And you made an effort with the people at Rideau Sussex, it was unsuccessful?
Yes.
And other than the language barrier, was there any other reasons that was unsuccessful to your mind?
They were there and they just refused to move. So I did what I could. I worked with law enforcement. I said maybe it was twice. Miss Lich and I were there with OPS one day, and I believe I was there by myself with OPS another separate time. So probably twice I was there.
And did you have prior at the time? Were you familiar with the name the Farfadas?
I was not. No.
Do you know when the first time you heard the term Farfadas?
About a week ago, under a week ago.
In the context of this commission?
Yes. I understand it means leprechaun in French, or in English apparently, according to...
Well, we'll have a witness testifying later today who I'm sure can shed more light on the Farfadas.
More than me, yes.
Yeah. I'm going to now ask you some questions about the other protests that occurred outside of Ottawa in January and February 2022. While you were in Ottawa, did you have any communications or interactions with anyone who was participating in protests in Windsor?
I don't believe I don't believe so. If there was messages on my phone, they would be per people with no contact information, just phone numbers. I received so many text messages from so many different people. I don't want to say that I didn't, because I may have. I never endorsed it. I never communicated openly with anybody from Windsor at all.
Do you recall whether anyone asked you or anyone that you were working with in Ottawa for assistance with respect to the protests in Windsor?
If anybody asked me, I declined. We were never associated. We had enough to deal with here. We weren't worried about.
Did you have any interactions or communications with anyone participating in any of the other protests anywhere else in Canada? And I can give you examples if it helps, but I'm going to ask you generally to start.
I got text messages from some friends at Coots. Never any, just saying how things were going. Never any advice or never asked any questions to my recollection. They had their own thing going on there, and it wasn't involved with us in the city here.
Who were your friends at Coots?
There's a couple guys that were down there, just some local drivers that I've been friends with for years.
Who were they?
One man, his name is Dan Somerville. He was off and on. He was never an active participant. He went down just to check it out and come back. There was another guy. I don't know his name. I'd have to look at my phone. I know what truck he drives. I know what he hauls.
Okay. And do you know this individual whose name you don't recall? Do you know if he was participating in the organization of the Coots protest or if he was a participant?
I think he was just a participant, yeah. I don't know the organizers at Coots or Windsor. So.
Did you have any communications with anyone who was protesting in Emerson or Surrey?
I would imagine text messages on my phone, but not people that I'm familiar with.
Did you ever interact with Jeremy Mackenzie while you were in Ottawa?
I did not, no.
Did you know who Mr. Mackenzie was during the protests?
I became aware of Mr. Mackenzie during the protest. Just know that he was a veteran, and we did a lot of work with the veterans when we were here. Although I never seen Jeremy that I know of, I met a lot of people but I don't recall meeting him or seeing him, or I've never spoke with him too.
Were you familiar with the group Diagolon during the protests?
Yes.
What did you?
Well, not during the protest. Afterwards, my knowledge of Diagolon, it's a fictional, it's a meme. It was something that Jeremy made up to online troll.
Have you spoken with Mr. Mackenzie since the protests?
I have not.
Coming near to the end of our time, so I just have a few more questions for you. It's our understanding that after the Emergencies Act was invoked, you were one of the people who had their bank accounts frozen, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the commission what that meant for you and what that was like?
Well, my bank accounts are frozen, I believe, on the day I was arrested on the February 17th. My corporate accounts, as well as my joint accounts, were frozen for the weekend, unfrozen, I believe, the Monday. My Toronto Dominion bank account was frozen for upwards of 3.5 months.
And how did that impact you?
I learned how to use cash again.
And you mentioned already that you were arrested on February 17th. Is
I
that
was,
correct?
yes.
Okay. How has the arrest affected your life?
I guess they kind of caught us off guard. They were really professional and really good to work with. I can't say a bad thing about anyone. I was walking with my son and 3 other of the road captains. So if you Google my name in the arrest, you'll see a photo of me grinning. My son was there. He was 18 years old at the time, and I looked over at him and seen him, that look he had as a 6-year-old or 7-year-old kid, where the tears were welling up. He was scared, and so I simply just said, "Hey, bud, you're good," and grinned like that. And they caught me on camera, of course, and everything's been good since. It's changed quite a bit.
What's changed?
Well, I've got criminal charges now, and I've never had criminal charges. I've never been in trouble with the law before.
And one final question for you. Is there anything that you think it's important for the commission to hear that we haven't touched on?
I think we've touched all the bases. The truth is here, I have nothing to hide. As far as I know, we were doing everything within the law, according to legal counsel. And that was my main primary goals.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the cross-examinations to go ahead. The Government of Canada, I think, is up first.
This applies to all of us, I assume. The note about the translators, the reminder for the translators still here. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Andrew Gibbs, and I'm part of the council team for the Government of Canada.
Mr. Gibbs.
So we've heard a fair bit of testimony this morning about the start of the convoy and the general organization and the factions or divisions within the groups that proceeded. Is that fair?
Correct.
So the spark, as I understand it, was you and Ms. Belton meeting over TikTok.
Yes.
And you eventually organized with others to come to Ottawa to drop the border mandates.
Yes.
And that was your sole objective.
That was my personal sole objective, yes.
So to be clear then, the others that eventually joined or started participating may have had other goals and objectives.
Quite possibly, yes.
And you're aware of some of those goals and objectives?
There was a lot going on, but yes, for the most part.
For example, Canada Unity was seeking to sign the MOU that Commission Council spoke to you about?
Yes.
And others were seeking to, I'll say overthrow, but replace the Government of Canada?
My understanding when it comes to the MOU, and I think that was the only thing that ever came up, was the fact that there was something in the MOU that said, and not necessarily overthrow, but hold the government accountable, apparently. And like I said before, I've never read the MOU. That was never anything that we came to Ottawa for. That was not even on the cards, and if anybody came to me stating that, I would have promptly told them to go home.
I think you had mentioned you attended a Facebook Live interview?
Yes.
And Pat King was hosting it?
Yes.
And I believe the MOU was presented during that?
Yes, correct.
And do you recall Pat King saying that the objective was to tell the government who's in control?
He could have, yes.
And to give them pink slips?
Possibly.
And a pink slip you would understand as removing them from their jobs? firing them, essentially.
I can't speak for Mr. King, but possibly.
Okay. Now, as the groups started joining you, I think we saw one TikTok video where you mentioned that this is, and I believe your testimony as well today was that never expected this level of participation in your wildest dreams.
No.
So many people joined this protest.
Yes.
And in fact, it became a multi-purpose protest.
I guess so. I stayed with my original beliefs of the border mandates. That was the one that affected me the most. That was the reason why I got involved. All the other mandates in place that I had issues were provincial mandates, so really had no relevance here in Ottawa.
But some people in the group seem to think they did.
I guess so. Like I said, I can only speak for myself, and then my primary goal was border mandates.
Okay. And so during the Facebook Live, Mr. Bowder suggests that there will be a number of events that occur. And in fact, in addition to the Facebook Live, which was referenced at COM 50829, there's a separate video where you and the other organizers, Ms. Belton, Mr. Bowder, and Mr. King, are interviewed by Benita Peterson. Do you recall that interview?
I don't recall that.
Okay. It's in the record at COM 50838. And during that interview, and we can bring it up if you like, it again is a lengthy interview, over an hour and a half long, but it does speak to the activities or events that Mr. Bowder proposes to have. He also shares the MOU again and suggests that one of the events will be to present that MOU to the Government of Canada or representatives thereof. Okay. The last point that I would make, just with respect to that video, but I'll move on to the basic idea here, that there were, as you say, a number of factions or groups that were involved.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and you didn't have a vetting procedure to check who was going to be there?
We did not. This was a purely organic.
And so as the announcements and the invitations started to come, the convoy that was planned with Mr. Bowder's logistics started to catch fire.
Yes.
And you'd mentioned that all truckers are different.
Yes, very much so.
And it's a bit like herding cats.
Yes.
And if you put 200 in the room, somebody's going to get a black eye or a broken nose.
Primarily, yes.
How many did you bring to Ottawa?
Oh, many. Like I said, there would have been 2,500 vehicles in the West convoy. There was convoys from the East, convoys from the South. There was convoys. I don't know the numbers on how many people were here. There was a lot. On the weekends, it was very, very busy. It was very busy.
And is it fair to say that you couldn't control them all?
Absolutely, I could not control them all.
Is it also not correct that you had a large flag on the back of your truck?
It was a billboard sign, I believe.
And what did it say?
I don't remember. It's hanging on the wall in my shop right now, but it's something about mandates, I would imagine. I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory if you have it.
Well, I believe that perhaps you'll agree with me that there were many flags around town with the message F. Trudeau.
Yes. I didn't have on the back of the bunk of the truck, I have a decal there that says that. I did not have a flag on my tractor that had that on it.
Okay, so there was a decal on your truck with that slogan?
Yeah, a smaller decal up on the back of the bunk.
And would you agree that that became a bit of a rallying cry?
I was surprised to see how many it was. There was a lot all the way across the country, yes.
And were there other messages against the Liberals?
I think it was just that, as far as I remember.
Okay.
I seen a better rendition of it the other day. By the way, my thoughts have kind of changed on that a little bit. I seen a young kid a couple days ago that said hi to me, and he had a Truck Trudeau shirt on.
Same underlying message?
But probably a little more politically correct.
Right, but understood by
Yes.
the crowd as being the same message.
I would assume.
And encouraging children to share that message.
It was a child that had it, so.
Okay. You had mentioned to Commission Counsel that you were frustrated with the mandates,
Correct.
and you were, I believe your testimony was that you were very angry.
Yes.
And did this protest and convoy and general sentiment that you and Ms. Belton started, did that inspire others?
Yes, it did, of course.
As part of your group, and this, when I say your group, I'm referring specifically to the Freedom Convoy 2022. I think it's you and Ms. Belton at one point and Ms. Lich.
Yes.
And Mr. Bolton, Bowder, sorry, by that point is outside of the group?
He was always Canada Unity. I don't believe he was ever part of Freedom Convoy
Okay.
20.
And Mr. King has been kind of pushed to the side a bit?
He was separate, yeah.
Yeah, okay. He still has a large following?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And I think we heard reference to a video about social media on TikTok where Mr. King was attributed as saying that Mr. Trudeau was going to catch a bullet. You recall that?
I heard about it, yes. I'm not sure if I ever seen it or not.
Okay, perhaps I can show it to you now. If we were to bring up, Mr. Clerk, OPS 407967. And I'd like to just play the first 20 seconds of it. It goes on.
Trudeau, someone's gonna make you catch a bullet one day. To the rest of this government, someone's gonna fucking do yous in. You sons of bitches.
The only way that, and I'm going to say it out loud, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets. And yeah, I said it. That's the only way something's going to happen. A massive revolution on
Thank you. Now, I believe you suggested that Mr. King had told you previously in a conversation that this was edited and taken out of context.
He did, yes.
And you will agree that it came to light during the protest.
Yes, I believe the second part of that video, my understanding with Pat was that was from a previous post, something to do with Indigenous lockdowns or Indigenous protests somewhere else in the country where that bullet comment came from.
Right, but it was posted during the convoy.
It was, yes, I believe.
Okay. And you yourself admitted, I believe, to Commission Counsel that being a bit of an internet troll.
Yes, sir.
And having previously posted nasty, racist, and anti-Muslim content.
Regretfully so, yes.
And you have a significant following now?
On the TikTok, I do, yes.
Yes. And Mr. King also has a significant following.
Mr. King, I believe, due to his conditions, isn't allowed on social media.
At the time?
At the time, I think he had a significant following on Facebook. I don't think he was on TikTok.
And we saw a discussion between you and Ms. Leach referred to by Commission Counsel, where you and Ms. Leach discussed the need to keep him around if possible because of his following.
Apparently, yes.
Okay. So you're aware that the Freedom Convoy group, this would be your group, put out daily briefings.
Yes.
And these daily briefings, did you have input into them?
Not very often, no. My job was literally out with the trucks on a regular basis. I would come sit in at the end of the day and have conversations with other people in the group to get, but I don't remember being I remember being at the first news conference. I remember telling Miss Leach that I didn't want to be the one in front of the camera, but I would be the one that stood beside the one at the camera. And that was the only time I think I did a couple, but I was always sitting off to the side. My job was truck safety, truck issues, making sure everybody was looked after.
Looked after in terms of fuel and mechanics and food.
Yeah, fuel mechanics. If any issues arose, working with the police, that was my main job, was working with law enforcement.
Okay. And would you agree that the daily updates, the purpose of those was to inform the participants in your group of the daily events?
I believe so, yes.
And it was circulated each day?
I believe so, yes.
And it would be circulated in the morning, presumably?
That I
with
can't
the weather
tell.
for the day?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we can turn to HRF 709, and this should be dated January 28th, if I'm not mistaken. Does this look like one of the updates that the Freedom Convoy 2022 group would have circulated?
It could have. I don't really remember reading any of them.
Okay. Well, we'll just walk through it briefly because there are a few of them that I'd like to bring to your attention. This one is dated January 28th. It provides that the Saturday weather is sunny, low of -21, etc. for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then it's giving the general update on the overview. You see the overview paragraph there will be the biggest protest movement in Canada ever. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And if you scroll to item 8, I just want to bring this to your attention because I believe you said earlier that the only purpose of this, your group, Freedom Convoy 2022, was to end the border mandate.
I noted that was my personal mandate. That was myself. I don't speak for everyone on the group. So I didn't have anything to do with these drafts on a daily basis. I was purely here for the mandates.
Okay, so is there somebody we should be speaking to with respect to these daily updates?
I'm not even sure who produced these on a daily basis. I can't speak to that. Like I said, I was out. I literally got out of bed at 7 o'clock in the morning every morning, if not earlier. Was out with the trucks.
Slow down, please.
The entire day. I was on the ground the entire time. At the end of the day, if something urgent arose, I didn't take part in any of these updates.
So you'd agree that you were one of the faces of the Freedom Convoy 2022?
Agreed, yes.
With the largest social media presence?
That could be contested. I'm not sure. Yeah.
By others in the power struggle, presumably?
Could have been, yes.
Okay. So item 8 states, of note, Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland is on the Board of Trustees for the World Economic Forum. She is a key figure there, along with President Xi of China, Bill Gates, and other globalists. It was the Global Economic Forum that started. It is 2030. You will own nothing. That stated, it is 2030. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Had you heard this message before?
I've seen it on social media before. I didn't, like I said, I never read this document, so I don't know what would be in it.
Okay. There are a series of these daily briefings, often making reference to the World Economic Forum. And there is one at HRF 5029 on February 8th. That refers to, at the top, can we pull that one up, please? Again, this is February 8th, and there's an image of the COVID-19, the Great Reset, is from the World Economic Forum. Deputy Prime Minister Freeland is on the Board of Trustees of the WEF. Again, had you heard of the Great Reset before?
Via social media posts, more so in the last 6 months. I don't recall seeing that or even hearing about it at the time.
And what is the nature of your understanding of this book, The Great Reset?
I have never read it.
Okay. If you'll scroll to the bottom of this, there's a reference, a section that deals with if you go to the next page, tow trucks refusing service. You see that section?
Yes.
According to Ottawa City Manager Steve Kanalakos, who testified earlier about the difficulty of obtaining tow trucks to the Commission, all tow truck companies under contract to the City of Ottawa are refusing to provide heavy tow truck services. This has been, this has been a common occurrence right across Canada as tow truck operators are considering their long-term relationships with the trucking industry as well as the Canadian public. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. If we now turn to February 16th at HRF 6052, and this is the last, or second to last daily update I'll bring you to. This one begins with a photograph of Prime Minister Trudeau with World Economic Forum leader Klaus Schwab. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath there's a description of a video of Klaus Schwab describing Trudeau's loyalty to the World Economic Forum. A video has emerged, World Economic Forum leader Klaus Schwab describing Trudeau's loyalty to this globalist organization. The video appears to have been taken in 2016, just after Trudeau became the Prime Minister. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we scroll to the bottom, there's a Twitter link there with the number one waffler. If we scroll to the bottom, it ends with a photo of Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland.
Yes.
Do you see that photo?
I do, yes.
And the caption reads, Finance Minister Freeland, seen here at a World Economic Forum event, says the government can arbitrarily seize bank accounts, crowdfunding, money, and cryptocurrencies. Now, this is issued on February 16th, this newsletter, to your group, the faction of Freedom Convoy 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, on February 17th, another post is issued, HRF 6083, which is a special notice issued by the group.
Just to note, you're out of time, but did you know if you'll be much longer?
I need about 5 minutes on these 2 points, sir. And they'll tie the two together.
Okay, well,
thank you.
Make it
if
tight,
I may have your
please.
indulgence. You have the post, and this is a Freedom Convoy 2022 reaffirms its commitment to peaceful demonstration, correct?
Yes.
And in this notice, you'll see that it expressly condemns, if we scroll down, 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, Pat King does not speak for us. We expressly condemn any talk of violence from him or others. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that accurately reflects your views at that time?
I had nothing to do with this document, so it would have been inside the meetings, I would assume.
But in terms of your views of Pat King?
Yes.
That's an accurate statement from your perspective?
Yes.
And also talk of violence from him or others?
Yes.
Were you aware, sir, that the night before, on February 16th, following the other notice with the photograph of Chrystia Freeland at the bottom, that Deputy Prime Minister Freeland received a death threat?
I was not, no.
So if we can turn to pb.can 401755, 57_rel. And again, you had said earlier, your testimony here today is that you had no control over the people who had come to the protest in response to your open invitation.
Correct.
And so have you seen this email before?
I have not, no.
It's sent on Wednesday, February 16th at 1:23 p.m. to Chrystia Freeland, MP. And it reads, I declare war on all the Canadian government for lying about COVID-19. Chrystia Freeland will get a bullet to the head. Prepare to feel our wrath. Yours truly, the Canadian COVID government resistance. We will visit you at your home this Friday at 6 p.m. So you better be hidden and be placed into protection because we know where you live. And signed, Larry Jenkins. I assume you would reject this statement and any such action.
Unequivocally, yes.
Thank you. And the last question then is, were you aware, sir, that on February 16th, the same day, the OPP apprehended someone in Ottawa who was wearing body armor and carrying a large knife, along with other knives, a sword, and machetes that were seized out of his truck?
I was not aware of that, no.
Okay, I will take you to OPS 3011837.
Mr. Commissioner, I understand my friend's out of time, and this witness has testified several times he has no knowledge of these things, so I'm wondering what the purpose of this is other than grandstanding.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is hugely helpful in the sense that he can't comment on any of these, but maybe you can just file it for the moment and try on someone else when you have some time.
Thank you, sir. So the last question then is, would you agree with me that when you start a fire and fan the flames, it can get out of control, and you had no control over those other factions who had come to this protest?
That's where I spent a lot of time on the ground. I spent a lot of time working with people that were with the original convoy from the West, and with people that were not with the West. If somebody had a concern, I said it on more than one occasion on my videos. If anybody has a problem, if anybody wants to yell at somebody, find my number and phone me and yell at me. I will gladly take it. The last thing I ever wanted was a letter like that. I haven't heard that story up until now.
Understood. And I believe, sir, that you'd also confirmed that you were not always successful in your efforts to convince the participants to agree with you or to follow you.
Agreed, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, so that takes us, I think, to the morning break. So we'll take a little time. And so we'll take 15 minutes and continue on the return.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Well, Pan, what do you think, brother? That was disgraceful, man. That was totally disgraceful.
Ooh, yeah. They came out swinging on him pretty much. First, they tried to get him to roll over on Pat King, it sounded like. And then they got him to admit that he made, quote, racist memes. Ooh, never admit nothing. Never roll on your boys.
Never roll on your boys. And they did that. They divided and they conquered the organizers. How? This is what they'll do, right? Okay, so they will take a clip of your man, your boy, guy you've known for years. They will piece it together. Once they've done that, a leftist will post that. That post will get traction. It will go viral. You will now have to choose. The pressure mounts. You feel these likes. These likes are like tiny little daggers inside of your back hole, and you feel the pressure. It is mounting. You are being gaped. You then stop and say, I disavow and I do not recall. As soon as you do that, you're done, because they will continue to use this tactic time and time again. And this is the tactic they used, so unfortunately, against the Freedom Convoy. If you remember carefully, when that message came out saying, hey, these are the people that speak for the Freedom Convoy and these others don't, people were wondering, what is this about? What is this going on? This power struggle that they made reference to in this testimony. Well, that's what they're talking about. This is exactly it. And I hate to say it, but this is a movement of social media influencers. That's really what this was. That's who got this thing going, okay? And you get a guy who, I remember Pat King pulling 20K live viewers. I remember tuning into his Facebook here and there, all right? And this guy would get 20,000 live viewers, just him just going off, talking about whatever. Now, that guy right there, he's going to have a following. That's just what there is. But you can see quite clearly how they're painting him. He is the devil. Jeremy McKenzie is the devil Diagolon, as well as right here, Pat King. So obviously, and Chris Barber, have you ever made a racist meme? Did you ever post this? So you say on one hand, right, that I love everybody, that I'm this, that I'm that, I'm all that. And then they pull out a meme, and now that's that, right? You got to... As soon as you start saying, hey, that meme right there, yes, I am a racist, you're finished. I don't believe this guy was ever a racist. Okay, truly.
Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, maybe he made like an insensitive meme that people thought was, it hurt some feelings. Big effing deal. I highly doubt the guy's a racist. It didn't seem like that was an overtone with the convoy at all. In fact, it was, for lack of a better term, very diverse, So, yeah. To even allow them to insinuate that you're a racist and then admit to quote racist memes. Yeah, he kind of signed his own warrant right there.
We got Jacob Durant. He says, I agree. I don't think he was or is a racist. We all share that stuff. Well, that's the thing. These are spicy. These are edgy memes. Sometimes you will just retweet or repost or throw something in a Telegram room because it's funny. It's not even you necessarily agree completely with it or whatever it is, or you think, hey, wow, this is a little bit excessive, but it's funny. But we're not allowed to have that, and you're not allowed to criticize any protected group. God forbid you are a white person, you criticize anything to do with Islam. God forbid. Oh, that's it. Honestly, man, if I was white, I don't know where I would be right now. I would probably be, I don't even want to talk about it. The stuff that I say, that's the thing. I got a little bit of brown privilege, and I will use it 100%. We got CJ at 9. He says, there are 4 lights. Hell, brother, there are 4 lights. Absolutely, there are. The meme game takes no prisoners, says Minnesota Fats. Hell, brother, absolutely. Jeremy DiMunzio, blackface was funny. No, it was racist. Whatever. Even that, that doesn't even bother me, to be perfectly honest. It's the hypocrisy of calling everybody else racist while doing blackface. That is the point. It's not the fact that that itself is the biggest deal in the world. You dress up, put a turban on, and color your face brown. Fantastic. It's great. You know what I mean? Is that racist? No. But everything is. And the person himself who's calling everyone else, that's the problem, is the hypocrisy. What I just seen over here from Chris Barber, honestly, man, it is... I feel for the guy. I think he's authentic. I think he's a genuine fellow. I think he did great stuff. I follow him on the TikTok. I like the guy. I do. But at the same time, he's fallen into this trap, okay? And that's just the reality of it. And I hate to say it, but he's fallen into this trap where you've got to repent and you've got to give up. You've got to say, I was wrong. I did wrong. I did wrong. I was wrong. I want to make sure we don't miss any of this because these guys, they like to come back without telling us. It doesn't always work their thing. You can't say that. You can't go back in time. I've said stuff. You can go back and see all the stuff. This is why I won't play these games, man, these political games. You know what I mean, Pan? We can never play this. Pan himself.
No.
You had a 2-year court case for memes. I bet you didn't know it.
Yeah.
2 years, man. Talk about that, Pan. I want people to know.
Well, yeah, it was ridiculous. You can find a short version of the story on our channel. Type in MERZ and then the word Kalama, KLAMA. But basically, at one point, they wanted me to roll on Roe and all our buddies, from the war campaign chat. They actually, made it part of this little plea deal they wanted me to sign. I told them to shove it. And I said, do what you're going to do. And the case carried on. I was lucky to get out of it pretty easily. It didn't have to go to court. They realized the city councilor that was, went to the DA with the charges was a complete nut. So I got off pretty easily with a $400 fine for littering, believe it or not,
2 years.
littering memes on the internet. And yeah, they wanted me to roll on dudes. never roll on your boys.
No, you can't. This is the real life. You're seeing this in the UK right now. I've seen footage of people coming over to people's houses to arrest them for things they posted on Facebook. This is exactly what they want to do with C11. C11 is in the second reading. Well, it just passed second reading in the Senate. I did read some of the Hansard, okay, which is basically a transcript of what they're saying there inside of the Senate. And they say there's going to be a lot of reworking, that needs a lot of reworking around user-generated content. I hope to see that, because otherwise we're going to end up in a big mess over here. And you sit there on a stand and you admit a guilt. You admit ideological guilt. That's what you're doing. He's not admitting to a crime. He's admitting to ideological guilt. That's the problem.
And they got him on charges. I don't know what, did he spend time in jail? There's a court case against him, correct? I think he said that at the beginning of his testimony. So they got pressure on him. They have pressure on this dude, so rough spot.
As far as I remember, he's not allowed to come back to Ottawa. And he's not, he said, he's sworn up and down, look, this is it, I'm done with this stuff. The thing is that pressure will break people. It's absolutely true, okay? And like I said, the guy's genuine, he's authentic. I think his heart's in the right place. I think he did everything that he felt was correct. The trouble is that they wear you down and they want you to ideologically repent. It's not enough that you've been put into prison or you've been jailed. They want you to love your captor. They want you to say, I was wrong. I was a racist. I was a supremacist. I'm reformed now. I'm reformed. I'm a better person. I'm not that person anymore. That's what they want you to do. Criminal cases pending, says Kim. There you go. Kim's tripping. Mischief, says Sanico. Okay? This is where we're at. Ideological fault. There's something called here, and I pulled this up, all right? This is a struggle session. I'm just going to show you this to you over here. Excuse me. Violent public spectacles in Maoist China where people accused of being class enemies were brought. Here we go. Pand, if you'd be so kind, brother.
So, denunciation rally. Can you increase the font a little bit there for me? Okay. Denunciation rallies, also called struggle sessions, were violent public spectacles in Maoist China where people accused of being class enemies were publicly humiliated, accused, beaten, and tortured by people they were close to. Holy cow. Usually conducted at the workplace, classrooms, or auditoriums, students were pitted against their teachers, friends, and spouses, were pressured to betray one another, and children were, scroll up, were manipulated into exposing their parents. Staging scripts and agitators were prearranged by the Maoists to incite crowd support. The aim was to instill a crusading spirit among the crowd to promote the Maoist thought reform. These rallies were most popular in the mass campaigns immediately before and after the establishment of the People's Republic of China and during the Cultural Revolution. Wow.
This next paragraph, I think this is key right over here.
The denunciation of prominent class enemies was often conducted in public squares and marked by large crowds who surrounded the kneeling victim, raised fists, and outbursts of hatred and accusations.
And that's what we're seeing right here. We're seeing this will be streamed. So many court cases are not streamed. You got to think about that for a minute, right? So many court cases they're not allowed to stream. They're not going to stream it. This is an inquiry, I get it. But at the same time, this is a public circus. Public square, that's what this is now. It's a public square, marked by large crowds, yes. Surrounded the kneeling victim, yes. We have a kneeling victim. Raised fists and outbursts of hatred and accusations. Did you ever say that the WEF, the Great Reset, what do you know about the WEF and the Great Reset? Admit. Look at Leroy Jenkins over here. Leroy Jenkins himself, what he's done. The MOU. Leroy Jenkins. Leroy Jenkins sends a message. February 16th. This is because of you. Say it, Chris. I want you to say it. That Leroy Jenkins, you are 100% responsible for Leroy Jenkins. I declare war on the Canadian government, he says, for lying. Christian Freeland will get a B to the H. Whoa. Prepare to feel our wrath. Yours truly, the Canadian government resistance. Okay? Admit it now. Admit it that Leroy Jenkins is your fault. You created him. He is a monster. Christian Freeland gets called out. A nasty letter, a nasty word out there in public. Admit that you flew the F Trudeau flag. Admit it to us. I now agree that truck fudo is a better terminology. I was wrong. I did a wrong thing. I was a bad man. I am not a bad man anymore. I promise you. I promise I will never dilly-dally have a dalliance with a lady again. I promise you, my dear wife, I promise you, I am reformed. Take me back. This is what's happening. It's all these things in one. It's a Canadian Inquisition. This is Wick News 8100. Darcy Klein. Barbara missed his chance to denounce the WEF. The government made this mess, says Miss Little Pig. Never apologized to the mob, says Troglodyte. Off to room 101, Chris. Especially the government mob. Absolutely. So unfortunate, man. I really hope that I don't see this, because these guys did a great thing. Chris Barber did a great thing, okay? He used his, his public pulpit out there, his platform on TikTok, on Facebook, and he got people together. All these people did great things. They're fantastic. You know what I mean? Rough around the edges or this or that, whatever it is, but they did it. They got it going. They got the ball rolling. 2019, United We Roll. And doesn't have this impact. We needed this when things got so bad. And of course you can't control the public. How can you control the public? Can I control people in the chat? Can we control one another? Can I control what Pan thinks? Pan control what I think? Men I've known for years and years. Nick in the chat, right? He is a very heavy-duty Southerner. He's got that mentality. He is, he's served. He's done all kinds of great things. And the guy is a libertarian. We disagree about certain things. I used to have disagreements with him. We'd have discussions. I'd be like, well, what about the roads? And he'd be like, and now I know that we don't need roads anymore, because if this is what government overreach looks like, then I don't really want the government near me, and I'll figure out how to make the roads. That's where I'm at this point. Anytime the working class comes up against the ruling class, it generally goes bad for the workers, says Jason McCoy. Take a look at this over here. Let me do a refresh, make sure we're not missing anything. These guys, they're all over the place where they're streaming. All right, check this out. A convoy of the disillusioned. 1935, on Ottawa Trek, and the Regina riot that ensued offer some parallels with the protests that paralyzed Ottawa last winter, along with some stark contrasts. Really neat article. A little bit of history there for you. When they're fed up, when things are so bad, that people do this. This is from 1935, onto Ottawa Trek. Why do I have a newspaper? Because my mother orders a newspaper every Saturday. She gets a Saturday paper. Saturday, June 18th, 2022, from the Globe and Mail. And that's where we're at. And you've seen the government do this before. You remember this guy? You remember this poor dude? Remember this guy over here?
Oh, yeah, Tupac, William Comer.
What did they do to him? What did they do to William Comer?
Yeah, he was trying to, build a community center in Ottawa, an old church, beautiful old church, and the leftists chased him out, said he was a racist, and basically just chased him out of town.
Now, thing is, people will respond in ways that are not really great, okay? These guys pulled the water pistols, and it kind of got a little silly, all right? That's just the way it is. That's reality. But the fact is, the guy was trying to build something. He was trying to build a community center. A lot of freedom. People want to have a conversation. Calm down. Why not? We're not allowed to do this? We're not allowed to have any of our own spaces? We're not allowed to have any discussion? Well, of course we're not. Right here you got government lawyers. Government of Canada, Andrew Gibbs. Admit that you said this about the WEF. Here we go. Ottawa is effed up. Sorry, I want to save road from there, says Kim's tripping. No, I'm you know what it is? It's like I like what I'm hearing about Alberta, and I'd love to go, but I'm not ready to go. You know why I'm not ready to go? Because I feel like I got to be here in Ottawa. In Ottawa. You know what I mean, Pan? Right in Ottawa, the heart.
Yeah. It's kind of like how I felt on Twitter before the Elon takeover. You're in a sea of leftists, and you kind of got to do battle on their turf, and you got to kind of learn to love it.
You're not yet, my dude, says Kim's tripping. If you got a moment, check out WCFreedom.com right at the top, WCFreedom.com. It's a newsletter, because you know how it is, right? You can't necessarily say everything everywhere. There are terms of services in different places. Check that out. It's a newsletter. I'll send certain information that I can't necessarily put out on certain platforms. You see this? I'm like speaking like as if certain words will get you terminated. Well, that's the way it is, okay? I did not take a certain medical procedure. That's the words we use here. We didn't take a certain medical procedure. We do not relent or give in to taking a medical procedure. That's just not what we've done. We're not going to do it. And, I was talking to the guys yesterday. We're going to have these guys on at the break, the afternoon break. The two fellows from Diagolon. We got Derek Rance, and we got this other fellow. His name is hold on a second. It is. He does all the memes. You know what I'm talking about, Pan?
The Fairman. Yeah, Fairman.
Right, exactly.
Fairman?
Yeah, you got it. Exactly. And I was talking to these two guys. That guy's, he's pretty funny, man. He does all these memes. Right, so Ferryman as well as Derek Rance. And they were saying, we were discussing all this, and I want to talk to them as men. I'm not interested, okay? I want to get past all the, all the actual, the fronts, superficiality. I want to know what these men think. Their man Jeremy in jail, right? Same thing. We need to know. I want to talk. Doesn't mean you align here or you align there. Why can't you talk to people? I'm not allowed to talk to people. Somebody's sullied, they're brushed with tar, and now I can't speak to them. I would talk to the KKK. I would literally have a conversation with the KKK. Someone wearing a Klan hood. Why not? Why can't I speak?
Wow. Yeah, but would you go on the Dean Blundell show? Dean Blunder, as I call him.
No, I just don't like the dude. I just don't like the dude. You know what I mean? I don't like him.
Neither do I.
Yeah, I'm not interested in speaking to him. What I'm saying is you should be able to speak to everybody. You should be, and I'm not saying that these guys are that, but you should be able to speak to a black supremacist, a white supremacist, and anybody. You should be able to speak and discuss. Why can't you discuss? If they want to discuss, why can't you discuss? But we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to discuss. These guys look like they're about to get started. I can hear them. They turn the mic on.
Order à l'autre.
Oh, here we go. Good call.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. Next, I understand it's the City of Ottawa wants to go next. Okay.
I think it's more a request from the coalition to go later, but I said we're happy to go anytime.
Okay. Well, and let's start with the City of Ottawa.
Just checking if it's morning or afternoon. Good morning, Mr. Barber. Alyssa Tompkins, counsel for the City of Ottawa.
Please do.
I just have a few questions for you today. We saw earlier in this proceeding that you had texts with H.A.I.L, who is the general manager of emergency and protective services at the city.
Yeah, I'm not sure of his role, but yes.
I'm just going to put them on the screen to assist you in that regard. So if we could bring up document OTT, I think it's 30057. And these are the text messages were produced by Mr. Ayat. So I believe Chris, protester, is you.
I'm assuming so, yes. It looks like, yeah.
So if we could just scroll down to the third page. And I just want to talk to you a little bit about your role in moving the trucks and how far it got. So if we get to here, starting at this exchange, we're now February 15th, which I believe is the Tuesday at 8:30. And Kim is asking you how it's gone moving the trucks effectively, and in particular, how many big trucks you're able to move. So if we could keep scrolling, please. Just the large trucks and not the pickups or cars. And then I believe this is your response. If we keep scrolling. Yeah, can you confirm that you provided this information to Mr. Ayat, that it's accurate, and any elaboration that you see fit?
So to my recollection, we moved approximately 100 vehicles out of the downtown core on that February 15th, 40 of which were tractors, semi-units, and apparently approximately 23 were moved up onto Wellington in one block.
Okay, now when you say 23, what happened to the rest of the 40?
They moved out of town. They would have went to exit. We called it exit 88 Armoire or Antrim.
Empire?
Antrim.
Yeah, Antrim truck stop. Yep.
Antrim, or there's two different ones, and I always got confused with which one it was. It was the one on the east side of town, anyway. So.
Okay, that was my next question was about the trucks leaving downtown. Now, after this, if we keep scrolling, it refers, I note, in passing, to you tiring yourself out. So again, your weight loss. If you could scroll up, Mr. Clerk, apologies. So then Kim writes to you about running into trouble with any trucks. And then if we can scroll down to your response. I think keep scrolling. Yeah, so if you can just confirm that you wrote this to Mr. Ayad and then just provide a little more context for the commissioner.
Absolutely. So February 14th, we had a meeting at City Hall with Kim and Drummond and I believe Steve, if I'm not correct.
Steve Kanolakos?
I believe so, yes. We left that meeting excited, ready to go out. We did an agreement that we were going to move as many trucks as we could out of the residential area up onto Wellington. Myself and 3 other road captains that were close with me went out and started speaking with the drivers, trying to figure out who was ready to move. Who was ready to move first thing Monday morning, who we could count on, and where we could get them to move. So 7 o'clock in the morning rolled around Monday morning, February 15th, and we struggled with communication between police, city, and ourselves as to who allowed the move. So we were on at 7 a.m. It was roughly, I'm thinking about 12:30 after lunch before the first police car actually moved and we were allowed to move. So my understanding, we had 72 hours to get as many vehicles out of the downtown core as possible. Something broke down, it was out of my control. We got as many trucks as we could that day. And you remember it was cold. And at the end of the day, I was wore out. I was done. It was a lot of walking. It was a tremendous amount of walking. Something happened. At the end of the day, there was a breakdown. I believe Chief Slowly resigned. Something happened where the deal was off the table and we were done. So I did everything in our power. We had so many more places on Wellington. We could have put more trucks. We mapped everything out. We had guys that were ready to move. We ran out of time in the day on the Monday and then planned to continue moving on the Tuesday. And like I said, something fell apart. We were done.
Okay, when you say something fell apart, you have no further evidence on that for the commissioner?
My communication was with Nicole with OPS, and she had explained to me that we'd had our chance. I don't remember how. My text messages are at the police station. That we had our chance, and we didn't accomplish what we agreed to do, and the deal was off the table.
Okay.
That was different from what my understanding of what the day was. Where things fell apart, I still yet to understand.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Barber.
Okay, the next, I believe, is the Ottawa Police Service.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. This is Jessica Barrow for the Ottawa Police Service. Our questions have already been canvassed, so we have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Okay, and the Ontario Provincial Police.
I have no questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Slowly, this is counsel.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly. I just have a few questions about some facts, if you can help us. The trucks, first of all, I appreciate you don't have a good, accurate count of how many vehicles were in the aggregate of the convoy, or even, I suppose, the Western convoy. Would that be right?
Yes.
Can you tell the commissioner, though, whether the trucks that came with you in the part of the convoy that you had initiated, were those independent operators?
Yes. A lot of the major companies didn't want the advertisements from their business names on the doors for company drivers. So I would say 95, 98% of the tractor trailer units were independent operators that would be affected by the border mandates.
Right. And that probably relates, doesn't it, to your inability to have all of them follow a particular single set of instructions. Independent operator is more likely to be an independent thinker, and
yes, generally yes.
And were those independent operators who came from the West operating tractors that had sleeping compartments?
There was a mix. I'm not sure of the numbers. A very small, what we consider called day cabs, where it's just the cab and no sleeper unit. A very small amount. I remember seeing a handful. Yes, there was a few there.
And a day cab operator is not, by definition, that's a person who's not operating a vehicle on a long haul unless they've got accommodation someplace else, which they wouldn't normally have.
Right.
And so for the drivers and operators who were in tractors with sleeper units, did they remain in their sleeper units during the period of the convoy?
I'd say there'd be a mixed bag. What I kind of realized, the community really came together. So the trucks would have to run a lot because it was so frigid. What one guy would do would rent a hotel room and then cycle through drivers to get cleaned up and showered and looked after. The majority of the guys slept in their trucks in the night.
And they'd need fuel to keep running for the reasons that you've given, to keep the unit warm.
Yes, for heat.
And so the fuel, did you recognize it as that? I appreciate what you told my friends, that you weren't 100% sure how long this thing was going to last when you came.
Fuel wasn't something we were worried about at the first. We didn't know. I didn't know what to expect when we got here. I had no clue. And so it was confusing to try and keep everything straight in a day.
And fuel became a challenge for you as a convoy organizer and police and the residents in the community because of the safety risks. Is that fair?
Yes.
And was that one of the things that you tried to work with police to minimize that risk?
I remember having conversations with some of the officers in regards to what we call a slip tank, which is a fixed 500-gallon tank in the back of a pickup truck with a hose and a pump. Was a lot safer and a lot less risk of fuel spilling compared to people walking around with 5-gallon jerry cans. That wasn't the proper way to do things. And I tried to have a conversation multiple times to get more slip tanks in to put fuel in those trucks compared to the safety hazards of the jerry cans.
Right. You hadn't brought slip tanks yourselves?
No, we didn't. No.
So there was, in terms of the organization, the fuel and how you were going to provide fuel for trucks running past, say, the first weekend was not a part of the plan that you had.
It was
not.
Fair? No, not at all.
Okay. And then a couple of things. You told the commissioner that you succeeded in moving the load, I think it was a load-safe truck that was on an angle at Rideau and Sussex.
Yeah.
Police had been unable to get that operator to cooperate. And even then, when you turned to the rest of the Rideau and Sussex operators, no luck at all.
I tried multiple times with Rideau and Sussex, and good guys, really good guys, and they had a point, and they were protesting, and we just had a difference. I did what I could, but.
A couple of other things, and finally, if I could, Mr. Barber, you told us, and I don't want to know what the legal advice was, but early on in this effort, is it right that you turned your minds to what lawful protest looked like and what unlawful protest would look like?
We were very fortunate that we had lawyers fly in. I believe it was the first week, and we had guidance there. We had somebody that we could have, would tell us what our rights were, because, being truck drivers, we're not all really good at litigating. So we had lawyers, we had people that could give us advice. There was a ton of advice there, and it was very much appreciated.
Weren't able necessarily, or maybe at all, to put that legal advice into action across the whole spectrum of the convoys, though?
No.
And final thing then, I think on the 7th of February, you became aware that police were intending to mobilize additional personnel in the number of 1,800. Am I right that signaled to you as a convoy operator that there was going to be a police response coming?
Yes, it did. Yeah, we knew it was inevitable at some point, I guess. We were hoping it wasn't. We were hoping we were able to resolve the issues with the government and we could all go home, but that didn't transpire.
And you knew as to that, the negotiation, that speaking to police you've heard about the police, you probably saw them.
Spoke with a lot of police liaison.
They weren't able to, they were never going to be able to negotiate with you for the kinds of things that you wanted to speak to government about.
No, they were successful in negotiating between the city, I believe, and us, and that was a step in the right direction. We were hoping that one step forward would maybe result in another step higher, and we could have an audience, but it didn't.
With the federal government?
With some sort of federal government, yes.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the Ottawa residents.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Barber, my name is Paul Champ. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition for Residents and Businesses.
Good morning, Mr. Champ.
I have some questions for you.
Sure.
I think you may already be aware of this. I'm from Saskatchewan as well, so we have.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay.
Good.
We're both from God's land.
Whereabouts, may I ask?
Regina.
Ah, good.
But I've been in your area many times.
It is God's country.
So, Mr. Barber, I'd just like to start about the reasons why you were coming to Ottawa. It was about mandates generally, or was it just the trucker mandates, the mandate or the border restriction that truckers could no longer enter or pass through if they?
I can only speak for myself, but for me personally, it was the border mandates. That was the last straw per se in the government going too far and wanting. I needed my voice to be heard.
Right. In government going too far, it was everything. It was the restrictions, the restrictions from going into restaurants, from schools were shut down, all of those sorts of things. It just built up, and that was the last straw for you.
There's so many different stories that I've heard throughout this ordeal that contribute to why we went there. When you're hearing stories of people's parents dying in a hospital bed alone because mandates wouldn't allow their kids to be with their adults when they took their last breath. You've seen the mental health issues in this country just plummet. It was sad. I watched that with my own children. My daughter, it was 16 at the time, was unvaxxed in high school, bullied by the rest of her classmates because she wasn't vaccinated. She had to play a clarinet in music class in a separate room.
The trucker mandate in particular, though, the United States had a mandate in place at the same time, correct? So it didn't matter what Ottawa did?
I believe it came in afterwards. I believe the Canadian government announced the mandate first. Excuse me.
But many mandates that people were upset about were provincial mandates, right? I guess Ottawa was like a symbol of all levels of government for many of those people in the convoy?
I think, honestly, when it comes to the provincial mandates, they were a lot to deal with. They didn't affect my business to the way that the federal mandates affected my business. That was the driving, and I struggled with it. Even though they've been in place since then, it has still been a struggle the entire summer to try and keep up with the lack of drivers and equipment we can get across the border. But we've literally lost a lot of guys.
So, Mr. Barber, I want to ask you some questions about your arrival in Ottawa. Since the Ottawa Police didn't ask you any questions about this, I want to understand. You believed that when you were coming to Ottawa, when you were in the last 100 kilometers, your understanding was that the trucks would be going to staging areas. Is that right?
Yes.
And outside the city?
No. And to this day, I've never been to these parks, but my understanding coming across Canada was two staging areas, Major Hills Park and Confederate Park, were the two places that the OPP, now whether that message got mixed up somewhere along the lines, that is what I was told, and that is what I understood coming across Canada. We had places to stay, staging areas in these two parks. We had porta potties set up, ready to go. They were prepared for us when we got there, and that turned out to be not true.
And when did that change? Like, who informed you that you could just go to downtown Ottawa instead, and when?
Well, OPS led myself and another truck before the convoy was cut off at the War Museum there. It became clear to me then, with the amount of people downtown, with the amount of traffic in downtown, and we slowly kind of worked our way to the Supreme Court is where I couldn't go any further, and that's where I was stopped. That's where my tractor remained for until I believe I've removed it from the city on the 7th of February.
Okay. And where did you stay during the course of the protest?
I had a hotel room. We were at the Arc Hotel for a little while, and then we moved to the Sheraton, I believe.
And I've seen a news story about your text messages that you had with some of the organizers, and seen reference you having texts with Ms. Leach on January 30th, where she said that she'd received a call from the command center. What was the command center for you guys?
I remember seeing that in my my disclosure too. So the text message was something to the sort of received a message from the command center. Was the basement at the Swiss Hotel. We had people there that were looking after EMTs. We had people on the ground to make sure people were safe in the crowds. EMT, RCMP, or police response. Right. It was quite the operation. Tamara discussed the fact they wanted to
gridlock the city.
Gridlock the city.
Right. And she said, I don't want to make this decision on my own. Can you come head over here soon? Did you go over to that meeting at the command center?
I don't remember having that conversation with her. And even if it had happened, I went right back out to make sure emergency lanes were open with police. So if there was a meeting, it wasn't to gridlock the city. It would have been to keep the emergency lanes open. That was my primary job the entire time I was here.
But the trucks did gridlock the city, you would agree with me?
In certain spots, they did, yes. Like I tried really hard to make sure.
At least the emergency lanes were open.
Emergency lanes. I can tell you, I almost got into a physical altercation at least twice with the driver that was ignorant about moving when I asked him to.
Now, I just want to ask you a couple questions about. You told us you were protesting about the trucker mandate at the border. Were you opposed to mask mandates as well?
I don't like a mask. It's not something that I really enjoy wearing, but in the province of Saskatchewan, where I'm from, I always wore my mask. I like to look at it as I didn't want to have that business getting in trouble if a health officer walked in the door and seen I was being ignorant and didn't wear a mask. So I'll admit, when I was in Ottawa, I didn't wear a mask here. We were here for anti-mandates, but I have always followed the rules wherever they are, in every restaurant. When the COVID vaccine passport came out in Saskatchewan, October 1st, I didn't go to a restaurant.
In Ottawa, though, you'd agree with me that large groups of convoy protesters were going into stores and restaurants and shops all unmasked. You were aware of that?
I was never part of that.
You weren't part of that, but that was a protest tactic, wasn't it?
Not on my part. I believe that was more Canada Unity and James Bowder. I believe that was something that was discussed in the January 13th. I remember watching it and listening to James talk about that.
So it was a tactic that was discussed, but you didn't necessarily support it or take part in it.
I never took part in it, no.
And you were aware that in Ontario there was a law that stores and shops couldn't allow people in with masks, and they'd be fined if they allowed that?
Understood, yes.
Yeah, and did you hear stories about staff who were saying things to people, please put on a mask or leave, and staff being threatened? Did you hear stories about that?
Well, I was sick for a little while with a cold, a really bad cold, and I remember going into Shoppers Drug Mart downtown somewhere near the hotel, and I had to put a mask on because the lady wouldn't serve us and refused to serve us, so I put the mask on and obliged.
I just want to ask you some questions about the money. The money that was raised was meant to cover fuel and food and travel expenses for the truckers, is that right?
Yes.
It also covered hotel bills, is that right?
We never had any access to the money. We had a short stint of access. A lot of times the drivers paid for their own hotel rooms. We had approximately, I believe it was like $20,000. That's all the access we had to the money before, I believe, the bank accounts were frozen.
You're talking about the GoFundMe money.
Yeah, the GoFundMe.
Yeah, but you guys raised an enormous amount of money outside of that, right? You were raising thousands of dollars a day in cash and e-transfers, correct?
Yeah, the e-transfers would have went into Ms. Lich's personal bank account.
And cash?
I don't know what happened with the cash. There was always people donating cash. It was all around, I guess.
There's an interview summary in this matter, I presume you're aware of Mr. Eros. You know Chad Eros?
Yes.
And Chad says that there was approximately $20,000 being raised in cash per day. Does that sound roughly accurate to you?
He was the Freedom Corp paid accountant. I had no knowledge of that. I wasn't involved with any of that.
He also speaks about how that occasionally to get rid of all this cash on hand, they were putting it in envelopes, putting numbers on it, and were giving it out to truckers. You were aware of that?
Yes, I took part in that spot,
You
yes.
took part in that. So you were aware there was large amounts of cash?
I didn't get to count the cash. I was given envelopes, and I would go then see what drivers were in need of some cash and deposit or give them the cash.
Right. So you were handing out, it's my understanding those envelopes was between $500 and $2,000 per envelope?
$500. There was another group that came in towards the end that I believe Miss Belton's group were handing out $2,000 apparently, but it didn't go as far.
And the average trucker earns about $45,000 to $50,000 a year. Is that right, Mr.
I would say probably more. I'm not sure, 70. It's kind of hard to live off $50,000 a year in this country now.
For sure, for sure. Now, the big amount of money that was raised that you could never access with GoFundMe nor Give, Send, Go, there was a lot of people wanting access to that money. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And you guys had to deal with people opportunistically wanting to try to find ways to access that money from you?
I believe that'd be a better question for Miss Lich. I really never, sorry?
That's fair. That's fair, okay. Just getting back to the hotel bills, though, your hotel bill was paid for by someone else, correct?
Yes.
And who was that, Mr. Guerra, that was paying for your hotel?
No, there was a businessman that helped us out along the way, Mr. Burgo, Joseph Burgo. I believe he was fitting the bills for some of our hotel rooms and then mentoring us and helping us out with.
What about Mr. King, Pat King? His hotel bill was paid as well by your group, is that right?
I believe he was. I don't know where Pat stayed. I was under the understanding he was outside the city somewhere in a Airbnb or whatever they call it.
Didn't Mr. King approach you at times asking if the war room or the command center could provide a large amount of money to pay off hotel bills of other supporters?
I don't recall him talking to me personally about that.
But him asking you to put him in touch with someone who had access to the money?
There's a lot of things going on a regular basis, but I don't recall.
I just want to ask you now about the honking. Now, as a truck driver, can you tell us what are air horns and train horns for?
So an air horn is a factory set of horns on a commercial truck, which is usually mounted on the roof of the cab, operated by, in my personal truck, it's a chain in the center of the dash and the top, and you pull it, it operates the two horns that are on the roof. A train horn is an aftermarket. It is literally 3 large train horns with a valve. Usually guys mount them. I don't own a train horn. I've never owned one. It's mounted on the floor and it's got a valve where you put more air to it to make a louder noise, I guess. They're obnoxious.
And the purpose is because the trucks are so large to warn people from very, very, very far away that a truck is coming, correct?
No, the purpose, in my opinion, personal opinion on a train horn is just...
Well, air horns or train horns, same.
Yeah, no, it's used for 2 primary reasons. One's for excitement. I always like to go back to the kids sitting on the side of the road, or when you have a vehicle pass you with kids in the back seat and they're doing the arm pump. That's the excitement part of an air horn. Then the other part of the air horn is the danger.
Right. And you're trained for your commercial license that air horns, even in themselves, can be dangerously loud, correct?
Yes, yeah.
But in this case, horns became a bit of a symbol for the truckers coming to Ottawa, is that right?
I guess so, yes.
And a symbol for the protest.
My truck was parked in front of the Supreme Court from February 29th when we arrived until I removed it from downtown on February 7th. So I don't believe I personally pulled an air horn after.
That wasn't my question. My question was that the horns became a bit of a symbol for the protest.
They did, yeah, they were everywhere, yes.
And once the truckers parked, you didn't, I get that, but many of the trucks were honking all day and night, correct?
For the first little while, yes. And those that wouldn't listen, we tried to reason with and get them, I tried to reason with to try and get them under control.
And they were honking on a schedule of some type, correct? Like it would be like 10 minutes straight for every 30 minutes or something like that?
I don't recall that. There was something to do with that. There was a couple guys in front of Parliament that were obnoxiously blowing their horn, we'll say.
Well, the block captains were coordinating with each other about how and when to blow the horns, were they not?
That was never part of my dealings. I involved myself in a couple of the block captain meetings, but for the most part, I don't remember hearing anything about that. I remember there being a curfew, what was it, 7 to 7 or something like that, that somebody negotiated in the first week. My memory fails me on exactly what it was.
And you've told us, you testified that you put out several videos asking the truckers to stop honking and respect their residents. Is that right?
Yes.
But isn't it true, Mr. Barber, that your videos were just telling them not to blow the horns in the middle of the night?
I don't recall that. I remember, no, the videos when I would yell, there's multiple videos out there of me yelling stop, and then there was daylight hours, so I was sleeping at night, and to be honest with you, where I was in the hotel room, I don't remember the train or the horns actually waking me or having a hard time sleeping.
There's a HR, I'm not going to ask to put it up because we don't have time. HRF 183 is a video of February 1st on TikTok where you tell guys to stop honking and stop laying on the horns at 3 a.m. And the guys have stopped, which is nice. So you were asking guys not to lay on horns in the middle of the night?
I'd have to see the video again to see that. I don't recall that video. I'm not saying it's not there, but...
or later that day?
It might have been in the evening, I would say. I remember, yeah. I remember doing a video. I've seen it in my evidence here last night where I showed the street in front of my hotel room with the trucks, and it was in the evening, and it was perfectly quiet.
You did put out a TikTok video on February 9th, though, did you not? Saying that if the police tried to come to a truck, they should, notwithstanding the injunction, they should pull on their horns, correct?
So in regards to that video there, in consultation with legal teams, we were instructed that the bunk of your truck was considered a residence, and the police needed to have a warrant to breach the residence of your truck. And we were also instructed by legal counsel that in a case of something like that, what they were telling me, I've never been involved with something like this before, so I have no idea what happens when police kettle, but my understanding was if the police come and there are mass arrests happening, we were allowed to try and warn the other drivers. So yes, there was a video. It's in evidence, I believe.
That's HRF 000217 for the record. And Mr. Barber, Mr. Wilson has put in an interview summary, and we're going to hear from him tomorrow, where he says that you were asking truckers to implement a quiet hours and to only honk between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Is that correct?
Apparently there was some sort of a deal in the first week or so. We were allowed to honk during the days, apparently. So yeah, I'm trying to play by the rules. If I...
a deal with whom?
I think with the city. I was never involved with the inner workings of the deals with the city other than when we did the truck move or the court injunction or something to that effect. There was a deal out there, and I don't remember exactly.
Well, I think we heard a little bit of evidence that Mr. Wilson and Ms. Chipiak were trying to negotiate with the city, saying if the truckers agreed to not oppose the renewal of the injunction and to only keep honking between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. So they were trying to get a deal like that. Is that
Could be possible. They worked behind the scenes relentless. They were honestly godsends. They were right there with us for help.
Right. Because the truck horns were all day. Even all day was quite...
They were annoying. I remember a Sunday service in front of the stage, and we were trying to listen to the pastor do a sermon, and he couldn't. It was kind of like, quit. But that was in front of Wellington, and that was, I believe, in the first week. So,
just the last couple of questions, Mr. Barber. Have you ever met or communicated with Tyler Russell?
I don't know that name.
Or Derek Harrison?
I don't know that name either.
Have you ever met or communicated with Alex Vriend?
No.
And have you ever, you've already been asked about Mr. McKenzie. Okay.
If I had, like I said, my phone was extremely busy. There's a ton of numbers on that phone that if there would be no contact name with it, there might have been somebody contact me. But Not to my knowledge, I should say, right?
I understand. All right, thank you, Mr. Barber. Those are all the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, next call on the CCLA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Barber. I'm going to be asking you questions via Zoom. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel to the Canadian Civil Liberties Association.
Pleased to meet you.
My questions are going to focus on the impact of the orders freezing the bank accounts. So I understand from your earlier evidence that your bank accounts were frozen during the course of or after the protest. Is that fair?
Yes, they were.
And can you just please specify for me, was it your personal account that was frozen?
So I've got three major accounts that were frozen. One was the corporate account. The other one was a joint bank account with my lovely wife. And the third was Toronto Dominion personal bank account. The personal bank account with Toronto Dominion was closed for roughly 3.5 months. I had no access to funds. The other two bank accounts were, they were closed for the weekend. A couple payments went back. I had one NSF charge, I believe, and the fuel cards got shut off for my drivers, so they weren't very happy.
Okay, and so let me just break that down. The fuel cards for your drivers, are those business credit cards?
In my line of business with the trucking company, we run card lock cards with different fuel distributors, and I have agreements with those fuel companies to withdraw payments automatically out of my accounts every Sunday. So I'm up on current on my fuel bills.
And are those linked to your corporate account then?
Yes, they are.
And so when your corporate account was frozen, then the fuel cards were also inoperative?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that they were frozen on the Sunday. So is that, would that be the Sunday, the 20th of February?
20th. They would have been frozen on the 17th, I believe. My bank manager at CIBC explained to me that they were reopened on Monday. She wouldn't give me details. She'd explained to me that she'd got an email from RCMP saying it was an illegal freeze or something, and that they were reopened right away. But Toronto Dominion was a different story. Toronto Dominion was closed without any excuse. I tried desperately to get a hold of somebody from Toronto Dominion to explain to me why my accounts were frozen, and I yet to receive an explanation.
And so with respect to when your accounts were frozen, were they frozen before or after you were arrested?
I believe they were frozen on the day of. I wasn't really using a debit card. All the stores were closed downtown. So I believe the 17th is when they were frozen.
Right. And you were informed that they were frozen with respect to your corporate account, your CIBC corporate account. It was someone at CIBC who informed you that they were frozen?
I believe so. I don't think I knew that the corporate account was frozen until I didn't have a cell phone, so I couldn't check balances or anything until I got back home, I believe.
So it was only after the fact when you came home that you learned that it had been frozen by a letter from CIBC or by a telephone call?
That I can't recall. I don't remember if I got much correspondence. I'm personal friends with my banker at CIBC, so she may have sent me a text message. I didn't have a phone, so I can't recall.
And in your TD bank account, how did you learn, the personal one, how did you learn that that was frozen?
The debit card wouldn't work.
And you said that you tried to obtain information from TD as to why it was frozen and why it took so long to reopen?
Yes.
You did not get, did you get a satisfactory answer?
No, I didn't. I was given a phone number and a first name, and when I called that number, I was just a short answer. I believe I spoke with him. He called me back once. I kind of made it a point to call him every week to question him on why, and I never did get an answer back.
And was the first name and phone number that you received, it was someone from the TD Bank?
It was, yeah, somebody in Ontario, I believe. His name
And
is
did you
Jay.
ever receive any correspondence from the RCMP or the OPS with respect to the freezing of your bank accounts?
I did not, no.
Okay. And can you speak to me first about the impact of the freezing of your corporate bank account? What impact did it have on your business? You mentioned the cancellation of the fuel cards. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, a cancellation of my fuel cards. So I had to remake the payment. The fuel cards were shut off because of the lack of payment. There was an NSF charge. One that happened down the road a little ways. I applied for a loan and was going to put a significant amount of cash down, like money down on the loan for a deposit, and I was rejected from my financing company because of the account being frozen. Apparently, I don't know. They wouldn't really explain. They just said I was declined the loan, and I have a perfect credit rating. I have never been in trouble with credit. It's been years since I've been in trouble with a credit rating. 20-some plus years, I would say. So I stand good with the banks. That was a little tough to do.
Sorry, sir. With respect to the fuel cards, for how long were your drivers not able to use the fuel cards to supply the vehicles?
I would imagine it was a matter of a day or two. I was into the bank right away. I was home, so I was able to get into the bank and make the payment right away. And fuel companies are good, but they get pretty nervous when a payment gets returned.
I'm sure everybody does. And sir, with respect to your personal bank account, you said that, how did that impact? Can you provide a little bit more elaboration on how it impacted you? You said that you had to use cash. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that, or how it impacted you to have your personal bank account frozen?
It changes everything you do. You don't realize how much you use the debit card in your pocket, I guess. I went back to, as any Canadian, apparently you keep a small stash of cash for emergencies, and that got used. I had to go back to cash for the time being.
Thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
Appreciate it.
Okay, next, JCCF and Democracy Fund.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Barber.
Afternoon.
My name is Antoine Dailly. I'm counsel to Citizens for Freedom, representing the peaceful protesters in Windsor.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Barber, you indicated that you led a convoy of trucks from out west to Ottawa and that you were a point of contact with local police forces along the way. Have you ever had any contact with the Windsor Police Service?
I don't believe so, no.
And you indicated that while you were traveling across the country, that one of your primary responsibilities was dealing with logistics, listening to the radio chatter. Do you ever recall receiving or responding to any requests for support from the demonstrators in Windsor, whether it's, requests for trucks or other logistical support?
I don't believe so, no. It was a busy phone. Yeah, I may have missed something, but I don't remember or recall ever receiving any contact.
Perfect. And if you did receive this type of request, is this something that you would have brought up with your internal leadership team?
No, we were busy here enough. We weren't worried about Windsor, Coots, or anywhere else.
Perfect. And so the convoy that you were leading across the country to Ottawa, that did not pass through or anywhere near Windsor, Ontario. Is that correct?
It did not, no.
And were any of the road captains or other trucks that were part of your convoy, were any of them, to your knowledge, dispatched to Windsor?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Now, earlier this morning, you were showing a TikTok video where you're talking about let's hit them, presuming the federal government, where it hurts. And I'd like to obtain some clarity from you on that statement. So in this case, when you say let us hit them, us in this case, you're referring to the convoy and its supporters. Is that correct?
Yes, against the mandates.
And in terms of where it hurts, was one of those places you were referencing the Ambassador Bridge, or were you focused exclusively on attending a protest in Ottawa?
Exclusively attending the protest in Ottawa.
Perfect. And so, to the best of your knowledge, did any of the core organizers of the Freedom Convoy attempt to establish any kind of slow roll or any type of blockade in Windsor for the purposes of impeding border traffic?
No, not to my knowledge.
So is it then fair to say that from your perspective, blocking ports of entry or impeding traffic at any port of entry, whether that's in Windsor or in Sarnia, was not an objective of the convoy organizers.
Yeah, we had nothing to do with Windsor. That was, as far as I know, they had more issues at those border crossings from what I watched on social media lives. It wasn't the same thing as what we were doing here.
Okay. And when were you first made aware that the demonstration at the Ambassador Bridge had been cleared by police?
I don't recall when. I don't know the story there. I didn't pay enough. Like I said, it was so busy here, I didn't have time to pay attention to anywhere else.
Fair enough. Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And for the convoy organizers?
Mr. Barber.
Mr. Miller.
How are you?
I'm very well. Thank
For the record, Brendan Miller, appearing as counsel for the Freedom Corp, which is the entity that represents the protesters, including yourself, that were in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. Good morning. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Thank you very much.
Great. So first question, if at any time during the protest and the demonstration, if the City of Ottawa or the Ottawa Police Service provided you, the truckers and the protesters, an order from a court saying that you had to leave or move your trucks out of downtown Ottawa, what would you have done?
A court order? I would assume we would have left, yes.
Yeah. And I understand we've had discussions and you've had discussions with legal counsel. You understand what invoking the Riot Act now means, do you not?
Approximately, yes.
Yeah. And so if a mayor, sheriff, or justice invoked the Riot Act and ordered that you and the protesters and the trucks left downtown Ottawa, what would you have done?
Instructed people to leave?
And it's fair to say, as Chief Slawley testified, at no time did any police officer or city official come and tell the protesters that they were illegally parked and illegally, unlawfully protesting and had to leave. Is that fair?
Not to my knowledge. At that point, my truck was out of the city. I had no equipment here.
Okay. So my friend asked you about the Memorandum of Understanding drafted by a Mr. James Bowder and his Canada Unity organization. I have a few questions about that. So these Canada Unity folks, to your knowledge, how many of them were in Ottawa?
Hard to say. I honestly don't know. James Bowder was the only one at the time that I knew. There was different people, I think, representing him.
Okay. So how many Canada Unity folks did you interact with that you knew were representing him?
I believe none.
Okay.
I believe none.
And did you observe Mr. Bowder or anyone else that may have been with Canada Unity to be violent and commit any violent acts?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you hear of any of these Canada Unity members act in a violent way or try to incite violence?
No.
Did you hear any of these Canada Unity members state they wanted to overthrow the government of Canada by violent means?
I never heard anything.
And I take it that you asked your lawyers in Ottawa at the time, being Keith Wilson and Eva Chipiuk, about this Memorandum of Understanding from Canada Unity. Is that right?
I don't recall having a conversation with them. I believe it might have been a conversation in the group of people together that it had no bearing and it wasn't to be looked at. It was essentially nothing.
Do you remember the lawyers describing it as legal nonsense?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. And I also understand, of course, you've had some interactions with Mr. Pat King, and as well as some of his followers. How many followers did Mr. King have?
I think Pat had a substantial following on Facebook, I believe.
What do I mean physically in Ottawa?
Oh, there was a few. Absolutely, there was a few.
How would you use a bit of a weasel word? Do you mind if you can clarify? What number would you estimate?
There is so many people here. So many people with every different background. I don't even know if I could guess, Mr. Miller.
Okay. And did you observe Pat King or any of his followers carry out any acts of violence?
I did not know.
And did you hear Pat King or any of his followers incite protesters in Ottawa to commit acts of violence?
No.
Did Pat King or any of his followers ever state to you that they're going to physically and violently overthrow the government of Canada?
Never. No.
And what about this Jeremy McKenzie fella? Did you ever hear of him seeking that protesters act violently or incite people to commit violent acts?
No.
Did Jeremy McKenzie or any of his followers or veterans that you know of say that they were going to physically and violently overthrow the government of Canada?
None.
All right. And lastly, of course, Ms. Tamara Lich. How's your relationship with Ms. Lich?
Definitely strained over the last however many months it's been, with a court order against us contacting each other. So yeah, I met her. I spent approximately a month with her, got to know her quite well. She's a genuine, a good person. And then I only get to see her now through legal counsel. So someday maybe we'll fix that.
Now I take it, how tall is Ms. Lich?
Pretty close to midget height. Like
Yeah, she's about a midget. And
I'm not even going to look at her right now.
But I take it she's still a very scary lady, is she not?
It's the short ones you really have to worry about.
Well, yeah, like Napoleon.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So she's the Napoleon of truckers, is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Now, did the Napoleon of truckers, Ms. Lich, did she ever say to you that she intended to carry out an act of violence while she was in Ottawa?
I don't think she'd harm a butterfly. No, she would never say that.
Right. And I take it she also, you never saw her assault anyone or commit any violent acts?
Absolutely not.
And I take it she never said to you that she was here in Ottawa to violently take over the government of Canada?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Now, my friends asked you some questions about what I would refer to as collusion with some of the other protests that were outside of Ottawa, right? So you had the big ones, you had Coots, Windsor, as well as the ones in Manitoba and another one in Surrey. To your knowledge, did any of the truckers or protesters at all in all of Ottawa, to your knowledge, have any coordination in whatsoever in setting up these other protests outside of Ottawa?
No, they were all, as far as I understand, they were all organic movements.
Right. And you heard the evidence from Chief Slully as well as Commissioner Carrerick. They speculated that it was possible that the one protest in Windsor was coordinated with Ottawa just based on the geographical distance between the two and the splitting of resources. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't agree with that assumption. I can't see, being how organic the movement was, honestly, I'd say we weren't smart enough to come up with that idea.
Okay. Well, that's a fine admission. Now, if Mr. Register, if you wouldn't mind putting up document HRF 0000052. It's the one that Canada, for the Attorney General, put to my client earlier. Now, did you have a chance to review this document before the questions that were asked of you of the Attorney General today?
I don't believe I did.
Can we just give you a quick moment to do that? And so if, Mr. Register, if you could scroll down there. So there, and just for summary for the folks at home, you have a heading with Ottawa weather, inspirational thoughts for the day, a video of Klaus Schwab describing Trudeau's loyalty to the World Economic Forum, a CTV poll on the Emergencies Act, which states that 81% of people disapprove of it, financial supporters, scrolling down, Quebec drops mandates, Feds scrap pre-arrival PCR tests, British Columbia drops capacity limits, bank run, crypto bank, the picture of Madam Deputy Prime Minister, another Albertan, and Daily Humor.
Yes.
Do you see anything invoking violence in that document?
I don't know.
Do you know of any of the documents that are like that, the daily briefings that asked for violence or sought violence?
I can't speak. I don't think I read any of them, but I would say no. There was never any talk of it.
Okay. Now, I'd like to bring up, if I may, Mr. Registrar, the other document that Canada put up, which is HRF 0000083. Okay. And you were, it was put to you, the video of Mr. King, Pat King was put to you with respect to the bullets comments. And this was the media release, I take it, that was released in response to that?
The dates seem pretty far apart for that. I believe the bullets comment was earlier, so I'm assuming this was the day I was arrested, so I haven't read this one.
Okay. Do you want to have a read?
Yes. Yeah, I didn't review it at the time, but I've seen it now since.
And I take it, do you agree with those statements therein?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I also understand that with respect to the daily security briefings, the one that we looked at earlier, you weren't involved in drafting any of these?
I was not, no.
And I take it you didn't review any of them before they were sent out?
No, sir.
All right. Now, with respect to the mandates, and I just want to touch on that briefly, can you tell the commission about how the mandates impacted your children, other than what you already have with respect to your daughter's clarinet story?
Well, I've got a 19-year-old son, Jonathan. He was 18 at the time. He's refused to get the vaccine. He's been around people with COVID multiple times, and he's yet to catch it for some reason. So he's going off his natural immunity. He's a very strong-willed guy. I don't know where he gets that from. He refuses to get it, and I stand behind him on that.
Okay. And what else? Anything else other than what you've already said?
My parents, my father received his second dose of his, and it could be together or not, his gallbladder quit working on him. And I watched my father deteriorate quite badly. He's fine now, but still, you lose that body mass. You don't seem to get it back at 70 years old. So,
okay. Now, I want to move on from that and talk about some of the moving of the trucks. I understand at some point in the protest in Ottawa, you moved your trucks from Wellington, or your truck, out of the city to a remote camp.
yes.
When was that?
February 7th, to my best recollection.
Okay. And is it true that when you were trying to leave downtown Ottawa that the police roadblocks made it very hard for you to leave?
It was very tricky, yes. There was roadblocks everywhere.
So can you describe for the commission your initial moving your truck and trying to get out of downtown Ottawa, and just sort of walk us through in a timeline?
It was February 7th, I believe. I was parked in front of the Supreme Court, so, and I still didn't really know my way around Ottawa that well at that time. So I remember going down whatever street would have been near there, Lyon or somewhere in there. It was tough. It was hard to navigate your way back out of there and then make sure you were on the right street that was heading the right direction. So eventually I made my way out of the city. It was tough.
And how did you get past the barricades and the blockades?
You had to get a police approval to move every single barricade. There was a police car. There was, when we first arrived in Ottawa, the city officials used payloaders, graders, and trucks to blockade the streets for safety concerns or whatever it was they did. And then when the snowfall came, the first snowfall came, I remember they removed all that and they replaced them with concrete barriers. And then a police car would sit at each barrier in the center and would be able to move to allow traffic to go through. So.
And to your knowledge, was there any incidents of any of the truckers and protesters trying to leave but could not?
No. If somebody needed to leave, we would facilitate that no matter what.
And what I mean is with respect to moving the police barricades.
Oh. No, it was a job to get somebody out of the city, but nobody ever had troubles. It wasn't forced to stay, if you're meaning that.
Sounds good. And with respect to you walking the streets during the protest, what did you see?
Life-changing. Yeah, it was amazing. There was so much grown men crying on your shoulder, women crying on your shoulder, grandmas, grandpas, you name it, kids. It was really, and it was an experience, unforgettable.
Is there anything notable that you remember of who you spoke to?
Who I didn't speak to. It was everybody. You couldn't. I remember Mr. Marazzo and I went for a walk, and Mr. Wilson, and it was like Mr. Wilson explained it as like walking down the street with Mick Jagger. He said, because no matter where you went, there was somebody wanting to stop and talk with you. It was a lot of love.
And can you tell us about the efforts to move the trucks on Monday, February 14th?
Frustrating. We had all those trucks ready to go, 7 o'clock in the morning. We'd spoke with them the night before on the Sunday. We had the streets lined up. We had everybody all placed. We had organized trucks to come. I don't remember the block. It was right in front of Parliament pretty much on West Block. We were able to, we get them all organized, all warmed up, and then we couldn't get anybody to move. The police wouldn't move, the city officials. You could tell by my text messages with Kim that it was frustrating. We were ready to go, and we were deprived time to get things going.
So at that point in time, the police blockaded you in from leaving.
Yeah.
Even though you were trying to leave.
We were trying to, I don't know if the trucks leaving had as much trouble as the trucks trying to get up onto Wellington. That was what my focus was. My focus was only getting the trucks on the Wellington. Other guys looked after the ones that wanted to leave the city.
So from where the trucks were parked, did the police move the barricades to allow you out?
I'm assuming so. I didn't take part in the actual leaving. Like I said, my focus was the trucks on the Wellington.
Okay, so you were up at Wellington at that time and you weren't down where the trucks were trying to get out of?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand during that time that you were able to get approximately 100 trucks and protest vehicles to leave downtown residential areas, which included 40 semi-trucks, of which 23 went up to Wellington. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you were aware that the vehicles that left downtown and did not go up to Wellington, they were either went home or they went out to a base camp in Arnprior or Enbrun. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you had cleared out 2 blocks on Albert Street and from some other streets. Is that about right?
In the time we were allotted, we cleared out the 2 blocks. We had plans to clear out more.
You just hold on a minute, yes?
It's David Mijakovsky for the record. I did not object initially, but I do understand that the rules of the commission do not allow counsel for the parties to cross-examine, and my friend has been cross-examining on several occasions. This is a matter of some contention, so I would just ask that his questions be phrased in a non-leading fashion.
So that's not a problem. So can you tell me about then how many trucks do you believe were moved in total?
I was told 100 vehicles, approximately 40 trucks, 23 of which we moved up onto Wellington.
Okay. And while you were involved in the protest and in Ottawa, did you attend any businesses in downtown Ottawa?
Oh, many. Frequented the Tim Hortons for meals. We frequented any restaurants that were open. Any business that I was in, the Iconic Cafe was another one, shawarma, any business that we were in flourished. They did really well. Then they said a lot of the businesses said they hadn't profited so much in the last 2 years as they did in that 3 weeks.
And during that, just adding to it, what was your relationship like with those business establishments, their staff and owners during the protest? Want to tell me a little bit about it?
I remember the Tim Hortons on one of the corners there. Truckers were mopping the floor because the staff was overrun, and guys had the mop pail out and they were cleaning the floors. Of course, it's winter time, sloshy and disgusting floors. And I was pretty proud to see that.
And did any of the business owners approach you before the end of the protest about anything they wanted to say to you?
Not that I recall, no.
And I take it you've seen throughout this proceeding witnesses discuss views on assaultive or threatening behavior and what that means. You've seen that?
Apparently, yes.
Now, I understand that you heard a statement from the Prime Minister where he called unvaccinated Canadians racist, misogynist, and asked, should we tolerate these people? Do you remember hearing that?
I remember hearing that, yeah.
What's your perception of that? Would you say, in your opinion, is that assaultive or threatening?
Just, let's be careful again. You've got the...
Understood. What was your perception of that statement?
Very divisive for a leader of a country to be pitting one person in the country against the other person. I would say I felt, not very leadership worthy.
And have you experienced assaultive and threatening words and behavior from other politicians or others?
I've seen some in the news reports, I guess. Yeah, there's a few. Not that I can recall, not that I can recall the names of the ministers, but there's been a few.
Okay. Well, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, any re-examination?
Yes, Commissioner. A few points of clarification based on some of the answers you provided, Mr. Barber. In response to questions from counsel for former Chief Slowly, you indicated that in your efforts to speak to the protesters at Rideau Sussex, you said, I think, you spoke to them and you said they had a point. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember what their point was?
I don't remember what their point was. No. And there was a barrier, a language barrier there because they were French Canadians. So my French is, I don't speak French, so I had a hard time understanding them.
And when Mr. Champ was asking you questions, I thought I heard you mention that Miss Belton's group was one of the groups that was handing out cash. Did I hear that correctly?
There was sort of a riff, sort of a split between the two groups. Miss Belton's, when I heard the $500 versus the $2,000, that was Miss Bridget's, was trying to, the group of people that were donating or passing out $2,000 instead of the $500.
Did Miss Belton's group have a label?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And how many people were in Miss Belton's group?
I can't say, 10, 15.
And then again, in response to questions from Mr. Champ, you mentioned a Mr. Bourgault.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Bourgault's first name?
Joseph.
Okay. And can you just tell the commission a bit more about what Mr. Bourgault was doing in your interactions with him?
Joseph Bourgault is a good friend of mine. He is a big business owner in the province of Saskatchewan. Well-respected man, and he offered his services to mentor. He spoke to me on a regular basis, just on protocol and advice, and a really good guy.
And was he providing some financial support to the protesters?
Well, I think at first our bank accounts were all, like we had no money coming in, Give, Send, Go or GoFundMe wouldn't release any funds to us, so we were financially strapped for the amount of hotels, so hopefully someday we can pay that back.
And sorry, I don't think I got the answer there. Did Mr. Bourgault provide financial assistance?
He did, yes.
Okay. And how did he provide financial assistance?
With hotel rooms.
Okay. Ms. Krajewska from the CCLA was asking you about bank accounts that were being frozen, and as I understood the TD account you spoke about, you said it had been frozen for 3.5 months?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was frozen for that long?
To this day, I still don't know. I would imagine it had something to do, Ms. Lich added my name to her Toronto Dominion Bank where the funds, the GoFundMe funds went into for the GoFundMe, the 1 million, and then the e-transfer. For transparency, she added myself to her bank account. So everything was out in the open. There was two sets of eyes looking at it. The biggest worry for her was that somebody would accuse her of misusing funds, which wasn't the case.
So the TD bank account you're referring to, that was an account that originally was opened by Ms. Leach?
I had a personal Toronto Dominion, so all she did was merge the two savings accounts, so I could physically see her savings account on my card. That's the only thing that I assume had to do with why my bank account was frozen for 3.5 months.
So you had a pre-existing TD account,
yes,
and then Ms. Leach added you to the account that she had created for the purposes of getting the GoFundMe funds?
Yeah, for the purposes of transparency, so that there was more eyes on that account than just hers.
And then my final area to examine is we've heard a little bit more about Confederation Park and Major Hills Park. Did you ever see Confederation Park or Major Hills Park?
I'm hoping I can this week. I've never seen it. I've only heard about it, so that'll be on my list to do after this inquiry.
Do you know what use is made of that park
I have
normally?
no idea.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions. The probably just general in the sense of what would be the cost of the fuel to have driven here from Saskatchewan?
So with today's fuel prices, roughly about $3,000 probably in fuel to come out here from Saskatchewan. It was quite the feat.
Okay. And just one thing I wanted to follow up on was you were, one of your main functions, or certainly what you were doing, was to try and keep the emergency lanes open.
Yes, sir.
And you said there were some that you just couldn't keep open, and I think you mentioned Rideau, is that?
Rideau was the hard one. There was, Rideau was the one that we tried multiple times. The other one was somewhere on Kent, I believe.
Okay.
We tried really hard to keep Kent open. I remember the first time we visited Kent, we worked all day. We got that lane wide open, and we were so proud of ourselves. We came back the next morning and it was completely plugged again. We kept working on them, but.
Okay. So those are two areas where the lanes just couldn't be kept open.
Yes, sir.
Were there other areas that you found either you couldn't keep open or were regularly problematic?
To my recollection, everything was well looked after other than those two areas. Those were the only two areas of concern that I felt that I had troubles with personally, and the group of people that I was with.
Okay. And would that be because they were not, among other things, they weren't part of your group? Is that, or were they part of your group, some of them?
Yeah, the Rideau Sussex was not part of our original group. They were there a day or so before we arrived. Kent may have been. I didn't recognize all the trucks. There was some in Kent that was part of the original West group. I can confirm that, yes.
Okay, and those are my questions. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
We will adjourn for the lunch break. We'll take an hour for lunch and come back with another witness.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
All right, there you go. Lunch break. Cross-examination. I'm gonna drop a link to the Diagolon guys. We got our man Derek Rance, and I think let me see as well if we can get the Fairman's Toll. I think he may have to work, but let's see what we can get. We got Dana Bulbrook. Still didn't get my refund from Give Send Go. Government still has it frozen. It's interesting because I see some people got it back, other people did not get it back. So it really depends on where you are. And well, not depends on where you are, depends. It's unknown whether what criteria they're using to send that money over. All right, hold on a second here. Let me send these guys the link and we'll get these guys on. See what they can do. All right. I enjoyed speaking to these fine fellows yesterday. It was good. It was good.
You had a little late night session.
Yeah, man, I was just drinking last night, relaxing. It was Halloween. Kids went wild. You know how kids do. They had a great time. And then, you know, so I had to crack open a couple drinks. And here's the thing. It's like I like to discuss with people on their own level. You know what I mean, Pan? It's not about, like, getting past all the, you know, representing this, representing that. It's about men in their own words. That's what you want to have.
You know, you guys could talk, you know, about your situations just as Canadians, you know, so.
Absolutely, brother. Let's see here. Okay, waiting on them coming into the Zoom. I'll put that right over here. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, we appreciate everybody joining us. If you haven't already, like and subscribe. We're going to be covering the proceedings each day of the week here until it's all done.
Absolutely. All right, Derek, you going to be going on camera, brother? Yellow. All right, there we go. We got, hold on a second here. I'm going to hide my own view here. There we go. Hide self view. There we go. All right. Let's see here if we can. There you go. Can you guys hear us?
I can hear you okay.
Yep. Perfect, man. Perfect. Fantastic. So how you guys doing?
Doing good. I got to sleep in quite a bit today, so.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think Alex is already up and at work for hours.
Right on. Oh, I only know you guys from your internet names, man. So Derek and Alex. Alex is Ferryman's Toll, is that correct?
Yeah.
Right on. Perfect, man. Perfect. Fantastic. All right. Let me see if I can get one of these grid views going. You know what I mean? It just looks cooler. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. There we go. Gallery. Even better. Perfect.
Good to meet you guys. Welcome to War Campaign.
Yeah, Pan is from Oregon, and you know what? He's done the meme stuff. I was telling you about it yesterday. We seen that today. Did you guys catch any of that? That he was actually Chris Barber being shown his own memes.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of funny. And even watching Rachel Gilmore, everybody's trying to jump all over him for his explanation of the Confederate flag or the memes. Just further proving that this country is a joke.
Right? It's crazy, man.
Yeah, I didn't catch that part. What happened? 'Cause I've been at work, obviously, but so they were showing memes.
That's right.
Oh yeah. They basically made the poor guy admit that he might have made racist memes, quote racist. So yeah, it was. You don't like to see it.
It was something else, man.
When did racist become the absolute worst thing that you can be? Like, that's the most abhorrent thing you could be in this world, is a racist.
You got it, Derek. Yeah, when did that happen? I don't know. I think they've been pushing it for a while. I mean, I remember growing up, even, in the 90s, they were pushing it. They were starting to push it then. I don't know if you guys remember.
And, like, racism's bad, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of other things that we could tackle in this world first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think they
child
just make
pornography, like pedophilia, human trafficking.
I think the bigger problem is that their definition of racism now is not racist.
No, that's it. Exactly. They want to, well, what I didn't like seeing here, was the abdication. The guy abdicated, basically. He abdicated. He gave in, right? He said, yes, I've changed. I'm a bad person. This is what happened. I've changed now. I've grown as a person. It was sad to see. Would you guys ever disavow your memes and the stuff that you've done or said?
I wouldn't apologize. That's for sure. No, there's a reason why I put my stuff out there, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think I would apologize. I might admit that, okay, I could see how something I made would offend someone, but I don't think I've made anything that I would be like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. That was out of line.
It was wrong. I want you to say the words, it was wrong, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I'm please spank me, It's just,
right?
It's nuts, man. It's really sad to see. I mean, Pan, they entered in. Remember those South Park memes?
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, people can look him up on the internet. This guy, he was offended by memes, and some of them were literally images from South Park, that were entered into state's evidence. So, I mean, we've seen some pretty ridiculous stuff go down, and seeing this guy on the stand, I'm like, damn, I mean, that it's scary. It's sad. It's people should look at it and be like, wow, where is my freedom to meme going? So
yeah, part of the problem here too is there's times where you can start, when you get into meme culture, it's very esoteric and things become funny that make no sense to other people and get misconstrued as being something they're not. So like that, you know what I mean? Like black humor can be construed as violent calls to violence, things like that pretty easily whenever you're working with very niche internet meme.
Absolutely.
And memers, like, we like to trigger people, like, so therefore we might do something edgy that it's going to trigger people, but you don't necessarily feel super strongly. It's more of just a way to get a reaction or to start a debate, get a topic rolling.
You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to take some of the most important memes of our day and I'm going to etch them into stone, because I want to see explorers like 1,000 years from now come back trying to explain this, like hieroglyphics. Like,
right?
What did this little fat guy mean? What was the meaning?
There's
of all
already. Have you guys ever seen that one? There's that meme where it's like the soy jack and the Chad Wojak, but it's like ancient Greece or something. And it's like there's like a guy like yelling at one guy. And he's like a big guy with a beard. It's like
nice.
A perfect. It's like they were doing it then.
We got a comment here from the chat. Allen, he says, memes confuse the robots in the government. What do you think of that?
Well, we know that's true because they declared, war on a meme country.
Right?
Yeah. Well,
That's
we've heard
next level.
We heard
Level.
we heard your native land get referred to today. Diagolon asking about Pat King, asking about Jeremy McKenzie, and also the the French, the Farfada as well. I don't know if you guys know these guys, the leprechauns.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know who they were. This is my first time hearing of them. Was
Yep.
through the EMA.
There you go.
I had heard about them before the convoy, but I didn't really know much about them because obviously they're only based in Quebec. But it's starting to sound like they're basically a French version of Diagolon, or maybe we're an English version of them. I don't know who is first, but yeah, they have the Patriot flag there with the gnome on it. They were all over the place at the convoy. But again, what violence have they done? This is what I don't understand. They say that they're an extremist organization, a potential domestic terror threat. It's like, what have they done? I'm not familiar with any, crimes.
Despite my heart being broken when Chris Barber didn't recognize my name, I got to thank the entire EMA inquiry just to be able to put a face up with all of these names. So we could definitely, if we weren't getting together before, well, you made it a lot easier now.
They did this to me too. After the fact, I'm not sure exactly when this document was made, but there's a document on a Government of Canada website that lists me as a key convoy organizer that was arrested in Ottawa. And I was arrested, but I wasn't charged with anything. And the names on that list are ones that would be familiar to everybody: Tamara Lich, Chris Barber, Pat King, Danny Bulford, and me. And I've never spoken to any of those people online, in person, over the phone at all. Like I've never even met them, as far as I know. But somehow I got lumped in there.
I think Ferryman was responsible for one other person for going. So you are a key organizer now.
Right? Again, like we were making this joke the other night on a stream too, where they're saying if they're accusing me of being a convoy organizer, how? Or they're accusing certain people of being organizers, but how? If I say, let's all go to the KISS concert, and a bunch of people show up because I told them to go, does that make me the organizer of the event?
Oh, it's their favorite tactic to use the guilt by association. It makes it really easy for them to demonize groups and just lump people together and generalize, So yeah, it's regular SJW shit, trying to, lump you in and just, same old stuff, man.
Yeah, well, this is it, right? I don't think they understood as well, just the fact that you got so many different, whatever you want to call them, influencers, right? I mean, I remember Pat King, the guy would have 20K live viewers on his Facebook lives. 20K, man. I mean, this is just crazy numbers, right? And the guy was very genuine.
Good for him.
Yeah, man. And, very genuine fellow. Of course, Jeremy McKenzie, also really charismatic, funny guy. Guy can do a lot of voices. People like him. Well, what do you expect, right? They don't get what it is. It's like it's a collection of people. I mean, I went down. It wasn't because of any one of these certain influencers. It's because I'm like, all right, like this is an opportunity to make my voice heard, to go and see it. And then when I go down and you see what it is, we spoke about this yesterday, right? It's astonishing. It's amazing. Tell me about you guys. Like, give me a little bit of background on Ferryman, Alex, on who you are, Derek, who you are, and how you guys got involved. Because, we put aside all the labels, right? Diagolon and, Farfada or War Camp and whatever. Let's just talk, like, who are you guys and why did you get going? And Alex, take it away, brother, if you'd be so kind.
Yeah, well, I mean, my name was read. I'm Alex Friend. My name was read out. It's funny that we scheduled this for today, right? Because Derek and I were both named, in person at the hearing today. So
Congratulations.
Universal synchronicity going on here. But yeah, I'm just a guy from Ottawa originally. I live in Calgary now, and I have a design background. I became a fan of Jeremy's podcast, in spring of 2020, and I listened to it. And then eventually he was looking for somebody to make memes, and I started making memes. And now I'm a national security threat because of meme terror, apparently, something like that. Yeah, like that's it.
Amazing.
That's basically the story for me. Derek's been doing it longer.
Yeah, how about yourself, Derek?
Well, I guess I started. God, would have been my when my daughter went to France, the Bastille Day festivities. My daughter went to France on a school trip, and as soon as she got there, she broke her phone, couldn't get a hold of me anymore. She was supposed to go to the Bastille Day festivities where 87 people died and were massacred that day. And I saw that on the news. I couldn't get a hold of my daughter at the time. She was fine. Turns out that a group of kids that went out the night before, got drunk, didn't come home, so they canceled the next day's trip. But because my daughter broke her phone, I spent like 24 hours wondering where the fuck she was, if she was okay, and my mind was going nuts. She ended up getting a hold of me through a friend's Facebook, but that's when it all started. I think I really started looking into it, looking into everything on a mass scale, because everything that you look up ends up leading into the next thing. Like, why was a Islamic terrorist able to go into France and do all that stuff? So you start looking at migration and refugees and what's happening in Europe and Gaddafi, and it just leads into each other. So I think that was in 2016 that happened.
I can't imagine what you must have felt like, not being able to reach your daughter. My daughter's 15, and that's what people don't understand, is that we're here for a reason. We got kids, you know what I mean? We got responsibilities, families, and we want to have. I mean, that right there. That was how many hours was that? You couldn't get in touch with her?
It was about 24 hours. I mean, that is her own fault for breaking her phone or whatnot. But I mean, yeah, your mind goes through a lot. To be honest with you, I was at work and I saw, there's an attack in France, blah, blah, blah. I just went to work for maybe a good 45 minutes before realizing, oh shit, my daughter's in France. You know what I mean? Like it was just like your average day, not really paying attention, going along. And yeah, that was something else. And then again, I think it was a year or two later, my daughter lives in Toronto. She was close to the Alex Manassian running people down on Yonge Street with a van. Like two terror attacks where you're wondering where your kids are, man. It's enough for anybody to get off their ass and start paying attention.
Absolutely, brother. And if I can give you a word of advice, I would probably keep my daughter in the basement under lock and key after that. No, man,
now she's got a strapping young lad that she's been with for a long time that takes care of her. He's a good boy.
Excellent. I'm very happy to hear that, brother. That's all we can hope for as parents, as fathers, that our daughters end up with half-decent men as, I'd like to say, as good as ourselves. People who actually care about responsibility and will. How about yourself, Ferryman? You're a father?
No, I'm single.
Okay, single, ready to mingle. Well, you got a chat full of 2,000 people here. We'll tell them a little bit about, give them your bio data, talk about your accomplishments.
Lots of ladies in the chat.
Accomplishment. Well, I was just named in the EMA inquiry.
There you go, man. These guys just named in the EMA. He is about.
I was a key convoy organizer. So
public enemy number 1 or 2.
That's right.
Maybe if you guys want to drop in the chat, if you would SW or SR for swipe right, SL for swipe left on Terry.
There you go, man. I know for me, I'm swiping right, baby. That's it. That's what I'm saying.
just so you know, ladies, I'm 6'5".
Ooh,
so.
There you go. Tall drink of water.
Yeah, man. No, it's a big deal these days. Women are pretty serious about the height. I'll date a 5'2" girl, no problem. But man, if you're short, whew, I can't imagine what it would be like. Very difficult.
I would have short dudes.
No less than 6 foot.
I said, no less than 6 foot, and also he's got to have $100,000 a year job and drive a Lexus.
I adopted the same theories on my Tinder profile, but I put weight limit on there. I haven't got any matches.
No, huh? It's tough out there, man. If you are looking to mingle these days on the internet, I don't know what it's like. It's I do know that the youth, especially the youth, they are so kind of wrapped up in all this political stuff. I think it'd be very difficult. I can't imagine being a young man trying to find a date and then being subjected to the political kind of grilling. I've heard stories.
Well, it's got to be a lot more complicated. They got to go in there asking like, okay, what's your gender? Or like, what do you identify as? And like, you got to figure out if they're a couch or a watermelon or something first, and then figure out your approach.
I think the bigger problem for me personally is that if you Google my name, it's not pretty.
You, my friend, you, Alex. Oh man, geez, Louise, I'm amazed.
You're gonna have to find a special type of woman that loves you for who you are, and the fact that you're on a most wanted list.
Even if you,
one that can't read,
right. Or one that'll write you letters. Dear Alex in jail. I hope this missive finds you well.
We're gonna have to find a couple of Amish women that don't have TVs or radios or something.
That's right. Yeah,
for sure, man. Well, that was cool. I heard that story. Chris was talking about the Hutterites, giving the food over there, setting up food for them at the in Kelowna, right? That sounded amazing. The Hutterites all setting up. There were so many people. There was such an outpouring of support across the nation as they made their way over to here to Ottawa, where I am. That even the Hutterites set up food. It truly was an incredible event, and now they're terming it. Do you find that we're in a very strange situation where something that was so focused on love and acceptance and unity, truly like Canada Day, is now being termed as? What goes through your mind when you hear the terminology they're using to describe this event?
No, I'll go first. I guess it's
go for it.
Something that they've been getting really good at over the past 7 years. They could be doing it longer as far as I know, is spinning the narrative. The way that they describe it, it's like a group of Nazis decided in BC that they're just going to go raise hell in Ottawa, and they picked up more Nazis in Alberta, and they're all lying in the highways. And once they got to Ottawa, they were beating up homeless people and stealing their food. They were circling nursery schools with their pickup trucks and their rebel flags, starting buildings on fire. Like, when you actually lay out what the media's narrative of what they want people or what they think people are doing, it's ridiculous. I would love to make a cartoon about it, to be honest with you. Getting funding from Russia. There's a bunch of rapists. They're all white nationalists. It's whatever word they could attach to this movement that was going to affect someone personally is what they said. They said all of it, the entire range of bad words you can call people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think that these words have now become devalued since they've used them so easily without really care?
100%.
Dude, it's like we don't even speak the same language anymore, right? Like Jim Watson is, what was the quote? Then they brought the hot tubs in. It was a horrific situation. That's your definition of horrific. Like terrorism is bouncy castles and violence is honking, and Sikhs and Hindus are Nazis, and like it goes on and on. Like they've completely devalued. It's not even that they've devalued certain words. It's straight up that we don't even speak the same language anymore. Their definitions are so different than what I would consider a normal person's definition.
Yeah, I can understand
that. Points.
That's done on purpose too. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they've done this on. They use their buzzwords, and we've seen this over and over again. With the, you guys are putting out the great footage and catching all this. Is like Steve Bell, violence, right? What was violence to Steve? Well, not the criminal code violence. It was the atmosphere of violence, the feelings of violence, right? Like they use these buzzwords, and then under any kind of cross-examination whatsoever, these words no longer seem to mean what they're trying to portray them as. So yeah, they've done this the whole time, and they'll continue to do it.
Yeah, they're working overtime to take away the meaning from words. Okay, I got a question for you fine gentlemen, because here we are now, right? You yourselves have been named in the EMA, you've been named today, and what is the way forward? What is the future? How do we get our country to a peaceful resolution where we can all go back to just paying attention to other things and we can live our lives? And like we were discussing yesterday, just paying tax and allowing the politicians to do what they're supposed to do, which is, I guess, politically, try to rule over us or whatever they do. I don't know what there's, you know what I mean? Keep the trains running. How about that? Via Rail should be running on time. How do we get back to that?
It sounds like what you're saying is, how do we get back to normalcy? And we know that that is a form of white supremacy and right-wing extremist rhetoric. So talking about going back to normalcy is kind of extreme there, bro.
Right? Yeah, man. I want to get back to a normal level. I still believe, truly, that the radicals that we see, the extremists, right, the people who I truly believe are ideological extremists, right, the Rachel Gilmores of the world, those are in my personal belief, they're truly the fringe. They're actually a very small amount of people. The average person just wants to live normally, and they can't believe the world we're in, but they're afraid, right? They're afraid to speak out.
Yeah, the problem is that, a lot of times the media is controlled by these fringe types, and a lot of the narrative, the political spin. So that's what we're up against.
Well, we know that's a huge part of the problem, is that everybody who's in charge, and not just in the government, is on board with this agenda. And you're right, they are a small fringe. It's oddly enough, it's the top, like the top 5% of the, society that seems to want to push this agenda. It's very hard to combat that whenever they wield all the institutional power. But I think, to answer your question, how do we get back to normalcy? A great start would be for, the other side to start being objective. And I don't know how you'd make them do that, because they don't seem to want to. But I'll just give an example. If I heard bombshell evidence out of these EMA, inquiry hearings, that there was a real threat, that there was some kind of plan going on that, no one was privy to until now, and that they had hard evidence and they disclosed all this, I'd be like, damn, I guess they did have a reason to do it. No, I feel like I can still be objective about the situation. Like, when they present evidence, as little as they have, I can look at it and go like, yeah, that's bad. Like, if kids couldn't get to chemo appointments, that's bad. That's not good. I don't think that was ever the intention of the protesters, nor do I think they would have allowed it to continue if they knew that was happening. But yeah, I'll admit that sounds bad and that shouldn't have happened.
Well, that sounds bad. I mean, I just want to stop you for a second there. I've heard that story, repeated so many times, but let's be realistic. We're talking about a small downtown area in front of Wellington, and then the streets are perpendicular to it. Those emergency lanes are open. Kim Ayotte, the emergency manager for the city of Ottawa, has testified already that all the emergency lanes were open the entire time. This is the emergency manager, right? Emergency manager, services manager for the city of Ottawa, Kim Ayotte. And he's testified multiple times that all those lanes were open. So how can you not get to an appointment? We're talking about an appointment here, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well,
it doesn't even make logical sense. It's an appointment. We're not talking about an emergency happening. You need an ambulance. This is an appointment. How do you not get to one? Not to mention that most of the heavy congested areas were not in residential streets. They want to sort of spin a story where the residential streets, it just doesn't make logical sense. We were there. We have footage. The footage is on all the live stream channels.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I understand, and I agree with you completely. I feel like it's a flimsy attempt, again, to smear the convoy. But just when they say that, I can look at that and go like, okay, is that true? Like, what was the damage? Like, why couldn't they? Was it really I can look at that, what they present and be like, okay, that could have been bad. But again, you're right. I was there every day. There was not a single roadway that was completely... Yeah, there was lanes that were blocked off, but there was no roadways that were completely blocked off by protesters. The only roadblocks were being, conducted by the police. And so, even in that example that we just gave, I'm pretty sure some of these appointments were missed because people couldn't get over the bridge from Gatineau. Who was blocking the bridges from Gatineau? Not the protesters.
Now you're getting to it. I understand exactly what you're saying. Yeah, that's it right there. And that I can totally see, because we couldn't even get across to Quebec. You know what I mean? They made that soft border, the provincial border between Ottawa and Quebec, they made that into a hard border. It was atrocious, man. Like that, see, we took it for granted. Living here, like for me and like all the buddies I got over here, it was taken for granted. You just go over the bridge, get some beer, right? Because the beer is cheaper over there in Gatineau. Then you come back to Ottawa. It's a beer run. It's 15, maybe realistically, it's probably about 22 minutes from my house. If I hop into my my Grand Caravan, and I drive down 22 minutes, and boom, I'm over there across the bridge. But that became a hard border, and that, I think you hit it right there. That very well could be the Quebecers, the people who were across the bridge couldn't come over, and then they want to attribute that to the Freedom Convoy. Maybe.
Yeah, and so that's kind of my point. Is like, look, I'm willing to engage and look into what they're saying. I'm not just going to ignore what they're saying, but it seems like they do that to us. And so, like, to back to where this, your question there, how do we get back to normalcy? It would be really good if people could just start being objective beside their, political bias for a second and just look at the situation honestly. But I don't think they're capable of doing that. I really don't think the media is capable of doing that at this point for a good reason. And, there was that article that's been shared everywhere, the past couple of days, The Atlantic. We need an amnesty period for what was said and done during the pandemic. The problem with that is, yeah, you do need one. That's why you keep lying. That's why you kept lying the whole time, because the media knows as soon as they stop lying and tell people the truth, that anger is going to be directed at them because they lied.
Wow,
they've been afraid of this the whole time.
Amnesty, man, that right there for me, and I don't want to get into certain medical topics being as we are where we are, as you know quite well what I'm trying to say here. But the thing is that an amnesty, so whose interest would amnesty be in? Derek, what do you think, brother?
Only the media and only the politicians, only the people that were paid to spread propaganda. I mean, about the vaccine and about what was going on at the
let's not get into
protest.
into medical specifics, okay? But sorry, brother, you know how it is. But you get it, right? But what I want to know though is amnesty. Are you at a place in your own soul where you can give amnesty? Are you ready to forgive and forget? What would it take for you to be at that place mentally, spiritually, psychologically?
I have to see what happens to all my loved ones after the experimental, unproven drugs that they were forced to take turn out. I mean, let's not forget that people were forced to take these things under false pretenses. We're going to see ramifications from this for years to come. There is a control group. They didn't want to allow that to happen. We're us. We're the control group.
You're right. Yep, for sure, man.
I don't know if I can ever let go or give somebody amnesty for this.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously forgiveness in my heart because you see people that are now double jab and triple jab, or even at the convoy, because they realize what's going on. So you can't get mad at everybody that originally thought it was a good idea. No, but the people that are still out there pushing the fourth and fifth, ones, come on, you're not even looking at it objectively anymore.
No, absolutely. Amnesty, interesting question. All right, tell us about your man Jeremy. What's happening with him? Because we know that he's been imprisoned. Where is he? What's happening? Give us some, because we were not up to date. So fill us in. And what's happening? Is he coming on Friday?
Yes, it's actually out in a CTV article now. So he will be testifying on Friday. That's what it's saying on CTV.
Wow.
Now, Jeremy.
It's not confirmed, but it's supposed to happen. So,
wow.
I don't want to say anything strategy-wise or what they've got planned, but I guess from here on out, it's up to Jeremy if he does or not.
Well, I think the big takeaway from this is that if he does, it will more than likely be under a publication ban. Why? Why would they need that in this situation? If all these other witnesses have been able to, except for CSIS, which should tell you something right there. The only other witness that was given this, public screen was, our intelligence services. And now the next person that they want to provide that to is, is Jeremy. What could they possibly want to hide from the public when it comes to this? Is it that they've made a huge mistake? And the way I would put it, they have no good questions that they can ask him, and he has really good answers that he's going to provide to those questions, no matter what they ask. Because this whole time they've been building this narrative around him on a foundation of lies, and all it takes is a little bit of truth to come out, and that foundation of lies is going to come crumbling down like a friggin' Jenga tower. So they've built this whole thing. Let's be real. That he was the justification. We know this because Marco Mendocino went out there and he talked about a group, right? Do people remember this? A group that's extremely organized and well-funded and with a steel resolve, agile. Remember whenever he was saying that thing? He was talking about us. And then no less than 8 politicians, senators and members of parliament, said the name Diagolon as the justification for the Emergency Measures Act, or at least in part. And now they're completely ignoring this. They've completely avoided the whole, mentioning that there was this group that they were super afraid of. And the reason why is because they know it was a terrible excuse to try and use. And if the truth comes out, they're going to look really, really stupid. Well, they can't let him actually talk publicly about this. They can't question him publicly, because what do you do then?
Yep. Well, they did mention, they asked Chris Barber twice, I think it was, or maybe three times, whether or not he knew Jeremy McKenzie. They actually said the words Diagolon. So, they are mentioning it, but I still think that they're going to try to smear. They're going to try to smear anybody with any association. That's the feeling I'm getting. I know what you're saying, that they don't have any, obviously it's a meme country and everything else, but that doesn't stop. You know what I mean? The media machine is so strong. It doesn't stop them necessarily from trying to implant that idea into the public and then have the people actually believe that this is a real thing, this is a real threat. Not to mention that, remember, we spoke about this before. It's a lot of it's the fact that here you go, you present a man who is in jail, and then you put him on the stand. That right away, I'm talking for normies. They look at this. You know what I'm saying? They say, well, why is he in jail? Where there's smoke, there's fire. You know what I'm trying to say here?
No, I do. But this is what I mean is they've built this narrative. Like, look, it starts with this, these articles that the Canadian Anti-Hate Network wrote, and they're the ones who were, influencing the media early on whenever they were talking about Jeremy. And then it snowballs, and, these are lies on top of lies. The reason why I think they're going to have a huge problem with Jeremy when it comes to testifying is because just put yourself in their situation. What questions are you going to ask him? It's easy to call someone an extremist, an accelerationist, a potential domestic terror threat, or the leader of a militia, all these things. But that falls apart as soon as you're in a, basically a conversation or in a question and answer. What question are you going to ask him that's going to make him look bad?
And what if they came out and asked him, before asking him questions, what if they played a bunch of his videos and stuff like that, clipped it down and say, did you say this? Did you say this? Did you say this? And you know what I mean? Like, not giving him the opportunity to actually give any sort of explanation.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But again, the problem is he can just be like, yeah, I did. I'm a comedian. I'm a podcaster.
Like, I'm looking over here, right? Well, we know comedy is no excuse anymore for anything. Number one, right?
True.
It just isn't. See, they take your words as literal. The words, it's not even the delivery. They take that clip. We just saw that with the Pat King clip that they played for Chris Barber, right? You see how they kind of stacked it up. That's the one that was doing the rounds.
Yeah.
And then you got Chris Barber talking about how even that comment itself, that was from back in the day, way, way back in the day, right? That was way back in the day, and it was about something else. It wasn't even about the Freedom Convoy. So what's going on over here? And, and then they'd make you delete your social media so you can't even get the source video clips to show the context.
Right. Yeah, well, I've definitely gone through that myself. I was wearing this exact sweater when I was spread all over every news source in North America, talking about running a truck into a wall. And then all of a sudden, that's how they started painting the narrative. We even have the text messages that were brought up in the EMA to prove it, that they wanted to paint a narrative around that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I just sent you a video of what Jeremy declared on January 28th, 2022. I'd send it to your Telegram row if you want to check that out. I don't know if you could play it, but Jeremy was way ahead of what these guys were saying.
I remember him clearly saying that it was a setup. I remember that. I remember him going and saying it's a setup. I remember him warning about the kettling. I remember that. He was, and I've never heard him once say anything about any violence whatsoever. In fact, he always made jokes. It was that was his thing. I got something I want to show you guys. I want to get your opinion on this. I'm going to throw this up on the screen. Okay, and I'm going to read it to you, and then I would love to hear your opinion on this. Okay, so here we go. We got Tinfoil Hat Nick. He says, I now believe that the Trudeau government used CSIS and OPP intelligence about the infighting within the Ottawa city government and police, along with the now confirmed compromised convoy as a catalyst to enact the Emergency Powers Act, for the sole purpose to codify the Act's measures into federal law. In other words, a power grab and coup d'etat to slander and destroy opposition to federal mandates and seize the funding of said opposition, and to circumvent both the Charter and Bill of Rights. Okay, so he's thinking the Trudeau government knew about the infighting in the Ottawa City government and police, and they used that, knowing that, as a catalyst to bring about the EMA. What do you guys think about that?
I think that they were predicting this for a while. If people remember and there's mixed feelings about this, the Liberal document that was released back in 2020 or 2021 or something like that, it laid it out that they wanted people to be so upset and uneasy and unrest that they were going to protest. So I think this was all part of the plan eventually. Now, what I do believe is that RCMP and CSIS tried to lean into whatever the original movement was to make it seem worse than what it is so they could enact the Emergencies Act. I actually called this back in 2020 or even 2019 about how the Trudeau government was going to call martial law. I was calling it martial law back then because Emergencies Act wasn't really the accepted vernacular back then. Nobody would know what I was talking about. And once they do that, they can do whatever they want. They can suspend election as long as they want, seize funds from the opposition if they want. It might be an overstatement, but that's what Zelensky did in the Ukraine. So he banned elections from everybody else. I'm doing it in the name of democracy. That's why you guys can't vote anymore. Yeah, I think that was part of their plan the whole time, was just get enough of an emergency to call the act. And then they can slip through this. Because what's the only thing that really changed when they called the Emergencies Act? They permanently put in the FinTrack or expanded it. And nobody said anything. You didn't hear the Conservatives stand up and say, hey, what the fuck's going on? Or the NDP, the Greens, anybody. They just put this in, and now they can seize your bank accounts. They can freeze it anytime they want. They didn't use these powers to stop Bruce MacArthur or Karla Homolka or any of these horrible people we have in Canada. No. They're using it for truckers. Right?
Wow.
There's no crimes committed. But
that's a great point right there. You're absolutely right. There's been incredible, very violent events, as everywhere. But there's been some here, and they didn't use any of those kind of things before, but they used them here in a peaceful demonstration. We got In Darkness. He says, thank you for hosting Ferryman and Rants. That's Derek Rants and Ferryman. I want to drop your links into the chat. Hail, damn great work. Hail the chat. Hail, brethren, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Where can people find you here before I want to get Alex, I want to get Ferryman's Toll's opinion as well about that little snippet there, because that's the sort of thing that's kind of running through our minds here. You know what I mean? About why things are happening the way they're happening. But let me just get your links over here. So what are the best places to reach you fellows?
I'm on Telegram at t.me/the Ferryman's Toll, and on Twitter at Ferryman4747.
Okay, I've just dropped a link also to Derek, to your channel right over here. I just want to show people over here, if you want to see more of these fine fellows over here, Played Army, Derek Rants, check that out over there. And I'm going to get the Telegram link from Mr. Ferryman Toll's Telegram. Very popular Telegram. If you like memes, then this is the place to check that out. Hold on 1 second here, because you guys are unstoppable, man, with the memes. You just keep going.
The material writes itself.
Is it going to stop you? What's happening? I got a question, because people are now disavowing their memes. Are you guys ready to disavow?
Disavowing our memes?
Disavowing. It sounds crazy.
If they get you on the stand, that's what they're gonna want you to do. If they ever get you up there.
I can't wait for if the day ever comes that I'm on the stand and my memes are being presented in evidence. It's gonna be a fun day.
Yeah.
It's a meme in and of itself.
Feel like all the work for the past 2 years.
I've made jokes before that if I ever have to, go to court for something, that I'm going to defend myself in memes.
That's a good idea, man. That's a good idea.
My intention.
It's probably
disavow memes. I don't know. maybe some of the bad ones that I've made that I'm like, that was a terrible meme. I disavow my crappy ones. How about that?
Right. You've improved, your artistic quality has improved since. So you disavow the old ones. They're just not as good. Yeah.
All right, Alex,
Yeah,
I want to get your opinion on this, brother, because you're a man who's been paying attention for a while here, and this is really what I want to do, because we know Jeremy. He's a great guy, right? He's fantastic. We're going to hear from him on Friday. It's going to be amazing. I really
and
hope
our heart
that
goes out to him.
Oh, yeah.
You know, for
But
sure.
I want to
don't
know.
know if we will hear from him on Friday, though.
You don't think
That's
so?
the thing.
Really?
I don't think they're going to play it publicly. I really don't.
I hope you're wrong, man. I hope you're wrong. What do you think of this? Do you think that the Trudeau government used CSIS and the OPP intelligence about the infighting within the Ottawa City government and police, along with the now confirmed compromised convoy we've seen them talk about infiltration, as a catalyst to enact the Emergency Powers Act? What do you think?
Yes, I think it's blatantly clear that they did that. I think that they were angling to use it very early on, and they just didn't have the justification that they wanted to do it. And I mean, didn't Brenda Lucky come out? Was it today or yesterday? Yesterday, and she's like, "Well, I can't explain why I have text messages saying that we were trying to retroactively justify the emergency." Like, obviously, they basically did something. I've used this analogy before. It's like they shot an arrow and then they went and now they're trying to draw a target around it and give themselves a bullseye. Everything they're doing is retroactive. So yeah, they looked for any excuse they could to use it, and then they just said, we'll figure it out later, basically, how we're going to justify this.
We don't know yet what we're going to do, what we're going to say, but we're going to figure it out. I want to look at this article, CTV News. This is Jeremy Mackenzie's. Came out today, you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. This is when I saw it.
Okay, here we go. All right, Pan, take it away, brother, if you'd be so kind. Let's see here.
Okay, Diagolon founder Jeremy Mackenzie expected to testify at Emergencies Act inquiry. Ottawa. The public inquiry into the federal government's use of the Emergencies Act during Freedom Convoy protests says it expects to call Diagolon founder Jeremy Mackenzie as a witness. Public Order Emergency Commission lawyers expect to call the founder of the online group, which includes members that supported the convoy, to testify on Friday via video conference. Mackenzie's lawyers made an application to the commission asking that he testify in the absence of the public and parties or under a publication ban. Oh, okay. So Mackenzie has requested a publication ban.
Yeah, why is he requesting one? Because that's what it sounds like here. Or is this incorrect? It says Mackenzie's lawyer has made an application to the commission asking that he testify in the
Don't want to incriminate himself, maybe
Yeah.
somehow. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like-
what? Yeah, what's the reason there? What's he thinking over there, guys? You guys heard
I'm not
from him?
sure we're allowed to.
Yeah, probably shouldn't get.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's,
all right.
Yeah. Don't give away the.
I can give you an answer without giving specifics, and I know that this is relevant for a lot of, especially politically, like for example, the people who were arrested in Coots, or Randy Hillier was another example of this actually. The reason that often it's the counsel for the defendants that want the publication bans is because the more media attention there is on their, cases, the more the Crown is going to want to get results, because they look weak whenever they have this highly publicized case that they don't get results for. So it's often the defendants that, want the publication ban because it takes it out of the spotlight, and then the government isn't so gung-ho to get the result that they want in the media.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. What about you, Derek? You
I
think
don't know if that's the reason in this situation, but that's one that I've heard, from a few lawyers now as to why they seek publication bans.
we need to get a real internet lawyer? You know what I mean? We're LARPing at internet lawyers over here. We need to get a real one, man. Where's Viva when you need him, man? Bring on the haircut.
Well, yeah, Ian Runkle there, Runkle of the Bailey. He's great. I've talked to him before, and yeah, he was actually one of these lawyers that told me that.
Okay.
When I spoke way back. Yeah.
How about yourself, Derek? You think that sounds about correct?
That's all I can see it as a strategy.
Right.
Because we know that this would be the most watched Ragecast ever in history.
Oh yeah, that's for sure, man. That's for sure. Well, I mean, I hope that I think it'd be great to see. You know what I mean? I want to see them flounder, asking questions. Is Diagolon a meme? Yes or what is a meme? Explain what a meme is. And then they pull up the dictionary definition. All right, let's see here. So right now he's in a Saskatchewan prison and was denied release earlier this month after being arrested in Nova Scotia on a Canada-wide warrant. Okay, so first of all here, so he is still being detained in a prison. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and has he been mistreated? Because we've heard some kind of, out there people talking he's been mistreated. Has he been mistreated?
From what I understand, yes, under the Declaration of UN's Human Rights for prisoners, he was put into solitary confinement for more than the allotted time that they are allowed to. But at the same token, it may be illegal, but that just happens in jail. And quite often it never gets reported. It's nothing Jeremy can't handle. He's been through worse before in the name of his country. So I wouldn't take it too, make it too much of a concern about where you're concerned for Jeremy's safety. But at the same time, it's still against the law how they've been treating him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's rough, man. That is atrocious. Okay, so he was charged with assault pointing a firearm. I know you can't get into all the details about it. Mischief, using a restricted weapon in a careless manner after police received a report about an alleged assault near Viscount, Saskatchewan. I'm assuming here you guys can't talk about any of this stuff. Is that correct?
One thing I do want to say, yeah, Alex was there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go for it, brother. Yeah.
Well, I could tell you. So there was, like, if you wanted, a kind of window into how, this investigation took place. It started months after the alleged incident. This is all stuff that you're allowed to talk. This is all out in the media now.
I actually wanted to mention that in the article it said right there an incident that was recorded in November. That's not true.
Well, it occurred allegedly in November, on November 4th of 2021. I was there. There was, so this is when I say that, like, look, Jeremy is not being charged for political crimes, right? You just read them out: assault, careless use of a firearm, stuff like that, right? That's when we say that he's a political prisoner, we're not talking about like, oh, he's arrested for wrongthing. That's actually what he is arrested for. Like, when you break it down and you really get into it, but obviously that's not the crimes they charged him with. What happened was they have two people that are willing to lie, and they have an entire, media apparatus, justice system, police infrastructure, government, all of them want to believe this lie. So they're willing to do it. Now, I was a witness. There was another witness, the homeowner where the incident occurred. Neither of us were, questioned by the RCMP before the warrants were issued. They didn't want our statements. They didn't reach out to us. They didn't reach out to Jeremy either. There was 3 witnesses that they just refused to talk to before issuing this warrant. Why? Is that normal? I don't think that's normal for a police investigation. We were mentioned in the other, the people that are accusing him of doing these things. We were mentioned in their statements. Why would they not ask us for our statement if we were mentioned as being there? And on top of that, I was the only one that was sober. Everybody else was hammered.
Hold on a second here. Why were you sober?
I don't really drink.
I'm just checking, man. Okay. Were you high? Were you smoking weed or what?
Oh man, I'm straight edge.
You're straight edge. Those guys still exist?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my lord.
Yeah,
no, man.
I mean, I occasionally will drink, or on special occasions I'll have some, but on a random Thursday night, no, I don't typically partake. Not that there's anything wrong. I have no issue with it. I just, not for me, right? So like I was the only one that was sober there, and they just weren't interested in hearing what I had to say. So and I can just say that everything they're accusing him of, I didn't witness any of it.
So the only sober guy in the room, they don't bother to question him, is what you're telling me. They don't get, and the RCMP just bypassed your testimony. Were you there as well, Derek? Can you confirm that this man right over here was sober?
I was not there. No.
Okay.
I was in a different province.
All right.
Derek could probably
I was on the phone with a few of them that night. I can tell you that.
All right, tell me, how should people support?
I try and get him to drink all the time, and he just won't do it.
Hey, man, no peer pressure. We don't want to peer pressure anybody. It's better. It's good what you're doing. Honestly, I got to get into shape. I got to work out. I got to do what you're doing, Alex. I got to get lean mean. You got a 6-pack?
No, man, I need to get in shape too. It's not the beer that does it for me, though. It's the junk food.
Ah, yeah, man. Well, we all got our vices. Mine is just, I'm addicted to love. That's
There you
honestly,
go.
yeah.
Is that why you have so many kids?
That's right, man. All right, man. How can people support Jeremy and what he's going through? What can people do for him? Is there a GoFundMe, Give, Send, Go? Is there anything out there? What's going on? How can people support him?
Yeah, there's a Give, Send, Go.
There is a Give, Send, Go that people can.
Okay.
I'm sure somebody in the YouTube chat there, one of the dags will throw up the link if people want. But
okay, hold on. I'm pulling it open because in the chat, I don't think you can pick up. Oh man, look at this. Look at this. This is crazy over here. I just punched it in. It's Jeremy McKenzie. GiveSendGo.com/Jeremy McKenzie. GiveSendGo is currently offline for maintenance. I'm going to drop the link in the chat anyways because I'm sure this is going to work again. But I don't know. It says they're offline right now. It looks like this is the correct one. If you type in GiveSendGo Jeremy McKenzie, you can see that there's only 2 links that go to the same place. And both of them, unfortunately, right now, GiveSendGo is down. They need to do something. That they need to get their stuff going. It's a bit annoying, eh? But there you go. But that's it. How is he doing over there? How is he keeping mentally and psychologically and his soul? How is he keeping, man? Is he keeping the faith?
Yeah,
I think he's being a realist when I talk to him.
Say again, brother?
Yeah. Well, when I talk to him, it's nothing but lust, but that's our relationship, right? So you can see him with his going in ups and downs, but that's what happens when you're in jail. It's an uneasy state that he's going to be put in for the next little while until he gets a better grip on how long he's going to be there or what he's looking at to get out and stuff like that. So it is an unsettling situation. But like I said, Jeremy's been through worse, so we can only expect him to come out stronger.
Good, beautiful, man.
Yeah, certain things. I know he had a bit of an uplift whenever he found out that he was going to be testifying. So like that was a bonus for him. Book 2, which is, I don't know if that's good or terrifying that he's writing a book in jail.
Wow.
Whoa, he's writing a book? We got to get going, but
Yeah.
I think this thing's going to start
Malcolm
in a minute.
X.
But tell me, he's writing a book? I'm going to hear this. What's he writing a book about?
I don't know. His experience, I guess. His story.
Just do me a favor. Tell him not to name it My Struggle, okay?
That's not. Well,
Wait a minute.
We've made jokes about this before. It's like, Jeremy was a master corporal, and there was another, master or lance corporal that ended up going to jail for 9 months, writing a book, and then a whole bunch of crazy shit happened. So I just wouldn't hold him for 9 months. No, I'm just joking.
Awesome.
What if it the title was Our Struggle?
That could work. That'd be okay.
I don't know.
You could do that.
There it is, man. This is Derek Rants. You can check him out on YouTube, Derek Rants. Let me just put the link up one more time so you can see that. Okay, the Give, Send, Go. I'm going to throw that up there one more time as well. Check that out. Help this guy out. If you care, then this is a good way to show it, is to help a man when he's down. Derek Rants on YouTube. Okay, here we go. And they are streaming. What's your streaming schedule like, Derek?
We've taken over Jeremy's schedule, which was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8:30 till whenever we get tired. If you guys want to come out and support the stream, that's great. Everything that we're making during those times, we're also donating to Jeremy's legal fund as well. Yeah, we have a lot of fun, though. We have Fact or Fairy Tale Fridays. Is it Oasis Wednesday?
Mm-hmm.
It's turning into...
Let me get your
It's
Twitter.
becoming its own monster. So
It is, eh? All right, hold on a second. Let me just, before we get out of here, because this thing is going to start in a minute here, I just want to get your Twitters out there. Derek Rants, okay, there it is, one word, Derek Rants on Twitter. I just dropped a link over there. And as well as Ferryman, okay, of course, if you love memes, then this is the guy to follow, Ferryman4747. There's the link right there in the chat. Really appreciate you guys coming out, and you know what? We're going to be looking forward to whatever happens on Friday. I'm hoping it's for the best. So, thank you so much, you fine folks, and a big. What do you guys do for Diagolon? You stroke out, right, or something? That's it.
We're gonna give you guys from Diagolon a big hail, and if you talk to Mackenzie, give him our best for more campaign.
Will do.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having us on, and keep doing great work with these hearings, man. You guys are killing it.
Thanks
a lot. If you're able to, I sent you a clip of Jeremy
right, hold on a second
Telegram. If you could play it, that'd be
Sure,
great.
sure, no
Thanks again
problem.
for having us.
Yeah, no problem, brother. Hold on a second here. Let me find it. Yeah, give it a second here. Let's play. This is from the inquiry. Oh, hold on a second. Let me see if I can place this full screen. I got to download it. 1 second, brother.
From January 28th, and he basically lays out exactly what happened.
All right.
And he's encouraging everybody to remain peaceful, to remain lawful, to not get caught in their tricks.
Perfect. All right, here we go.
All right, so I'm in Ottawa right now. There's a bunch of us here. It's ridiculous that I even have to say this, but just for posterity and, history's sake, because, how do I say this without... It seems, or it's been brought to my attention that it appears to be the intention of some people to frame or invent some kind of domestic terrorism narrative around people involved in this weekend, potentially myself and other people included. This is ridiculous. If anything happens, it was not me. It was not any of us. Everyone here is assembling peacefully to support the truckers and simply observe the beautiful movement that is our country trying to come together to rid ourselves and correct the trajectory, the very alarming trajectory that this country is on. That's it. We're armed with muffins and coffee and cigarettes and things like this. So again, this is crazy. Everyone please be on your best behavior. And if you see anything odd or strange or makes you nervous or uncomfortable, leave immediately. And keep your phone, your camera is probably your best defense. If you see anything strange, film it. That's all for now. Still a shitload of people coming in here.
Wow.
Heading in. And,
beautiful message, man.
We'll see what happens. But again, if anything at all, it's a lie.
Beautiful message. Wow. So you guys knew, huh? This is it. Because I seen that. I remember him talking. I remember he was in a hotel or something, There it is, man.
I was
that's
held up in that hotel with him, actually.
Oh, okay.
All
right. Yeah, no, that's it, man. That's it. This is it. Same thing I seen with so many of these fine fellows, you know what I mean? I see Pat King as well calling for peace all the time. We've seen Jeremy McKenzie doing the same over here. And truly astonishing what the government at large has tried to frame everybody as. So I really want to say a big hail and thank Derek and Alex over here at Fairman's Toll for coming out here and standing with their brother. And that's the L, loyalty. Honor, accountability, integrity, and loyalty. That's the loyalty right there. Thank you very much, fine gentlemen, for being here. And that's a lovely message, truly a lovely message from Jeremy McKenzie. And our hearts go out to you, brother, and you fine fellows out there. Keep your brotherhood strong. Keep your sisterhood, all that stuff. Your, all the dags. That's what you call them, right? The dags. Right? I got it. There you go.
Yeah, the dags, the bigots.
There you go. All right, man. I got to make sure this thing is about to start, and I don't want to miss a minute. So here we go, man. Thank you so much.
Take care, fellas.
Oh, that's it.
Thanks for having
us.
us.
Boom, right? Hail, my brethren. All right, here we go. Let's check out these guys are going to be going on. I'm sure. Oh, there you go. See that? Right on time. Boom.
All right.
Allez-y.
Good fellas.
Monsieur H.A.I.L, voulez-vous prêter serment ou faire une affirmation solennelle?
Oui.
Vous avez le choix de prêter serment sur un document religieux ou de faire une affirmation solennelle.
Je vais prendre l'affirmation solennelle.
Parfait. Pour les fins de procès verbal, s'il vous plaît, veuillez indiquer et ensuite appeler votre nom en entier.
Steve Charland. STEEVECHARLAND.
Affirmez-vous solennellement que le témoignage que vous allez rendre devant le tribunal, devant la commission, sera la vérité, toute la vérité et rien que la vérité?
Je l'affirme.
Merci.
All right, what do you
Monsieur le
think? Should I
commissaire, avant
translate?
de commencer avec mes questions, mon confrère Nicolas Saint-Pierre, qui est l'avocat de Monsieur Charland, est dans l'audience. Il aimerait faire une objection.
We might need your skills.
No problem. Let me do this, man. That was right on time, eh? You see that? I was thinking these guys are going to start. All right, this is Stevie, Charland, Farfada. He's swearing.
Pour les fins du dossier.
Merci. Donc, Nicolas Saint-Pierre pour les fins du dossier. Je représente M. Charland.
Nicolas.
M. Charland fait face à certaines accusations criminelles
Representing
de
Steve.
la manifestation qui a eu lieu à Ottawa. Et pour
Criminal
ces
charges
fins,
against
nous
him.
invoquons l'article 5 de la loi sur la preuve.
Article 5 about proof.
Je comprends et je considère que le témoin s'oppose à répondre à chaque question pour le motif que ces réponses pourraient tendre à l'incriminer ou tendre à établir sa responsabilité
Okay, I understand he's going to answer every question.
Civile ou
in the civil procedure,
quelle qu'elle soit.
even if it's criminal or civil procedure, he's going to answer the questions.
Sans la présente loi ou toute loi provinciale, le témoin eût été dispensé de répondre à cette question.
No matter what
Alors,
it
bien
is,
que
provincial,
le témoin soit en vertu de la présente loi
he has to answer
ou d'une
questions.
loi provinciale forcée à répondre, puis
If it's
je
a
comprends
provincial
qu'il est
law,
sous sommation.
he's sous sommation.
Sa
I think this is,
réponse
he's got a
ne
court
peut
case
être
against him.
invoquée et n'est pas admissible en
It's
preuve
not
contre
admissible
lui
in his
dans
court
une
case.
instruction ou procédure pénale exercée contre lui par la suite.
Yeah,
sauf
this stuff
dans le
can't
cas
be
de
used.
poursuite pour parjure,
Unless he's doing
dans
perjury.
ce témoignage ou pour témoignage contradictoire. Alors,
Unless it's contradictory or perjury, it can't be used against him as
tient
criminal
pour
case.
acquis qu'il s'est objecté pour chacune des questions.
beaucoup,
Ça
monsieur
suffit?
le commissaire.
Merci.
There you go.
Merci. Alors, bonjour, Monsieur Charland. Mon nom est Alexandra Hein et je suis avocate de la
Alexandra Hein.
Commission. Alors, j'aimerais vous poser
Commission counsel.
quelques questions aujourd'hui au sujet de votre participation
Can I ask you a couple
au
questions
convoi de la liberté qui s'est déroulé au mois de
about your
janvier et
Convoi de
février
Liberté, Freedom
2022
Convoy,
à Ottawa.
January
Le but de mes
22nd.
questions est d'aider le commissaire avec son mandat.
Okay, the
Pour commencer, je
goal
vais
is
vous
to
montrer un
answer the
document.
questions
Et
for
Monsieur
the
le
council.
greffier, si vous pourriez, s'il te plaît, montrer le document SAE.
Show this document.
C'est votre déclaration
It's
de
your
preuve
declaration,
anticipée.
your witness declaration. Show that on the screen. He looks good though, eh, Stevie?
This is the clerk speaking. For the record, we do have the French version available. The doc ID for that is SAE 6010.fr.
Turned
Thank
on
you.
to French. All right. There you go. How's that? Better?
If you could please put that one up. Thanks.
You heard what she said? Just tell me if I need to increase or decrease
Alors,
the
Monsieur
volume.
Charland, est-ce que ce document est la déclaration de preuve
Mr.
anticipée
Charland.
que nous vous avons envoyée?
Is this what we sent you?
Et avez-vous eu la chance de
Yes.
réviser cette déclaration?
Have you read it? Yes.
Êtes-vous d'accord avec son contenu ou aimeriez-vous faire des corrections?
Do you want to correct
Non, les
anything?
corrections ont déjà été apportées.
No, my corrections have
Merci.
already been done.
Alors, vous vivez dans la région Grenville sur le Rouge
You
au
live in
Québec.
Grenville,
Oui.
Quebec,
Où
Grenville.
se situe cette région?
Grenville.
Entre Montebello et la chute.
It's between Lachute and
Et
Montebello.
vous êtes travailleur autonome dans le commerce du bois de chauffage. Pourriez-vous nous expliquer à quoi ça ressemble être travailleur
independent contractor.
autonome dans ce domaine?
In logging.
Ça, c'était la réponse pas mal sommaire. Depuis un an, d'ailleurs, j'en fais plus beaucoup, étant donné
Hasn't done a lot in the last year
ce qui m'arrive dans ma vie.
because of what's
Outre
happening in my
ça,
life.
je suis aussi écrivain,
Also,
conférencier et
I'm also a
blogueur.
writer.
Merci. Et pourriez-vous nous expliquer qui sont les Farfada?
Who is the Farfada? What are they?
C'est un regroupement d'hommes et de femmes qui s'est
Men and women.
approché de moi dû à
Who come close to me depuis
l'attrait que mon discours avait.
from my discours that must
On est
have been
devenu un
speeches.
mouvement de
Speeches given.
protestation,
Now we're a protest
un
movement.
mouvement qui se lève pour la justice et qui prend soin des oubliés.
We're standing up
Qui sont
for
les oubliés?
justice and
Des
for the
gens qui ont été
workers.
oubliés du système, surtout pendant cette crise-là.
And for the
Des gens
people
qui
who
sont
were
pas capables de
forgotten.
manger. On a fait beaucoup d'épiceries, on a nourri des itinérants.
We
on
fed
les
a lot of
habillés.
people. We fed homeless people. We fed a lot of
Depuis
people.
les 2 dernières
who've
années,
been
on a fait
forgotten.
énormément pour les gens du peuple qui ne
We've
pouvaient
done a
pas
lot for the
subvenir à
people
leurs besoins.
who can't actually
Et quand est-ce que
buy
ce
food
mouvement
or
a
whatever.
commencé?
When did it start?
À quelque part en 2020. Notre premier événement a été la Saint-Jean-Baptiste avant tout le monde, qui était le 19 juin. Je me rappelle bien, 19 ou 20 juin 2020. On a fait une Saint-Jean-Baptiste.
This is
Et
Quebec
puis,
Independence Day.
au nombre de billets qu'on a vendus, tous les profits ont été versés à une maison qui vient en aide aux itinérants pour les jeunes de 18 à 30 ans, pour les mettre dans pour les remettre sur le marché du travail.
To put them back to work.
Puis par la suite, ben, on a aimé l'idée, puis on a continué de faire des campagnes de financement. On a vendu des systèmes à notre effigie. Et on a fait des campagnes de financement pour continuer de prendre soin de ceux qui en avaient besoin.
Yeah, giving more money to people who need it. They're charity, basically.
Combien de gens font partie des Farfada?
How many people in
À une
it?
certaine époque, on est monté jusqu'à 400 sur une page Facebook,
400
mais
on
c'est
Facebook.
dur à dire puisqu'on parle plus d'un mouvement que d'un groupe.
We speak more of a movement than a group,
À
so it's hard to
Gatineau,
tell.
on s'est
In
rendu
Gatineau,
compte que le mouvement était beaucoup plus grand qu'on pensait parce qu'on a eu
lot more
l'appui de
people in Gatineau
milliers
thousands,
de Canadiens
thousands of
qui
Canadians.
nous aidaient indirectement sans être directement proches de l'action avec nous autres. Là. Fait qu'on parle de 400 membres sur une page Facebook, mais des milliers
400 people on a Facebook page,
supporters.
Alors, c'est un mouvement
but thousands of
pan-canadien, pas
supporters.
juste un mouvement québécois.
It's not just a Quebecer movement, is
On
it?
a même eu à une certaine époque des membres jusqu'en Floride et au Texas.
OK.
We even
Mais
have
mais la plupart des
Florida
membres
and
viennent du
Texas
Québec.
members.
La majorité.
OK.
Most of them are from Quebec. How's that
Puis,
better?
je comprends que les Farfada font du militantisme social et politique.
Oui.
Pourriez-vous nous expliquer ce que ça veut dire, le militantisme, pour vous, et quelles causes de nature sociale et politique vous préoccupent?
Okay,
Vous
so
et
what's
les
your
Farfada.
cause? What's a social cause that you're,
Écoute, je
you think
vais
about?
parler pour moi.
I'll talk about myself.
Puisque
What
tout ce qui
matters to me.
s'est rapproché de moi depuis ce temps-là, c'était pour mon discours sociopolitique, justement.
Social,
Donc,
political
je vais prendre pour
discourse.
acquis qu'ils ont fait de moi leur porte-parole. Donc, ils étaient
They
d'accord
made me the
avec ce que je
speaker,
pensais.
so they agree with what I'm saying. I'm the
C'est
speaker.
ma première participation
It's not my first
du côté
participation.
militant, là, même dans
As a
la
militant.
l'œuvre qu'on a remplie ensemble, vous pouvez voir que j'ai été membre du Conseil de la Meute.
You
Et
can
avant,
see
j'ai été membre de d'autres groupes.
he's
Et
been a member of
avant,
many
en
different
solo,
groups.
j'ai
La Meurthe,
participé souvent à des conférences.
I've been to
La
conferences,
sociopolitique m'a toujours
social,
intéressé.
political conferences,
Dans le
really
sens
interested
où
in that.
j'ai toujours trouvé que le peuple n'était pas assez entendu par nos
The
élus.
people have not been heard enough, that's why I do this.
Ce qui fait en sorte que nos élus ont la possibilité de faire un peu ce qu'ils veulent, outre la campagne électorale. On a des campagnes électorales qui durent à peu près un mois, puis pendant ce mois-là, nos élus nous disent ce qu'on veut entendre pour être élus. Et les 4 années qui suivent, ils remplissent pas leur mandat.
For
Et
4
les
years,
gens
they
du
haven't
peuple ne sont
been
pas
finishing their mandate. The people,
On est tellement pas
politicians,
entendus qu'on est obligé d'aller manifester pour se
we're
faire
not,
entendre et
they
encore,
don't
on
listen
n'est pas
to
contre.
us. So that's the
Je
reason we
trouve
gotta
que
go and protest.
La politique est très détachée du peuple. On fait partie un peu de 2 classes de société distinctes.
There's two
puis, c'est pas
classes,
normal. Je veux
distinct
dire,
classes, population
c'est nous
split.
tous qui avons bâti ce pays, puis
They
on
don't
aimerait
listen to us.
beaucoup participer aux décisions.
We built the
On aimerait
country.
beaucoup
We want to
plus de
participate.
démocratie.
We want democracy.
Mon combat à moi, ça a toujours été d'unir le peuple,
The fight for me is to unite the people
afin qu'on cesse de se laisser diviser
instead of being
par
divided
les races, par les religions,
by
par les
race, by
croyances,
religion,
quelles qu'elles
by
soient,
what you
par les
believe,
orientations sexuelles.
by your sexual
On
orientation.
s'en fout, par les langues.
I don't care. We don't care. Language even.
C'est
We don't
vraiment
care.
une question du peuple qui n'est pas entendu par les
It's
élus
about the people
et
who
du
are
peuple
not
qui est de
listened
plus
to
en
by the
plus,
politicians.
dans la pauvreté et dans l'indigence. Moi, personnellement, j'ai toujours prôné pour un mandat plus impératif.
Let me see if I can get a
représentatif,
translation up.
qui ferait
Let's see
en
what we
sorte
could do
que
here.
les élus devraient
See if I can get
remplir
CC
leur
on
promesse
this.
électorale, sans quoi on aurait des moyens légaux de tenir recours contre ces 10 élus.
I got the original. Let's see what we can get here.
hold
You want this lady up,
them
Pen?
up to their words.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
because of
You know,
the
that's
system that we have,
Here,
added
they can
flavor.
tell us
There you
very
go.
legally
Let's play
anything
this.
that they want so that they will be elected. And then they send their representatives at the National Assembly or Provincial Parliament, and then they vote
How's that?
whatever they want without
Any
our
good?
consent. And over the past years, we
That's
saw a lot
good,
of
and
acts
good
that
job,
we
by the
did
way,
not agree
translating.
with, but nobody asked us for advice. At one point, we have to shout louder.
Partie du groupe La Meurthe, pourquoi?
Why are you members of those groups? Well, we don't have the same opinion all the time. With Lameute, we had worked a great deal for democratic representation, but there was a group of people who went on working for Lameute Incorporated, which means they keep the profits. And this is one thing we didn't agree with, and the Democrats in the group didn't like that at all, and that means we weren't listening to citizens at all. So we went out of the group. So was there any commitment on the part of the government for transparency? And you're saying your voice is not being heard, is that it? Indeed, the workers in Quebec and in Canada, I talk about Quebec because that's where I come from, I think the workers are not really being heard in Canada. And in 2022, there are 3 jobs for 2 people, for a couple. And we have a hard time spending our money, keeping our money, because we have to spend too much. And the government spends billions of dollars in the meantime for issues that are not really essential, important. It will have to change. Thank you. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the fight for freedom, le combat de la liberté. When did you hear about it? I've heard it from people who were seeing things on social networks. It was early in January. I can't give you the real date. And I was involved myself. I found out really about it on a Saturday. We started to participate on the 29th. It was a week before. On the 22nd, we had a meeting and we talked about it a great deal to figure out whether or not we should participate. And what I could see is that workers who were trying to get working permits and to be able to work. So I wasn't truly concerned about this. If truckers were just driving up to get a permit, it didn't really affect me until we heard some more reports in Quebec on Quebec radio stations. I don't recall exactly what TV or radio station. And that means you arrived on the 29th. So you came for Quebec? Yes, I did. And how did you regroup your people? I posted on my own page, public page, saying that on the 29th we would start a convoy in La Chute and we would go all the way to Gatineau to reach Ottawa. How many people and vehicles were involved? What kind of vehicles were in that convoy? We had our convoy 107 kilometers long, and when I got to Gatineau, I got a call from a guy I knew who came from Beauce with 1,500 cars, and they were advised to take another road because we were already on Highway 50. All kinds of vehicles, Winnebagos vehicles, pickup trucks, and everything. And it was all kinds of vehicles. When you talk about trucks, you take about heavy vehicles. No, I'm not talking about heavy trucks. I'm talking about cars and pickup trucks. Winnebagos at most, but it was truly a convoy of citizens. And I didn't ask, you should be shown this document, but you had an interview with a reporter from Le Droit on January 30th. Is that it? Yes, it's possible. Yes, on the 30th. And he asked you why you decided to join the convoy in Ottawa rather than going to the Provincial Assembly of Quebec. And you said you took advantage of bad weather and government are not truly would you please slow down so that we get the translation right? How can they get this power? We can't go out of our own houses, and I'm entitled to go to Costco, but I can't visit my grandmother. I can't live in that country, and I'll fight to the very end until we get full freedom. Otherwise, I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but we'll do it like we normally do for these kinds of things. Yes, this is what I said. So what kind of goal did you have when you wanted to do that? What was your specific goal by participating to the convoy? Participate to the biggest convoy in Canada, the biggest meeting of that kind, to finally be heard as a people and to tell our elected officials that's it, that's the end of it. You've taken a great many decisions without getting our consent. As I said earlier, I'm not a specialist. I'm not sure really what the risks were. I have no opinion on that. But I thought that mandates, that people went beyond their mandates. There were legislations changed that had nothing to do with health or welfare. They even advised us in Quebec to get a few things that didn't work out. We were asked not to get our grandmother for dinner when we could go and ship all over the place without a mask. It wasn't right, all of that. And at the onset, Prime Minister Trudeau said that he would not close the gates of the country, the airports and so on, while we were being confined at home. I think we had to stop the virus coming from abroad, but we were locked up ourselves. There was curfews and sanitary measures that were quite exaggerated at the end of the line, and we have to prove today that what was done against the virus created more damages than the virus itself did damage. You also said during those interviews that you wanted to reach this goal. Could you describe this goal? Did you take any proactive measures to make sure that your objective would be reached? Indeed, every day, every minute, every hour, I was one of those who attempted to keep our traditions alive in a peaceful way. I've been involved for 30 years or so, but I have no criminal record. I was complying with the Canadian Constitution and the Quebec Charter freedoms because we're not violent. We've always done all of this very peacefully, and I asked people to remain peaceful, to keep quiet at times and remain peaceful at all times, regardless of the situation. This was our message at all times, and when people wanted to go beyond those rules, they were being reprimanded and told not to do that. You said that you influenced people who were being involved pacifically. Was it by way of social means? I used all of the available means. And what social means did you use? Facebook. any other social means? No. During what happened in Ottawa, there was a convoy on Wellington, and you stated one day that you would only leave when you would have recovered freedom or when you were dead. What did that mean exactly? It sounds pretty simple. Well, I'm not dead at this time. I'm fighting for freedom. But are you referring to what was taking place in Ottawa? If it had possible, or if it was the case, I would probably still be there. But there was an injunction that kicked us out from the parking locations we had. We will be discussing this injunction a bit further. But I'd like to figure out what happened when you went to Ottawa. You left La Chute, and then yes, that your convoy was 107 kilometers long. Do you know how many people were involved in that convoy? Approximately. No idea. Maybe we could try to assess it. 107 kilometers. When we wound up in Gatineau, it was still 50 from La Chute, and we were also getting people from both. How many people were in those vehicles? I can't say. So you got to Gatineau on the 29th. Did you go to the parking lot right away? And it became your headquarters? Yes. Did you talk to the owners of the parking lot? Yes, we did. We said who would rent the whole location for $1,000 a day for an indefinite period of time. There were written agreements and verbal agreements with whomever was the contact in Gatineau. I'm not inventing anything here. There was a member of our group who was in charge of the parking lot rental. On January 29th, did you get a call from Pat King? No, I didn't get a call from Pat King, but I got another person who was telling me that Pat King was looking for safety and security. So I got him in touch with the Gatineau people. Why would you ask about this if she could help with safety? They didn't ask me. Somebody else called me to ask whether or not we could help out Pat King, who was coming up, and I referred him to members of the group who could help. And they were part of your group? Yes. And that person who contacted you, how was she contacted, or he was contacted? Yes, well, Pat King was to contact them. On January 29th, you attempted to go through the McCarthy Bridge to reach the trucks that were on Wellington Street, but that police didn't let you go through. Is that it? It was on a Sunday, on the 30th of January. Yes, indeed. There were heavy trucks and normal vehicles who wanted to cross over to Ottawa, and our mandate was to defend our Constitution and to use the Portage Bridge, and we had to negotiate with the police services that were around to get to an agreement by midday that would go to the McDonald Bridge, and we escorted people through that bridge. Those negotiations that you mentioned, was that with the RCMP? On that particular case, I dealt with the Gatineau Police, Sûreté du Québec, and RCMP. Whom did you bargain with, Municipal Services or RCMP? It was essentially with the Gatineau police, and I told them that they're out of their jurisdiction, and it was to be the RCMP who was in charge, and which is what happened. And the RCMP let you go through. They escorted us to the MacDonald Bridge. We wanted us to go to Portage, but we went through MacDonald. So you went on Maisonneuve up to MacDonald Cartier, and the RCMP took you south on MacDonald Cartier till close to Parliament. We have a video available. We're not going to listen to it because it's an hour long, but it shows that several vehicles and trailers went through the Bay Market, and on Rideau Street they turned left to Parliament. Is that the way they went? Well, listen, if I recall correctly, we stopped on Rideau. That's the only thing I could change in what you said. We had to stop on Rideau because we had trucks against truck and we couldn't go any further. Do you recall where you stopped on Rideau? Well, I don't live in Ottawa, so I don't recall exactly. Was it close to a shopping center? Could you see the Parliament? No. And Chateau Laurier? No. During public hearings, various services in Ottawa and Gatineau testified that Farfada members were at the intersection of Rideau and Sussex. Does that ring a bell? No. Farfada is a group of people which expanded greatly in Ottawa and Gatineau. We don't know everyone. We talk about thousands of people, thousands of Quebecers and Ontarians joined the movement. So I haven't got all the details. We truly concentrated on what went on in the parking lot, and to help out as much as we could to offer parking place for those who wanted to have a parking lot and then walk on to Parliament to show what they thought. So I don't have all.
I will show you some.
Alors, Monsieur le greffier, est-ce qu'on pourrait, s'il vous plaît, montrer OPP 823?
Could we show this document? I forgot, I didn't get the ZIBI, the ZIBI, which is the ZIBI parking. This belongs to ZIBI, which was managed by Dubé. The owner is ZIBI, the renter is ZIBI, is the one who manages the, and where is that the parking lot? At the corner of Portage and Maisonneuve, I believe. At the very corner where they have the Festivière.
Mr. Clerk, that was OPP 823.
If we can go to page 2. Oh, sorry. Scroll up. Alors ici,
Ça dit que la SPO a averti un certain nombre des Farfada qui bloquaient l'intersection importante dans le coin de barrage et qui n'étaient pas coopératifs avec les policiers. Là, we're talking about Rideau and Sussex. Does that refresh your memory? No, I couldn't say. We didn't occupy Rideau and Sussex. I will show you another document, Mr. Clerk, OPS 5886. 5886. Perhaps if I were to explain where Rideau and Sussex is, it's where we want the War Memorial in front of Chateau Laurier. There is a statue, a monument for the unknown soldier. This is that intersection close to the Rideau shopping center. Well, as I was saying, we don't have any control on everybody that identifies with our movement. If I'd known that there was a blockade, yes, but I can't answer you now.
Mr. Clerk, maybe we can actually bring up, oh no, this is the right document, thank
you. Alors, si
If we scroll down.
This is approximately 200 people scattered throughout the location.
Point of demonstrator. Merci. Focal point of demonstrator activity at Sussex and Rideau, where a group known as Farfada from Quebec has completely blocked intersection to vehicular traffic. Farfada group was uncooperative with police throughout the day. Organizer of the group indicated that they would open the intersection if permitted to move further up on Wellington towards Parliament Hill. Information passed on to PLT for further contact. Quand ils font référence à l'organisateur du groupe, est-ce que c'est possible?
When we refer to the group, is it possible that it was you, the group? Are we talking about the same event, Rideau Sussex? Well, you said I'm not answering what you want to hear, but I did not know personally that some of the Farfada members were blocking Rideau and Sussex. If people identified themselves as members of our, well, like thousands of others, they did it on their own. I am not aware of it. Did you talk to the police at one point in Ottawa? Not when you were at the Gatineau parking lot at Zibi, concerning where the vehicles and trucks would park once you've gone through the McDonald Cartier Bridge? No is the answer. So with the policemen, it was only with the Gatineau Municipal Police? Yes, unless until the day we brought the trucks back in. We went as far as we could go, and then the others were independently to decide where to go. I have no idea what happened after that. We negotiated mainly with the Gatineau Municipal Police. I didn't have any discussion really with other police forces except peace. Question, when you said that you talked to the Gatineau police concerning Zibi, what did you talk about? What was your interaction with them? We had discussions every day on what we wanted to do. They wanted to know what our daily program was. They wanted to make sure that everything was okay. We had excellent communications with them concerning the traffic, exits, entrance. Thank you. Question. Have you know the Tamara Lich, Kate Rajson, Shipyak, and Tamara Lich? Yes, I've heard some of their names, yes. Well, it's a bit difficult to hide Tamara Lich. Do you know them personally? No is the answer. Have you been in touch with them during this convoy? No. Question. A group within this investigation about the organizers of the convoy. We approved that on February 8, Tamara and Shipyak went to talk to the Quebec demonstrators, protesters who at the Rideau and Sussex to ask them to move their vehicles. Do you remember that event? Answer, no. I was not there. The Farfada movement is very good, but we're not responsible for all Quebecers. On the same day, you put the video online. This is February 8, and you said, could you be nice enough to help those 42 truckers parked in front of the Parliament? If they leave, we're in danger. What event are you talking about here? The 42 truckers from Quebec asked for our help. They had problems accessing financing from the Western truckers. So they asked us if we could do something since there was a lot of enthusiasm about our movement, so we did help them. So that video had nothing to do with the Tamara Lich and Shipiak. Answer, no. Those 42 truckers, where did they come from? From Quebec is the answer. You know from which region? No. How did you get in touch with them? Someone asked me to go and meet with them. One of the truckers was the head of the group, and quite a few others. There was a group, so 5 or 6 truckers at the same time, so I talked to the leader of each group and asking them what we could do to help them. Financing-wise. Yes, finance, gas, food. Question, so you had access to some financing. Was it through gifts by the members or other Canadians? Could you explain a bit where that money came from? Answer, at the very beginning of our movement, some people are buying some articles with our name in it, or they give money because they know what the money is going to be used for. Contrary to organizations who are so-called officially recognized, where you have to put 10% in the street. I'm saying 10%, but I haven't read any documents recently, but the nonprofit have you can spend 90% for administration purposes and 10% in the street. We committed ourselves to giving 95% that we get to the street, and 5% is to pay for gas or people who are helping us, which means that we are trusted. People rely on us, and they want to help us because they know that we help those most in need. During the occupation in Ottawa, we took care of people who were really in need and who were there at the demonstration. So we committed ourselves to give them help from as gas, for instance. And on my Facebook page, I asked since the financing sites from the Western Convoy were frozen, the GoFundMe had been closed and all that was frozen. We told people who know us, since they are trusting us, if we want to get their money from there to us, we are committed to spending that money on the street. This is what we've done, and the money started coming in. Question. With people getting in touch with you through Facebook, who are these people that you're talking about? Answer. Generally speaking, these are people who get in touch with our Facebooks, they get in touch with somebody who's close to the core movement. For the event in Gatineau and Ottawa, we help people directly on the street. I can tell you that we fed hundreds of homeless people in Gatineau and Ottawa over and above the truckers. When you say that you fed them, how did that happen? What did you do? Well, we had a camp in the ZB parking. We had a popular kitchen. People who were volunteers, they went there to cook, and people were welcome if they wanted to eat. And, of course, word spread around saying that we can eat at the ZB parking for a voluntary contribution. If you have any money, if you don't have any money, you can still eat. We had a lot of people in dire needs who came to eat there. Then we committed ourselves to helping the truckers. And so we asked whether there was somebody in the movement who was willing to work on a kiosk, on a booth on Wellington Street. A lot of people close to us said, okay, we'll take care of that. And we had nothing to do. It was done easily enough. People just took care of themselves. People really helped to have a tent on Wellington Street and to offer soups and coffee and whatever they could for the truckers, for the demonstrators who came for a day or two, and the homeless. Question, what did you do day in and day out? Did you go to Ottawa every day? Did you stay in Gatineau? What was I doing? I was trying to get rid of the fires. I spent my days in a human relationship between our organization, the owners of the parking lot, the police forces, municipal or others, the media, people who needed us on Wellington, people who could give us some help. We were in a Winnebago, and this became the center of the negotiations. This is what I did from 16 to 20 hours a day. You said you were talking with the media. Well, the media who dared ask the real questions to get real answers, we took the trouble of answering them. I was a spokesperson for all this event. And knowing that media were journalists and not editors or opinion makers. With these social blogs or social media, we had some alternative news journalists and other so-called official journalists. We've had interviews with Radio-Canada, TVA, 517 in Gatineau, in La Devoir, Le Droit. During the 3 weeks that we spent in Gatineau, we were quite a lot in the media. All the journalists were there to ask questions and answer our questions. Always made sure that we would not go through what we have learned in the other groups. And I think a journalist should get what we say and not modify it and not take whatever suits them, what has been happening in the past couple of years. I was quite happy, satisfied with the articles I saw, but I had to refuse to get interviewed by people who are really acting in bad faith. They just want to have disinformation and hatred. Thank you. I'd like to go back to the funding. On February 4th, originally, electronic transfers for people who wanted to give went to your account. But on February 4th, you asked them to send the money to someone else. Could you explain the context, the situation? Well, I was too busy already for whatever I had to do. And that was already in our discussions to ask to give part of my work to someone else. And as of the February 4th, I started having problems with my virtual network. My email was had a virus, and my bank accounting had problems with. So we decided to ask somebody who had time to get the money in and out. That person is part of the Farfada movement. Answer yes. Question. Mr. Could we show OPP 1767? On page 33. What I'm showing you here is a report by the PPO Intelligence for Anden Project, a report on intelligence about the convoy. Here it says,
SPVJ Intel advised that, according to Redacté, the group Farfada has handed 14,000 to Quebec truckers in Ottawa in the last 2 days. He also mentioned that an additional $10,000 will be distributed to truckers today in Ottawa. Est-ce que c'est exact?
Is that true? I don't remember the exact dates, but the exact amounts, yes. This is money you received through electronic transfer or cash gift. Both is the answer. We had electronic transfers that were gone through someone else of the movement, and when we had the booths for soup and coffee, we had voluntary contribution. And so they would put money in a pail, and we redistributed it. In total, you distributed more or less $24,000. More than that is the answer. Can you tell us, not exactly, we're now closing our account books on 31st of October. This is the end of our year for the Farfada, but I couldn't tell you exactly. Question, that money was redistributed to the people who needed it. People who had some needs. Yes, is the answer. During the 3 weeks we were there, we concentrated our efforts on what was happening in Gatineau and Ottawa. Then we spread out in helping the families throughout the province. Question, earlier today, we talked about the agreement you had with the parking lot, Zibi, and you mentioned the court order, injunction. The owner of ZB parking lot would accept your payment $1,000 a day. Sorry, yes. At one point, that owner stopped receiving your payment and asked for an injunction at the Superior Court in Quebec. Could you explain that? Well, there were quite a few steps in that negotiations. We didn't go from stopping the payment to injunction directly. We realized that he was not accepting the payment. Days went by, and we had other things to deal with, so we didn't deal with that. We tried to make a payment every day. And then the municipality complained. The firemen came for 2 inspections. We have retired firemen in our organization that were the link between our organization and the municipality to follow the municipal recommendations, which is what we did. There was a lot of pressure, more and more pressure, to get rid of us legally, but it didn't work because we were trying to pay according to our original agreement. We did exactly we was asked to do concerning the public safety, fire, and so on. That was respected. And then one day we received this injunction to get us to leave. Question, the complaint by the city of Gatineau? Yes. What were the firemen say when they were talking about the security reasons, safety reasons? Well, they came for an inspection and they recommended to put the fuel somewhere, to put extinctor here and there when the strategic, and they inspected the wood stoves, and they made recommendations which we followed, respected. Very logical question. So you followed this, and despite that, there was an injunction. The court, I think it was the 15th of February when the court looked at this injunction. So you moved to Notre-Dame du Saint-Rosaire parish. Is that not? No, that's not wrong. I went to court through internet. No, but the group that was at the ZB parking lot, where did they move after the injunction when we left? Well, I couldn't say that it was in Saint-Rosaire. I'm not from that area, but we went to a parking lot in the church that was offered to us by the person responsible for this church until the next day, because he was asked to tell us to move on, which we did. Question.
So you were in contact with someone from the parish, and over the past 3 weeks they were collecting food to distribute to the people of Gatineau? Well, I don't want to cause any trouble to this person. Since we're supposed to be in camera, maybe I could talk about this. This person couldn't fulfill its mandate in society because of the COVID measures. So this person could not welcome the Gatineau homeless and feed them because of COVID measures, because of the fact that most of the homeless were not vaccinated, did not have their vaccine passport, couldn't go to the church and get hot meals. So he had excess food, and he said, instead of seeing it going to waste, I will send you the food and send you the homeless. And that's what we did. We fed them. So you remained in that parking lot one evening, and did you leave on February 18th? I think that's the right date. Can someone tell me what was the date, the Sunday when Parliament was dismantled? I'm not sure, but we have a document that states that she left on February 18th. Okay, I will trust you. It's probably right. So, question, that was a few days after the invocation of the emergency law by the government. That was February 14th. And the measures put in place under this act, did it have any effect on you personally? Answer, no. Question, was your bank account frozen? Answer, yes. Yes, it was, first of all, restricted. When you asked me if there were any impact, I said no, because I don't remember going to Ottawa after this act was put in place. We took care of our settlement, and we just observed what was going on. So physically speaking, didn't have any impact on me. But yes, I started having problems with my bank network. Well, first of all, the National Bank restricted my privileges, quote unquote, reduced the amount I could withdraw on a daily basis. So they cut a lot of the privileges I had acquired over my 30 years as a client of the National Bank first. And then around mid-April, I received a letter telling me that mid-May they would close my accounts because they did not want to do business with me anymore. That's what they did. Question, so your account, there were restrictions on your account, and that lasted until mid-April or mid-May? Answer, until they closed my account. Question, what impact did this have on your capacity to use your money? Answer, well, you know what it is. To live in 2022 without a bank account, it is almost impossible. It was very hard, and even today, if I try to open an account in another bank, I will have the same restrictions as a beginner, whereas I've been a client of the same bank for 30 years with those privileges. Today, I lost those privileges. I have to go elsewhere. Question, so when your account was closed by the National Bank mid-April or mid-May, the only reason they gave you was because of your involvement in the Freedom Convoy? Answer, no, they gave no reason. Same as my friends. They just said that our business relationships were terminated. We tried to ask questions, and they did not want to answer. But that's the case with some people I know who participated to the same events. So 2 + 2 is 4. Question, their bank accounts were closed permanently? Answer, yes. Question, was it mid-April or mid-May as well, or was it in February? Answer, all the same dates. Okay. Question, so you went back home on the 18th, and then you went back to Van Cleek Hill, and you were arrested by the police. Is that right? Answer, the week following, yes. Question, what were the counts? Mischief and counseling to commit mischief. Question, earlier you said that it was the first time that you were arrested by the police. Answer, yes. Question, what impact did it have on your life? Answer, 23 days in prison, 10 days in isolation. It took me a month to get over it. I'm not a criminal. I'm not used to the justice system. Never did anything to appear before the justice. Now people know me. I'm recognized everywhere. With the hatred in the media, I don't only have friends. They are people who judge us based on the opinion spread by the media. I'm not always in security. I never move around alone, so that's what happened. Question, you said you spent 23 days in jail? Yes. Answer, and if I was release is because I had to abide by some very strict conditions. I cannot express myself on the social media. I cannot be seen in the presence of some people on Wellington Street. It's the same, and there are more conditions. So that's part of the fundamental rights to be able to express oneself in Canada, as far as I'm concerned, but I lost this right. Question, do you have anything else to add about the impact of the Emergency Act on you before I move on to my next questions? Answer, yes. When you started with the examination, you asked me if I had been the witness of violence, and yes, I witnessed violence by a group called Antifa that vandalized vehicles during the night to damage or to harm the manifestation, and I was the witness of violence by the police, and I don't know who are those mercenaries who had no number on their uniforms. They couldn't be identified, and most of them did not speak our language, and they were violent to dismantle the peaceful protests with women, children, and the elderly. I was the witness of that violence, and I had never witnessed any violence in any protest. And I also spoke with residents of Ottawa, and I can assure you that everything you heard in the media is just shit.
I'm going to have to empty the room if there's no further outbursts like that. S'il vous plaît, le respect, oui, vous avez...
Please, yes, I understand this is emotional. I understand.
Please respect that this is in the nature of a hearing, and outbursts like that may require that I empty the hall, which I don't want to do. Because it's a public inquiry and it's important that people be here to witness it.
Merci, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'm sorry, says Mr. Charland, if I is responsible for this. Well, you can express yourself freely. I'm responsible for discipline. Thank you giving me my right to speak, and that feels good. That's the goal, says the Commissioner. Mr. Charland, I cannot believe that in Canada, in a peaceful country, with peaceful protesters, that a protest is dismantled where people just want to be heard in that way. I know people today who are in exile in Mexico and in Cuba because they cannot stand to see what is happening in our country. It makes no sense. We've always said that we live in a free and peaceful country, and the protests were always conducted in a peaceful spirit. If it had not been the case, I would not have gotten involved. I never got involved in any protest managed by and in the name of violence. Not before, not today. And what the police force did is really disgusting. People were harmed, wounded. Cayenne pepper was used. We were evicted before that. Maybe that's a good thing, but it's awful what happened on the Hill, just because the government is not willing to have a dialogue, engage in a dialogue with us when we ask for that. Thank you. Question, I'm almost done. I have two quick questions. Were you in contact or in communication with protesters or organizers involved in the blockade of the border and entry port, Kootenay, Emerson in Manitoba, and Windsor, the Ambassador Bridge? Answer, no. Question, thank you, Mr. Charland. That's it for my questions. Is there anything else you would like to say to the Commissioner? Something that maybe you did not have the opportunity to say today? Answer, yes. Yes. Apart from those events, apart from all the protests that took place in our country, after more than 30 years being actively involved in politics as a citizen of the people, with the people who want to try and get involved with the citizens and the people of this country, what I find really awful and terrible is that one day your ancestors who were elected wrote the Canadian Constitution and the Charters of Rights and Freedom for Quebec and the other provinces. At the outset, I can't believe that we are given a charter to explain what we're allowed to do. You gave us charters, you gave us tools to explain to us what we're allowed to do and not do. That is an aberration, I believe. That is ludicrous. And today in 2022, we have to stand up. We have to neglect our families. We have to neglect our jobs. We have to neglect our houses, neglect our life, because we all pay the price. All this to ask you to do your work again, to make sure that the Canadian Constitution and the Charters of Rights and Freedom are complied with. I don't understand how come things have gone so awry in our country. I've always been proud to live here in this country because it was a democracy and apparently at peace. We've always had a place to speak up peacefully, and we've lost this. If this commission does not agree with us, no one in this country will have the right to protest. Those who are against my opinion and the others. The media created the left and the right. I don't even know what that means. I'm of the people, and I want to stand up so that the people can keep on standing up and be heard. Left, right, up, down, I don't give a damn. It's become the people against the elected officials who are managed by multinationals, by money, by other powers, and that makes no sense in a quote-unquote evolved society in 2022. How come we have to demand that our charters are respected? Otherwise, we are put in jail because we offered soup and coffee to people who were in need. I will keep on saying this during my trial. If I'm accused of mischief for what I did, a lot of people in this room should also be in jail. Thank you, Mr. Charland. Thank you for your time. That's it for my questions. Friends, my friends and my colleagues will have questions for you, so I will turn it over to them. Thank you. Thank you, says Mr. Commissioner. So first, the Canadian government. Good afternoon, Mr. Charland. Caroline Laverdière here. I'm part of the team of counsels representing the Government of Canada before this commission. And sir, do you represent the government or the Liberals? I represent the Government of Canada, Mr. Charland. I just want to clarify something. Your movement, you call it Farfada with two A's at the end, but you pronounce it Farfadet. Answer, depends on who pronounces it. I've always said I'm a Farfadet. Answer, okay, I will follow your example, so I will say Farfadet. So the Farfadet, one of the distinctive signs, and you mentioned that you sold a lot of items with the Farfadet logo. One of the signs is the black leather jacket, sleeveless jacket that we wear over other pieces of clothing, and there are some badges or crests. Right? Answer, yes. Yes, you have to speak up. Question, there is a transcription at the end of all the proceedings. Answer, well, I'm used to shutting my mouth now, so I'm sorry. Question, okay, the badges. Let's talk about the badges. Correct me if I'm wrong, but typically there is a blue fleur de lis on the chest on the right side, right? There is the signature badge. In the back, there's a big badge, a half moon shape, and it says Farfada. Well, Farfadet, but with AA, right? Answer, yes. Question, below the Farfada badge, or Farfadet, Farfada, on the back of the black leather jacket, there is another badge in the shape of a finger, right? And inside of the finger, it's written FU. Answer, we say fuck you. I'm not saying it to you, but question, you personally. Some people add other badges, their name, so on their jacket. And you had the word l'artiste on the chest, and on the side you had a badge saying chef guru. Answer yes. Question, as you say, so the movement sells different items to collect money. There are various iterations of those items, clothes. Answer, I'm sorry, do you have questions about the jackets? Because we only had discussions. Question, yes, that was the idea. So, pieces of clothing, accessories with F logo embroidered on the items, T-shirts, anything else? Answer? Well, there's been so many. Some people took care of the Farfada boutique for a while. Question, more specifically for the Ottawa Convoy, did I understand that you had wood-struck shawls made that you wore around your neck, you personally, regularly? Did you have those made, like the one you're wearing today? The scarf, so it was black with a badge on it, or in front it was upside down maple leaf, right? Answer yes. One side blue, one side red. Answer for the fleur de lis and the maple leaf, yes. And question, within the maple leaf we could see an upside down symbol of a fleur de lis. Answer yes. Question, there was also hats, tuques, you sold those. We see them often on the internet and social media. A couple cab, that is a sentence that you liked. You said that you tried not to watch cable. Answer, well, that's what I said. Some people liked it. Question, yes, so you sold a lot of tuques with the couple cab, cut the cable written on it, and tuques with F logo, also those were popular. Answer yes. Question, we saw during the protests in Ottawa many times that you created your own flag, inspired by the Patriot flag. Answer yes. Question, with a horizontal line, green, white, and red, and you put on top a farfadet, a little leprechaun dressed in blue that says hi. Answer, well, it says salut. Question, yes, which is another of your signature phrases in the social media. Answer, well, you did your homework, I can see that. Well, I'm starting to know you. So the flags, you brought a few, right, in Ottawa with you? Because we saw them often in your publications on the social media, you or other members of the movement, the Farfada movement. Answer, yes. And we spoke about the social media. Up until it was forbidden, you were present mainly on Facebook. You posted a lot of videos, live videos, as we call them. Answer, yes. Question, your column, your signature column was called 2 minutes sur le bord du poêle. Answer, yes. You posted many. Answer, until 2017, I've been posting those. Question, since 2017? Okay. Specifically during the convoy, but even before the convoy, you were involved in several protests to denounce the sanitary measures. Am I right? Am I mistaken? Answer, no. Denounce the sanitary measures? I'm trying to fight for freedom and truth. Question, you took part in protests associated with denouncing the sanitary measures in Quebec. Answer, yes.
Farfada is a group where members were recruited to ensure safety and security during some meetings. No, we don't recruit anybody. People come to us and they find what they can do for us. And you'll convene with me that in the past, at meetings, we have seen people who were wearing the vest or sweater with Farfada to ensure safety. And there was a case in Quebec where people showed up against health measures, and several Farfada members were there. You can tell me what you saw because I was there myself. Do you recognize this event? No, you haven't given me all the details. You're telling me what you read in the media. But the media reported that Farfada had some interaction there, and there were people wearing your name. What is it that you call interaction, first of all? I should understand that this is a contentious event for you. You're not in agreement with what was reported. No, because it didn't happen that way. Or at the National Assembly. But you mentioned that you had interaction with someone who called you at the beginning of the convoy, who was mentioning safety as a goal. Yes, I already answered that. Yourself, on January 9th, asked Farfada to take care of the parking safety. Yes. And then on Facebook on January 31st, you said that the parking lot was insecure, and if it is, we'll have to call Farfada. What we say between ourselves is when you feel insecure, call Farfada. But this is what you did on January 31st? Yes, indeed. I talked before. Just a minute. In your testimony, you talked about the money that you were handing out to the truckers in Ottawa. And you mentioned the rules that were applicable, how much you should be getting and keeping or giving away. Farfada members are not considered to be a welfare organization. You haven't set up a welfare organization to hand out the money you were. When I had the funding, I did it myself, and everything is up to date. You have met several newsmen when you were around the convoy in Ottawa. You gave a reply to 547 in Ottawa, in Gatineau, that came up in the morning. Do you recall that the newsman was asking you details? What will it take for you to take off? What is needed for you to hook up your trailer and leave Ottawa? Do you recall anything like this? Yes, it's a bit vague, though. Well, we'll try to make it a bit clearer. We'll look at a recording that ends by 6012, and I'll ask that you take you start this at 15 minutes, 12 seconds. I hope it's not going to take too long because your time is almost over yet. Well, I'll go beyond that then and hit another question. Thank you. In Ottawa and Gatineau, you were saying that people must hold the line. And it means that the truckers had to remain on Wellington. Yes. And this is where you started to give money out to help out truckers. Yes. And hold the line was spread till February 14th. Yes. And particularly as regards the Rideau-Sussex intersection, the Farfadas very often would not allow the vehicles to travel through. I've answered this question already 3 times. And
is an identifiable group with their motorcycle jackets. Ils se trompent-tu?
En français, s'il vous plaît.
Je pourrais peut-être vous donner un casque d'écoute.
Maybe I could give you a helmet here. It's a bit difficult. The Farfada would meet consistently at Rideau and Sussex. The Farfadas wear their regular vest or this is not necessarily the truth. I think it's not the case for everyone. But indeed, you had a leather vest with Farfada that could be easily identified. Easy to identify and motorcycle are 2 different things. But I still don't understand why you are bringing this to talk about motorcycles. We have motorcycles, but most Farfadas don't have any. This was just to explain. When the police says
The focal point of demonstrator activity at Sussex and Rideau, a group known as Farfada from Quebec, has completely blocked intersection to vehicular traffic. Farfada was uncooperative with police throughout the day. La police se trompe encore?
La seule chose que j'ai entendue dans l'extrait...
Are they still wrong? The only thing I understood was Sussex and Rideau. We've talked about it already 6 times. I'm sorry about that. I took it for granted that you could understand things in English because many extracts were presented in English. The idea for Rideau and Sussex, he already answered about it about 15 times already. So I don't think it's a pretty good use for the additional time to repeat the questions, hoping to get a different answers. Thank you very much. Last series of questions, it's going to be very short, Mr. Commissioner. I want to confirm a few points here. Mr. Marazzo, you don't know him, and you don't know anything about the understanding he had with the city for trucks on Rideau Sussex. But on February 14th, you're not aware either of the hearing of what Chris Barber did in order to move the trucks around the 14th. No, I'm not aware of this. What I do understand is that on February 14th on Facebook, you published a text, and it says that there was no understanding between the Ottawa truckers and the Wellington, the government. There was no G. I wasn't aware of the agreement anyway, if any. But you, on February 14th, you published on your Facebook page saying there is no understanding between the truckers and the government. That's what I had been told, indeed. Quebec truckers that we talked to. And you say the Farfada issue is not solved at this time. It means we need the assistance from our members. You're talking about ZB and the trucks that are in Ottawa. Last question. To clarify what was said earlier, you mentioned that your apprehension on January 31st was the first time. I was already apprehended way back, but this was totally forgiven. You're not being accused for mischief, for blocking streets or roads on La Fontaine. Well, I have to go to court, but I was never apprehended for that. Yes, there are accusations, maybe. I'm not really accused. We haven't been to court yet. You haven't been condemned yet. But for something that happened in January 23rd, your spouse, Karen Tardif and Tony Rioux and André Desfossés were also members of Farfada. And this took place on March 13th, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for the additional length of time. I have no further questions. Thank you. Have a good day. The convoy organizers are next.
Are you going ahead in French?
I'm just going to say no questions in French. I've been pas de questions, merci.
Okay.
No questions in French.
Et le service de police d'Ottawa?
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
And the Ottawa Police Service. Je vais poser mes questions en anglais. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir accès donc à la traduction? Bien sûr. All right.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Barrow, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. I just have a couple of questions for you. I believe you went over this a couple of times, but just to be clear, you were not at the intersection of Rideau and Sussex at any time during the course of the events. Is that fair?
Tout ce que j'ai entendu, c'est Rideau-Sussex, là, fait que ouais, non.
No.
Ce que je comprends de l'anglais.
The only thing I heard was Rideau-Sussex, that's all.
Are you getting the translation?
Là, il y en a trois qui me parlent en même temps.
I hear three different voices together. It makes it more interesting. I'd like to get the French translation. Because they all talk English.
Can you hear me?
Oui. Ah, oui.
There we go. Thank you. So I think I have the answer to this question now multiple times, but just to be clear, since you didn't perhaps understand my full question the previous time, you yourself were never at the intersection of Rideau and Sussex throughout the events of the convoy, is that correct?
Oui. J'ai jamais dit que j'avais pas été.
I was there, of course, because we visited Ottawa on several occasions, so I must have walked through there at one time. I don't recall anything about it, but I must have walked through the street right there. And
You weren't stationed there for any length of time, I think was your evidence, correct?
No.
no, I didn't.
You wouldn't have any firsthand knowledge of the behavior of the protesters that were at that intersection?
No.
No.
And you had testified that Farfada didn't necessarily have control over who may have identified themselves as members of Farfada. Is that correct?
Non, comme j'ai déjà dit.
No, as I said earlier in another reply, I can't figure out what happens everywhere with everyone.
Okay, thank you. And do I have it correct that you were not downtown Ottawa on February 18th and for the weekend that followed that February 18th?
Oui, c'est exact.
Yes, indeed. I wasn't Ottawa. We were moving around at the time. I don't even recall if I went back to Ottawa after February 14th. I don't think I was there at all after the new legislation was implemented. On the 18th, I wasn't there, that's for sure.
Okay, so you have no firsthand knowledge then as to the arrests that occurred on February 18th to 20th in downtown Ottawa?
Non, j'étais pas là.
No, I wasn't there.
And so more specifically, you don't have any firsthand knowledge of the behavior of police officers in the course of those arrests?
Pas spécifiquement dans cette arrestation, mais on écoute les médias, nous autres aussi.
No, specifically for this apprehension, but we listened to the media. The media were on the spot somewhere in Ottawa. I don't know for sure, but they talked about it.
But in terms of firsthand knowledge or observations, you don't have any of that. Is that correct?
No.
No, I didn't.
And you referenced violence on the part of the police. If I were to tell you that no disciplinary and or criminal charges were filed in relation to members of the Ottawa Police Service, would you have any information to the contrary?
If I was to accuse myself, I might know about it, but it wasn't me. It was mentioned by the media. I might have heard a few things from my friends. I know that some people were expelled from their vehicles. We have seen a great many things in the media. I have seen what happened on TV. I wasn't there myself.
So when you were referring then to violence on the part of the police, you're referring either to conversations with friends or to things you've seen in the media, but not to any firsthand observations?
Indeed, I wasn't on the spot myself.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Merci.
Merci. Maintenant, la police provinciale de l'Ontario.
The Provincial Police. Ontario Police. Provincial Police. We can't hear you. We seem to have a problem with audio. We can't hear you.
Ça va être en anglais ou en français?
Je ne sais pas. On ne l'entend pas. C'est pas.
Is it going to be in English or French? I don't know. I can't hear him. It's on mute.
Can you at least least hear us? Is that... Okay, so I'm not sure what...
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I apologize for the inconvenience with my audio. It's Christopher Diana on behalf of the OPP doing this virtually for the first time, and so I apologize for the inconvenience. I have no questions this afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner.
S'il vous plaît, please. This is not a theater, c'est pas un théâtre. S'il vous plaît.
Please, I was extremely patient, and frankly, if I have to, I will empty this room. You can watch it from somewhere else in the video room, and I know that is not what you want. But I insist that there be some discipline in this room.
Asking you to cooperate. If it happens, I'm going to have to ask everyone to leave, and you will still watch it from the room by video. And I know that's not what's wanted, but that's what I'm going to do. This is a serious matter. It's the equivalent of a court, and I think everyone wants a certain amount of respect for the process. Alors, le prochain, c'est...
Next time, the lawyer, counsel for Mr. Slowly. Good morning, Mr. Charlin. I'm Nicolas De Stefano. I'm the lawyer for the Mr. Soley, ex-chief of police. I want to have a few small questions for you. You testified that you had a lot of experience with the protest movement. How long has it been since you've been involved in these movements? My first participation directly was in a conference in 1992 where we were talking about free trade, and I took part directly at that level, and I've been involved since. So you took part in quite a few demonstrations, yes. As a member of La Meute before? Yes, before that, yes. And other manifestations or demonstrations with the Farfada. Yes. You took part in some demonstrations with sanitary demonstrations in the past. Well, I mean, before the Freedom Convoy. Yes, is the answer. Question, when you got to Gatineau on January 29th, is it true to say that you noticed that there was an atmosphere or a different type of support than with the previous demonstrations you took part in? No. Different? No. The atmosphere has always been quite good in our demonstration. We've always had a very good relationship with police forces we dealt with. Well, I'll ask the question in a different manner. Is the importance of this was much bigger than other demonstrations? And so, yes, that was without any precedent. That is something you've never seen before. Yes. Yes, something that I haven't seen before. You questioned, you even testified, I didn't note it exactly, but correct me if I'm wrong, but you were surprised by the support that your group received when you were going to Ottawa. And so, yes, we were pleasantly surprised, yes, because we realized how many people were behind this movement. We don't see that too often, and they were ready to help us with food, wood, or whatever was needed. We got a lot of support. Question, so you'll agree with me that you did not yourself expect such support and so many people and so many resources on January 29th? Answer, absolutely. Question, when you got to Gatineau, negotiate with the CMP to go through Ottawa, you mentioned that? Answer, yes. Question, you also discussed with the Gatineau Police Services. Did you negotiate with them in French or in English? Français. In French. I speak a little bit of English, but I prefer to use my mother tongue to make myself understood. When you negotiated with the RCMP members, you said that you wanted to go to Ottawa for a peaceful demonstration. Answer, yes. Question, once in Ottawa, were you aware of any exaggeration, not necessarily by members of your group, but by the various demonstrators? Answer, no. The city was quite clean. People were getting together. It was like a feast. All the cultures were getting mixed up. It was quite festive. Question. No lack of respect towards the Ottawa people. Answer, no. No intimidation. Answer, no. Could we see PBMSC CAN 6200089?
Counsel, could you please repeat that document ID for my benefit?
PBNSC CAN 6089. And can we zoom in on that screenshot of the Facebook post, please? Donc ça, c'est une...
This is a document that was produced by the RCMP concerning the police forces. We see an excerpt on a Facebook document.
Just so that I can see the text above.
Can we blow it up so we can see it? Unfortunately, the name of the person was deleted or caveated. It was in black, well, blackened. Redacted. First of all, have you seen this? Yes. You're the one who wrote this? Yes. So you show that there's only one authority, and this is with the Farfada. I know that I was not a good example in the past recently, but I apologize for it. You say that you were not an example of respect recently. Was this about the Ottawa discussions? No. That was because of our internal discussions. We've heard quite a few testimonies saying that there were disrespectful behavior, violence, and so on. Were you aware? Answer, no. Not from us. Question. A couple of other small questions. You testified, I don't have the exact quote, but that you did not have the control over all the Farfada because it was a movement other than a control group. Answer. We tried to deal with the Farfada that were there, but we cannot control or we cannot be around all the members of the Farfada when they were at Gatineau. Question, you agree with me then that the Farfada are not speaking in one voice? That they don't speak in one voice? Yes, indeed. So it would be impossible for the member of a police service to negotiate with you for the whole group, for the whole movement. In as much as possible, I do try. But it would not be possible for you to come up to an agreement with the police in the name of all the members of the Farfada to leave Ottawa. Yes, we've done it. Each member of the Farfada followed your directives? No, I don't think so. We left the parking lot we were supposed to, and everybody went home. And I know that there were still some people who say that they were Farfada, they were still in Ottawa. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Next, the residents of Ottawa. Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Sherlock. I'm the lawyer for the group of residents and businesses in Ottawa. I will ask my question in English, if you don't mind. Like Mr. Barber, I come from Saskatchewan, and I don't speak very good French. Well, you're doing fine up to now.
Monsieur Charland, I just want to know, you mentioned, Mr. Charland, you testified earlier that you had heard from Mr. King or from friends of Mr. King that he wanted some assistance for security. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
And do you know what he needed security for? Why was he in danger? Why would he require security?
As from what I was told, that he had been threatened and he was nowhere to stay because he wanted a very safe place for the night because he was threatened.
He was threatened by whom? By the police?
No.
No, not by the police, but we don't know by whom exactly on social media.
Okay. It was a bit dangerous in downtown Ottawa at that time. Is that fair to say?
No.
No, it was not downtown. He had not arrived on Ottawa yet. I think it was one day before he arrived to Ottawa. He wanted to find a place to stay outside of Ottawa.
And so then did you assist him in finding a place where he could stay safely?
Yes, I got him in touch with people from that area, and they are the one who took care of that.
Okay. And so then did you ever meet with him or speak with him during the course of the demonstration?
No.
No.
Did you attend at the, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how it'll be called in French, but the Bikers Church in Vanier in Ottawa?
No.
No.
You know that place? L'église de... No?
No.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Charland. Those are all the questions I have.
D'accord. Prochain, c'est le CCLA.
CCLA. La Coalition pour les libertés civiles. Good morning, Mr. Charland. Can you see me on the screen? Yes. Oui. I wanted to ask my question by Zoom. I'm the lawyer for the Canadian Association of Civil Liberties. All right. I would like to ask questions about the restrictions on your bank accounts. I understand that first you said that your account at the National Bank was restricted. These accounts were restricted. That's true. Yes. Did you have personal and corporate bank accounts with the National Bank? Yes, my personal account and a corporate with my spouse. Yes. Both accounts be registered. They didn't touch the corporate accounts, only your personal account? Yes, because in my personal account, I was also doing business with the Farfada. That's where the money for the Farfada went. Yes. Question. When was this restricted? Do you have the dates? I think it probably is February 4th, because that's when we started having problems and we asked somebody else to do it. That I think it might be the 4th of February, but I might be wrong. So you think it was the 4th of February? I think so. Have your accounts been restricted later on after February 14? No, I received a letter in April saying that they were closing my personal account. Question. And that letter that you received in April was from the National Bank? Yes. Did you receive communications before that letter from the National Bank concerning your account? No. Have you received some communications concerning your account from the RCMP? No. Did you receive information concerning your account from the analysis and declassification and from Canada? No. Do you know any the reasons, besides the letter from the National Bank, why your accounts were restricted? No. People who got in touch with me in April, and I could never get an answer from them. I don't know why they were closing my account. If I understand correctly, today you don't have an account with the National Bank, and you had to open an account with another bank or another Caisse Populaire. Yes, is the answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Charlon. Those were my questions. Next, Democracy Fund, CCCF. No question for that witness. Thank you. Mr. Saint-Pierre. No question. Thank you. All right. Other questions? No question, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you very much. If I may ask one question briefly myself, just to end where we started, your account that was restricted, that is, they reduced your limit? Yes, from a daily transaction limit, I think call it a transit. I couldn't withdraw as much, and I couldn't deposit a check and withdraw the money immediately. All the privileges I had in the past for the past 30 years in commercial trading with them, and some were diminished or totally closed. And nobody talked to you? It just happened? Right. And you mentioned, and maybe I misunderstood, that's why I'm asking the question. When you talk about violence, you talked about policemen, and you mentioned another group. Is it Antifa? Yes. What is that? The Antifa group exists everywhere in North America. We've talked about it within La Meute. These are people who are against identity groups, against groups such as ours. And during the Ottawa events, it was told us by trackers who didn't know what it was, that they were saying some people said that the Antifa was doing all this, that they vandalized the things, that they got the tires, and then they said they're a protest group today, but that's not the same type as us. What have you yourself seen members of Antifa or activities by the groups of that group in your group? No, I was not a witness of this myself. So these were reports that you received about violence. Yes.
You had a Winnebago, is that right? Answer, yes. Question, where was it parked? Answer, in the ZB parking in Gatineau. Question, so you would commute to Ottawa, respond by foot. And question, what was your... I don't want to give you any title or position, but what was your role when you commuted to Ottawa? Answer, I was called the spokesperson of the movement. Question, so you were there to represent the movement, is that right? Answer, yes. And question, and your group, if I can call it group, because I'm not going to talk about Rideau Sussex, don't worry. So the group that you had went up Rideau, but is there an identification as to how far they went on Rideau? Answer, the purpose of our operations was to hold the camp in the ZB parking to offer food and shelter to the protesters and the people who needed it. We also had a food kiosk on Wellington, managed by Farfada, and we took care of the truckers. But the members of the Farfada movement were all over the place. It was a festive atmosphere. We would meet people all over the place. So I'm sure that there were Farfada everywhere where there were truckers. Question, no, I'm talking about when you crossed the bridge, the McDonald-Cartier bridge. You said that they diverted you to Rideau, so you went as far as possible. Answer, yes. Question, I'm trying to see how we could figure out how far did the group you were associated with went. Answer, it's hard for me to say. I'm not from here and I don't remember the intersection per se, but we went behind the trucks who were parked there. The police escorted us all the way there and they said, it stops there, we can't go any further. And we left the truck owners there. Question, during that movement, were you at the head of the movement? Were you in a vehicle, or is it just hearsay when you say what happened? Answer, I was part of the walk. I was on foot. Question, I just want to confirm the interactions that you might have had with the police. I'm not talking about those on the bridge, and I'm not talking about those in Gatineau, but interactions or observations of the police when you were in Ottawa doing, I don't know what, being a spokesperson, PR. What interaction did you have with the police? Answer, we just waved a hand and we said hi. We thanked them for their service and they thanked us for being peaceful, and that's about it. Question? Okay, good. So those were my questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you for being here, and you're free to go. Thank you. Now we're going to go to our afternoon break, 15 minutes, and then we'll be back with our next witness.
For 15 minutes and come back with the next witness.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Now that was amazing. That was amazing. Man. Ooh. Oh.
Wow.
Give me more.
Yeah.
I had to go out.
Leprechaun.
He
wasn't taking nothing from no one.
Man, this guy, he's cold as ice, cool as ice. I'm telling everybody that I know, I'm like, this is how you got to do it. This is how you got to do it. You got to be like this guy. You got to come out there. You got to be ice. I'm too much of a hothead, you know what I mean? I'd be like, get out of my way, bro. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to relax.
You're a passionate man.
I'm a passionate black man. That's my problem, man. I'd be like, slowly, I'd be like, get your balls. I'm going to make bookends out of your nuts, I swear.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take your nuts and then call your boss.
Oh, no, man. It was too good. This guy was amazing. This is what we need. This is what we need. Exactly what we need. I don't know nothing about these guys, Farfadas, you know, but they do a lot of charity.
I mean, we just knew like it translated to leprechauns. So we're like, you know, the leprechaun guys. And it turns out these leprechauns are pretty awesome.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Hold on a second here. Let me see these dudes. So this is the guy over here. Look at even the images they use. You know? So they say, the guy said,
okay. Yeah, they brought that up during the testimony, you know?
Yeah. Well, this is it. This is them. Right? I mean,
well, yeah, I mean, you know, this dude, he knows how to freedom.
You wear a leather jacket, is that right? You wear a leather jacket? Oh my God. Well, tell me, were you at Rideau and Sussex? He's like 6 times you asked me that question. 6 times. I don't know nothing. I don't even know the streets around here. I'm from friggin' Grenville. What do I know? Lisa Proust research. I live in Quebec. 666 days of mandates. His heart is made of gold. It was personally hard to listen. He is strong and genuine. Yeah, own yourself. This is how it's done, says Harry Keynes. Wow, Harry Keynes is in the chat. That's cool. Memes win every time, says Derek Sittler. Angry Atheist, no way. I did meet him. Okay, he did meet him. He just spoke the truth, says Bon Pearl. Canadian hero he is, says a cool cucumber. Pierre Gagnon, not a walking horn of life-threatening decibels. And then Paul Chump. Paul Chump doesn't know what to say. He's sitting there, and he's like, did you ever, what? And guy's like, hold on a second. I'm going to tell my kids, Pen, you take it for a second, man. I'm just going to get my dog out of the, over there. He wants to
Yeah,
go.
man.
All right.
No, that was something to see, and like Ro was saying, maybe it could kind of be a blueprint on how to handle it when these these government cuck lawyers are pressuring you. He didn't back down, and he just told the truth, and this guy, as he said, he was affected by this. They froze his bank accounts and all the dirty tricks that are exactly what Canadians are complaining about, these infringements of their rights. So, I mean, yeah, that was amazing. We haven't really seen that yet. So I'm hoping for more, I'm hoping the convoy organizers continue that type of spirit. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle it. So yeah, thanks everybody in the chat. Hail the chat. The chat is rolling. We have Bon Pearl. Says LOL, hail Bon Pearl. We have Jojo Joe says Le Gault est un trocu. Oh, I don't do the French, sorry. Rose translation was good though. I especially liked some of the sign language people. That was awesome. We have Andy Cap says Leprechaun for PM. Yeah, okay. Got a vote there. Bobby Boucher says, I'm a cuck. No, you're not, Bobby. Mama said. Dan Marshall says, based AF leprechaun, indeed. Aku Anka says, Dandy the dog. Sherry says, don't judge a winner by the package.
Oh, man,
the Curly Dak says, he punked the government hard.
Oh, man,
that's it right there. He punked the government hard.
They couldn't say nothing. I swear, I hate to say this, but let me finish. It only took me 5 minutes. It took me 3 hours. It was so good. I feel like I'm whole again. You know what I mean? This is what I needed after this morning's testimony, and I was so disappointed in that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I hate to say it, but, this guy just kind of set the blueprint, and Chris Barber, poor guy. I'm sure he's been through a lot, but.
Okay, if you want to get the French. Yeah, oh yeah, man. Sorry, I got this guy Philip over here. How are we supposed to spread Steve's message in Quebec with no French feed? You go to Floor Audio. Okay, right here off the Public Order Emergency Commission's website. And then it will load up. Oh, what's happening here? They got a problem with the freaking site now?
Whoa.
These dudes. You know that? There it is.
Get it together, Commission.
Seriously, man. Look, their website's not even working now. Don't ask me what's happening. Your connection isn't private. Attackers might be trying to steal your information.
Oh, no.
Oh. And
it's because we called Antifa pussies, isn't it?
Anyways, it's like
they are.
El Hombre says, has Ro been working out? No, I just got a sweater on, so it might look like I'm pumped up, but I'm not. But thank you, though, El Hombre. El Hombre is my #1 homosexual fan. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, brother.
El Hombre actually does lift weights. He's a power lifter, so he's fit.
Oh, is he? He's a power lifter? I thought he was just just rocks out. Yeah.
No, I was talking to him not too long ago, and he was telling me a little bit about his workout routine. So yeah.
Oh, right on, man. Perfect. But that was so good. That's what I loved. I just loved it. It's like, and Chris Barber, you know what? The guy, look, he's got a real heart. He's a genuine guy. He is. There's no doubt about it. It's just that you've taken other people's ideas and then put it on yourself. That's a lawnmower in the background, isn't it? Someone's cutting their grass. And you cannot allow other people to set the tone. This leprechaun, he's like, listen, this is what I am. Okay, and I'm not taking what you're saying. And he just kept to the point. So I was listening to the audio in French, like I have to listen to it in French, like, you know what I mean? I had the chat open, and I got that, and I got the English volume low, and I got the French source in my ear loud through my speakers so I can hear it, because I just love his cool, collected testimony. I don't know. Do I sound like a fangirl? No.
No, and no, it's good to get it straight from the source. You're able to understand and speak French, so that's good.
Their site's not working. These guys are just
still.
jokers. guys are jokers, bro. It's like, come on, man. They can't even run a friggin' stream in Canada. You know, they want to regulate the internet. That's not it. They want to regulate the internet, and they can't even run a friggin' feed properly. What a joke. What a joke. Anyways, that's what you do. Go to cpac.ca. Here's a link, all right, brother? Because this guy's been asked, and I saw that I was outside, and I was with my dog, and I was listening to this, and, like, I got the speakers outside, and, like, my whole neighborhood, Orleans is like...
Your whole neighborhood's listening to the commission hearings.
Nah,
fantastic.
Man, it's too good, dude.
You're doing a service, you know?
It's too good. It's too good. It's like... I'm telling you, I'm really horny. Extremely.
Like in like 1 week, your neighbors are still going to be complaining about the phantom Emergency Act hearing that they hear echoing throughout their backyard in the neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly. And and thank you, El Hombre, for being here. That's right, El Hombre he's always been my number one. He's like a based homosexual. The guy's like a very strong homo, there's no doubt.
I don't even think he's really gay. I think we just like call him gay.
No, I'm pretty sure he is, isn't he? I don't know.
I don't know.
We've been calling him gay for years.
For years.
Yeah, we've been calling him gay for years. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he is. Anyways, you can call him gay. Don't worry about it.
Anyway, just call him gay. No problem. We do.
El Hombre, he says I'm gay for clout. Okay, maybe he's just been pretending to be gay all this time. I don't know.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure. Not sure if it's real.
Oh man. There you go. That was friggin' amazing. A lot of people can learn. People are too concerned with optics. We hear that word all the time. Optics. Optics. You can't wear a leather jacket. Why are you wearing a leather jacket? A leather jacket, people are going to think that you're part of some kind of military gang. Well, these guys don't care. He's like, look, we're leprechauns. We're doing charity. He kept stressing about that. He broke down the charity numbers. I don't know if they got it correct in English. He's like, 5% of the money you give to most charities goes to the recipients, and 95% goes to the the company running the charity. He goes, for us, we have a hard line. 75% of the money coming in must go back out on the street to the people. He goes, we focus on 18 to 30-year-olds who are homeless, right, or who just can't, who can't make do. And this guy, like, this is the thing. This is the real patriots, man. These are people who, you say you need government charities and we need welfare and the rest. But then you got this. I truly believe, from what I've seen from the convoy itself, from the truckers who were able to put together so much stuff so quickly, building, and now you've got this kind of community outreach. What does the government do even? What do they even do? You get these guys, take the truckers, take these leprechauns, the French leprechauns, and take the truckers. They can't even speak the same language. You take the Alberta truckers, take the French leprechauns, French truckers, everybody, take them all, send them to those native places where they can't get running water. Okay, clean water. And I'm telling you, probably, I would say, 5 weeks, right, in good weather, not in the snow, that they could get that problem remedied completely. That's what I'm saying. But instead, we get the government, and I believe they want to keep the natives down, because then it's a perennial issue. It's a perennial issue then, right? It's a perennial issue because am I correct? November 1st? Yeah, that's right. I'm on the right page. It's a perennial issue then. If you solve the problem, it no longer can be used as a political point. That's the issue. I hope we made progress today, says Pamela. We did, Pamela. Row hit advanced on that page? What advanced? What are you talking about, brother? Advanced. Where's advanced? Free to go, lol. Do the data special interest owns government, says Red Serp. Sounding like Ron Paul there, says Javalili. Yeah, I guess so. It's a money laundering scheme, says Scum. Kim's tripping. He's saying hit advanced tab? What's advanced tab? Advanced tab? Where? Is there an advanced tab? Do you see an advanced tab? Advanced. I see.
I don't see it on my view here.
Advanced tab. Are we on the same YouTube together? Are we on the same YouTube? Not
Are we even?
Hold on a second here. It says live, not live. Tell me, when you click on the feed. Oh, you're in, says Mark. When you click on the feed. Oh, on this. Well, it looks like they fixed their stuff up. Okay.
The feed, the cleep.
The cleep, the feed. The feed, the cleep. Feed the cleep. Okay, let's go back to this one then. Let's do that, right? All right, here we go. That is ASL. How and the signing, man. The signing that was another thing.
Yeah, that's some wild sign language interpreters going on there. That was interesting to watch.
Okay, perfect. I think we're set now. Perfect. Wonder who's next. Yeah, I've heard through the grapevine that it's somebody a little tricky. I'm not going to get into the details here, but we're going to find out. I don't want to give away too much.
Tricky.
Yeah, because I get a little bit of inside knowledge, and I don't know I would rather err on the.
Ooh, don't leak it out.
Well, that's what I mean. And by the way, Eva Chipiuk will be joining us. Eva Chipiuk, if you don't know, absolutely beautiful lady. Okay, she will be joining us. Here you go, Eva Chipiuk. All right, but don't get your hopes up, gentlemen. Don't get your hopes up. She is a yoga Oh. Sorry, what happened there? What just happened? I
don't know.
Ooh, look at her. She's a yoga competitor. Here's some photos of her with Keith Wilson and Tamara Lich. Okay, here's some more photos. There it is. She'll be on with us today to talk to us about constitutional law. Really, we're just going to throw hearts at her. Love this. What?
What is going on?
What's that?
You're getting hacked.
They're testing stuff. I think they're testing stuff. Tamara the dwarf. Don't you say that, Darcy. Don't you call her a dwarf. She's got, and I didn't want to say this.
She's Napoleon, actually.
But you just brought up her body. Napoleon. You just brought up her body. Now I'm going to have to defend her now.
No, it's because earlier in the testimony, Barber said she's a midget.
Yeah, but midget's different than dwarf, Pan. Come on, those are different things.
And then I forget who it was. If it was Brendan Miller said, is she Napoleon or something? It's pretty good. It was funny.
El Hombre says, get Alexa Lavoie on the show. He's in love with her, I think, even though he's a homo. But that's
well, if he's in love with Alexa, then maybe he is a straight man.
I don't know. He acts like he always talks about my body and everything. It's really annoying.
Well, we like you said, we have been calling him gay for years, for probably 4 years now.
So check it out right here. So I just want to say here, okay, let me tell you something. You wait until you are, you've fought for your country and the rest, and see if you look as good as these beautiful ladies do. That's all I got to say. All right, that's how I put it together really nicely right there. I'm really sweet like that. And she's going to be on. She's going to talk to us. She's going to give us. See that she was on Claude's show, right?
Cool.
Yeah, we're going to ask her. I'm just going to put the moves on her. That's what.
Oh my goodness. No, hopefully we can learn something about, like you said, constitutional law, a little bit of insight onto maybe the minds of the convoy organizers,
That's right. The moves. Canadians love Tamara. Okay, what's happening with this? We got to check both of these. I don't trust any one site. I don't trust translations. I don't trust sites. You know what I mean?
Trust nothing.
I don't trust nothing, brother. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the banks, the banking system. I don't trust anything. Midgets are on Star Trek. Dwarfs are on Star Wars, I think, says El Hombre. Okay, well, there you go. Tara Ranger says, lol, thirsty forever. No, she's so sweet. When you talk to her, she says this line. She goes, forever, ever. That's how she talks. She calls. Yeah, it's really good. You're going to love it. Trust me. People are, man, I'm telling you, stay tuned. After the show, we're going to drop her the Zoom link and get her in there. That was cool with the Diagolon brothers over there. That was really neat.
Yeah,
good guys.
Good dudes.
And you see that video too.
Heart goes out to their dude, Jeremy McKenzie.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. And I like the video, right? The Jeremy video, the one he's like, yeah, man, that's good.
Calling for peace, and these people want to say the exact opposite. Well, this kind of flies in the face of your fake media narrative, so fake news.
I'm going to re-listen to the Leprechaun video, though. I'm going to lie in bed tonight. I'm going to take all my clothes off. No, I'm going to get into a bath, and I'm going to listen to this Stevie Charlon. Yeah, man, I'm just going to get into a bath. I'm going to get all just totally, I'm going to put some Epsom salt in the bath, and I'm just going to lie there. Just going to be like,
Just going to completely relax and let him take you to the land of leprechauns and freedom.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's what I have. I liked having baths. Baths are my thing. I prefer them to showers. It's just that we live in such an age of speed. We're not able to enjoy ourselves, touch ourselves.
Wait a minute. You know what I mean?
We're just not able to enjoy. That's what I'm saying.
You just want to explore your body.
Exactly. I just want to explore my body with you, Pen. Here we go. All right.
No, not with me.
Order alert.
Here we go.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Your mic's not on yet.
I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
The next witness is Ms. Bridget Belton, who is here with her legal representative, Ms. Jane Scharf, who I understand wants to address you.
Okay. Ms. Scarf? It's your choice. You can do it from there or come up to the front, as long as you can be heard and recorded.
Okay. I have a few requests to make at the outset. Bridget needs more time. She's been allocated an hour and 15 minutes. She was one of the persons who initiated the convoy. She participated all the way through, and she has a lot of information about the organization element, and it's insufficient amount of time. So that's the first request. The second request is she has severe dyslexia, and we didn't get sufficient time to deal with the numbering and documentation. So we have a person here, Rebecca Shepard, who has her documentation ready, and she can quote the numbers that need to be advised about what to bring up. And also, I want to request that I ask the questions of my client, because other witnesses are having their own counsel ask questions. We find it unfair, unreasonable for her to have to structure her statement according to questions given by somebody that doesn't know her case. And I also want an opportunity to question. I would like to question many different witnesses that were up there, but I'm only asking at this time to question Keith Wilson, because he's submitted a statement from an interview that he did on October 20th, and it discusses James Bowder and Bridget Beldon, and they need an opportunity to question him about that information. And that's all the requests. And then I have two objections. The first objection is this commission was struck under section 63(1), and it requires order in council, which is the entire cabinet, and it was only based on the recommendation of Justin Trudeau. So that is a problem, considering he's the subject of the inquiry and he's calling it as well. I'm understanding that Bill Blair set it up, so he chose yourself and whoever else are significant administrators in this process. We find that that's unreasonable, considering these are the people that are being investigated, so they should not be setting up this process, and the chair should not have been somebody that was selected from the liberal camp, so to speak. And the other objection is the inquiry is focusing on the grounds, whether there was sufficient grounds to call the Emergency Act, and this is, in my view, moot, because the Emergency Act was also not invoked legally according to section 17(1), which required an order in council, which would have been the entire cabinet. The only time the executive is allowed to make order in council without going through cabinet is in an emergency. So they had to at least initiate the process through the cabinet. That wasn't done. So all of this, in my view, seems moot, because if it wasn't legal out of the gate, there's the main issue. And that's it.
Well, that's a good list. We haven't had a list like that in any case. So let me try and address them. Firstly, you may not know, but I'm not in the Liberal camp. I've been a judge for 20 years, so that's just a fact.
Who were you appointed by?
I was appointed by the government, as you know.
By the Liberal government?
I'm not here to be cross-examined. I'm sorry. That's not how it works. So, but I'm just giving you a fact. Now, having said that, you of course can object to what the commission, how it was set up. That's something I can't do anything about. That's something you would deal with in the federal court, and you're certainly free to do that. In fact, I believe there are other parties who are in the federal court attacking the Emergencies Act, and I believe there's also someone in court today attacking one of the subpoenas. So that's something, if you think I'm not properly constituted, obviously that's something you can pursue, but there's nothing I can do about that. In terms of your 4 questions, the objective here is to get the testimony that the public wants as to how this all developed. I think your client we've heard, was very involved in it, and the commission would like to hear her evidence. Obviously, how that's going to happen, I said earlier today, you weren't here, that because of the nature of these questions and the nature of what witnesses like Ms. Belton have, I will be flexible about time, because ultimately what we're after is getting a proper representation from the people as to what happened, why it happened. So I can't say more than that, except that that's what our objective is. And we will be flexible for time. In terms of help, of course, if she needs help, that's something which, quite frankly, we're more than sympathetic about. We want the help needed, if she needs it, to get the documents out and to get the story out. That's what this whole commission's about, is about trying to get the information out. In terms of you questioning her, of course you can question her. It's provided in the rules. It will just come at the end, and how long you'll help guide us as to what's needed. Our expectation is, and Commission counsel, if you have been following the commission, have been very good to let the witnesses tell their story, because we're not here to try and push one line or the other. I think if you were here for the earlier witnesses today, they're here to tell the story. Commission counsel will help bring it out. But of course, you're entitled to, as Ms. Belton's counsel, to make sure if we've missed something, to allow her to do it. In terms of questioning other witnesses, all I could suggest is at the end of the day, you speak to Commission counsel as to issues that you think Commission should pursue, because again, same objective, whether it's this witness or any other witness, we want the story to come out. So that's my best answer for your questions, your objections. As I say, I can do little about them. Federal court might be happy to deal with it, might not. I leave that to you. So that's my response. I'd like to be able to get on with Ms. Belton's evidence if I can, but I just want to hear if that's agreeable.
Well, I've been allotted 10 minutes.
Well, as I say, I will be flexible for that, and if you want more time, I will give you more time.
I do want more time. I want a lot more time. I would like to question her throughout.
Well,
and we need more than an hour.
Okay.
So
well,
I'm just putting it out there. That's the end of it.
Okay. So can we proceed?
One other thing, I did speak to Mr. Mather regarding Keith Williams' statement and where it's problematic, and he said to defer this issue to you.
Okay. Well, and I think he was deferring to me whether you could question. And as I've said, that's not the way we operate. But if you speak to either Mr. Mather or to Mr. Leon, they can make sure the the concerns, to the degree they're relevant as evidence, can be brought out. Because obviously we want to make sure the issues that are important to the commission and to the public are.
The thing is, the other counsel are invited to ask questions to the witnesses. I can't.
No, I understand
And I'm
that.
just asking for one, not
Yeah.
all. And that should be fair. Okay, let her have one.
I'm sorry, that's not the way it works. It is not the process, but I'm trying to accommodate you. That's the best I can do.
So are we going to allow Rebecca to assist?
I think it's for documents, as I
Yes.
understand the issue.
Yes.
So when it comes to a question of documents, we'll sort it out. Either have her come up or have
That's not
whatever.
going to work. She's got to go get set up and organize the paperwork so that she can pass the numbers that need to be given to bring up the documents. They can't just do that.
I can refer to them by the name that I sent them to, but you renumbered all of them.
Yeah.
So if you can't find them, then.
We'll sort it out.
Okay, great.
I appreciate that, and believe me, the numbers, the system has been very good, but it's not simple. I need help. But we will help for that, and you can refer to the document, and when you refer, we'll find it. We may take a minute, may take 5 minutes, but we're all here for the same objective, I hope. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. So perhaps we can have the witness sworn and get started.
Ms. Belton, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I have my Bible with me.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Bridget, Brigitte, Evelyn, Evelyn, Ilsa, Ilse, Belton, Belton.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Belton. Let me just, by way of introduction, and I think you understand this, but I just want to make sure that you understand the way the process works. I have, as you know, an hour and 15 minutes to ask you questions. As the commissioner has stated, he's going to be flexible with that. Then the other lawyers here have the same amount of time to ask you questions. That's all the lawyers together, not each one of them, or we'd be here for a long time. And then, as you've heard, your legal representative will then be able to ask you questions. My objective is to ask you questions so that you can tell your story about the Freedom Convoy and the role you played in it. If I miss anything, I hope to give you the opportunity to say so, and we'll try and deal with all of the points that you have. If you don't understand anything that I ask you, don't hesitate to ask me and to clarify it. And if I can just start by asking you, the documents that you have in front of you, are those the documents that you provided to the commission today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just for reference.
So can we start off with you telling the commission a bit about your background? Were you born in Ontario?
Yes, I was born in Ontario. I was baptized at St. Peter's Lutheran Church on Bay Street. I lived in Toronto for 16 years, but would travel holidays back to Ottawa for my grandparents who were immigrated here with my parents, with my mom, from Germany. And I grew up pretty normal, I guess, and moved when I was 16 to Ottawa over a man. and had 3 wonderful children and moved back after my divorce to the Toronto area and became a truck driver.
And where do you live now?
I live in a very small place called Wallaceburg, Ontario, and it is a border community. All truck traffic goes southbound.
And is that close to Sault Ste. Marie? Have I got the joke?
No, that's a little further north. I'm probably smack dab in between Windsor and Sarnia.
Okay. And just in terms of a year, when did you start working as a truck driver?
On December, I believe it was 19th, I got my license.
December 19 of what year?
2014.
Thank you.
And of 2015 on February 6th, I started driving for Schneider National, which is no longer in Canada after the mandates came in.
I see. And at some point, did you start driving as an independent?
Yeah, we thought essential meant essential, my husband and I. He resurrected his business that had been stale for about 2.5 years. We bought a truck from Manitoba and was preparing to grow a trucking company. We were hoping to provide Canada with a Landstar option style company, as Canada doesn't have that for owner-operators. We were hoping to grow this over the next few years. We took possession of the truck in October of 2021, or September, I think it was, 2021, and we finally got signed on with Landstar in October of 2021. And from there, we really honestly didn't think the government would change the definition of essential to only when necessary.
Can I make an objection? This line of questioning wasn't in your set of issues. You were looking for her background that caused her to make a decision to pursue the convoy. That was one in the list. You weren't looking for detail, history. That's taking up a lot of time.
Yeah, well, I think it's just we're trying to get the story out. You can't really object to her telling.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask the question so we wouldn't waste any of the hour.
Yeah, well, we will try not to waste time, and if we work together on that, I'm sure we'll get to the end.
Well, let's get started.
Go ahead.
Now, let's come to November 16, 2021. I take it you were driving into Canada from the United States with the load on that day?
Yes, I was.
And you had, I think, what you would describe as an extremely unpleasant interaction with a border officer, Canadian border officer, correct?
Yes, Windsor is typically a very hard, difficult border to cross, regardless of mandates. Once the mandates came in, they were unreasonable. And it was not the first issue with Windsor. It was the second issue with Windsor. And the third incident was CBSA during the COVID years.
Okay. And immediately after that encounter, you posted a TikTok video about your experience.
No, I was locked in their compound, not allowed to leave when I posted that video. I was afraid that I was going to be taken away by Windsor police. I thought that time was the time. They were finally going to take a truck that they did not own, take a load that did not belong to them, take my dog and euthanize him and take me to jail. That's what I thought that night. And I was done with CBSA. I was done with the crap Canada was going through. And I was definitely done with the behavior of Canadians.
Okay. Can we move then, and I'd like to show the video if that's okay. It's COM 50589.
Council, could we have a brief minute while we're loading that video, please?
While we're getting the video loaded, at that point, were you an active user of TikTok?
Actually, not really. I think it's maybe my 4th video on TikTok. I had been repeatedly put in Facebook jail. I guess most of us now in my situation use that as a badge. I think one of my comments was something about somebody eating crayons, and I got banned for 33 days. So this was probably a double hit on this one. I think it was 55 days total at this time that I was being restricted from reaching out to my community on Facebook. So I had taken to TikTok. I thought it was really people just running along cars and jumping in them and singing, but it was so much more.
Well, you know more about it than I do. So, and then you were on other social media like Facebook as well?
Yes, I was on Facebook. Again, I was censored on Facebook. My first real big censor on there was when I had explained to people that Florida wasn't never closed, that the only blockade for people getting in and out of Florida was on I-96, that I-75 and I-10 were wide open because I had been there. But our reporters here were telling people they couldn't get to Florida, which was total BS. Everybody could go in and out, and the only restriction was on I-96, and I believe it was only for New York residents at that time.
Okay, well, let's watch the video then.
If I could just please have the number again, Council.
Is it going to show up here?
If I could please have the document ID again, please, Council.
Oh, I'm sorry, COM 50589.
This is Canada. Do you want to know what it feels like to be? This is Canada. Attacked. Do you want to know what threatened? It feels like? Just crossed the Canadian border. As a truck driver, I just crossed in tonight, and an officer sent me into secondary with a threat of the Windsor police coming and giving me a fine or whatever they're going to do to me. I don't know. The last time I was here for a mask mandate issue, they threatened to take my truck. They threatened to impound my load. And then I spoke with Windsor Health Department, and they gave me, Jessica's number, and I was supposed to deal with her. But see, in Canada, we're no longer free. And this may be the night where I go and ask for exile into the U.S. because this is a big country. This isn't what my grandparents came for. Being harassed at the border over a mask. I just wish that somebody understood that not all of us can wear it. And what happened to me the night, the reason why I mentally can't deal with being something over my face, I shouldn't ever have to explain. Over the last 2 years, you people have made my life hell. Over the last 2 years, people have become rude and ignorant, and I'm done. I'm done. I don't know what I'm gonna do next, but I'm done. This is ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. This is what it's like to be Canadian. People get out, move.
Now, could you tell the Commissioner what impact this incident had on you going forward?
Right from that night, the first impact was noticed as my husband was asking me to stop. I actually passed 3 truck stops, not even realizing I had passed them on the 401 eastbound. When I finally pulled in to the Flying J in London, it was full. There was no parking. London police are known for ticketing trucks, so I left. On my exit from the London truck stop, you get to a dead end and you have to turn right. On that right turn, I did not see a minivan, and I nearly killed the people in that minivan that night. I pulled out, I proceeded down the highway, and I stopped at the very next stop. I realized at that point I was just over the moon upset. I stopped at the Husky, and I pulled in the back, and I said goodbye to my husband. I told him I'm done. I couldn't do it. I told PIAC when they called me that night on the phone that I was done. I told the wily driver that came up to console me I was done. I couldn't live that way anymore. Every time I came back into Canada, we couldn't buy clothes. We couldn't buy supplies to work. We worked 8 months with no sanitizer, no face masks, nothing. We had no bathrooms. We had no showers. We were refused everywhere we went. You have no idea what it's like to pee in a park on your way home from work, because nobody meaning Subway in Chatham, would let me use their bathroom. And I just delivered a frozen load of Subway bread. It was the same store I was supporting, and they wouldn't let me use their bathroom. You have no idea how demeaning those COVID measures were to our industry. And yet, I felt it my duty to support Canadians and bring you the goods and services that many hoarded.
Thank you. And if we can move forward, it was later that week that the Canadian government announced that a vaccine mandate would be introduced effective January 15 for people coming over the border, including commercial truckers. I'm sure you recall that.
Yes, I remember the smugness of our Prime Minister.
And what did that mean for your ability to work as a trucker?
That would mean that the truck that my husband just purchased would go bankrupt. At that time, JBT, I had gone to that trucking company looking for Canadian-only loads, and to move the truck, his company truck, over to JBT. We were refused because of a vaccine mandate. We were also looking for companies even just to drive. The rate had dropped from approximately 50 to 60 cents a mile to 38 cents a mile. It was slave labor. We then, and that was for Canadian only. And Canadian only loads, I have to tell you, between Ontario into Manitoba are some of the worst roads you'll ever drive. There are no places to stop. Nobody cares about the people up in Northern Ontario. And yet truckers do it every day, and it's a death highway. It's a death trap.
And, sorry.
So during all of that, there was very little solution for our truck. It would mean bankruptcy of the company.
And I take it that shortly after that, you came up with an idea for a convoy, a protest convoy, is that right?
Yes, and my husband and Chris Barber both told me convoys never work. They just never had a woman do it.
So what was your idea?
The idea was actually to work like CBSA. CBSA had a strike during COVID. They felt they didn't have enough money or enough benefits. They left truck drivers sit on the bridges. I was lucky, I was only there for 2 hours without food, fuel, or a bathroom. A friend of mine was there for 14 hours, stuck in the backup and the backlog from CBSA. So I thought, well, if CBSA can disrupt our country and be just fine and have a settlement within 24 to 48 hours, truck drivers could do the same. We'll just follow CBSA's lead. And that's what we did.
And am I right that it was shortly after that you came into contact with Chris Barber?
Yeah, I had been trying throughout the month of December, especially the more that our Prime Minister hit the airwaves, threatening Canadians with consequences, his favorite word. I kept continuing looking on TikTok because I found out you could use the search bar and put in truckers and find truckers. And I put into their comment bars, Convoy 2022, Convoy 2022. And I just kept going until somebody responded, and thank God for Chris Barber.
And did you ultimately get in touch with Mr. Barber?
We did. We touched base. I believe our first exchange was on or about the 1st of January. Our second on or about the 2nd of January, where he agrees, and I build a flyer, and we go from there.
Okay. Now I'd like to show you what I believe to be a copy of that flyer. The document number is COM 50869. And I take it you posted this on your TikTok in early January, is that right?
Yes, that's the only place I wasn't getting banned.
So if we look at that, come to join us, Convoy to End Mandates. It says, please contact Kathy. Who is Kathy?
Kathy was our Calgary, it says right there, Calgary. She was our Calgary road captain, leader, organizer.
So at this point, had you already started to identify organizers and road
It
captains?
happened overnight. Once Chris and I started taking to the airways, it literally exploded overnight.
And it says at the bottom, January 23rd, we slow roll. I think
It should be
every
every.
province until mandates stop.
Yes.
So what was your plan?
Our plan was to slow roll in place, not necessarily block borders. That was never the plan. It was to slow traffic, be a nuisance, but be within our legal rights to protest.
And you said that it all happened very fast. What were the things that you and Mr. Barber were doing to make it happen?
Putting information such as this out on TikTok with our email address, our phone numbers. Both Chris and I had conversations regarding how much our phone was ringing, and we had no time for anything else. I would frequently stay up till 3 a.m. answering text messages, emails, messages through TikTok for information. I'd been contacted from the Yukon, from Nunavut, from BC through to Newfoundland.
And I understand that at some point, your original plan shifted to a convoy of trucks to Ottawa. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, the idea never shifted. It was always for the mandates. I received a message from the Women's Federation of Trucking, and Shelley is a friend of my husband's, has been for quite some time. They've done cancer convoys together. She had contacted me with Mr. Bowder's convoy information, and I remember saying to her, those are my dates. I'm going to have to call him and tell him to change his dates. I wasn't planning on working together. However, James is a good salesperson, and he told me he had a lot of resources. He had done a convoy before, and that we could work together.
And so had you known Mr. Bowder before?
No.
And did he tell you about a prior convoy that he had organized?
He just told me he had a convoy.
And did you know anything about his social media presence at that point?
Not really. I have gone back through my emails. Somebody had asked me to sign it, his MOU. Basically gave me a rundown of what it was, and I went over and I signed it just as support. I've never read the full document.
And is he a trucker himself?
I have no proof he isn't.
Okay. Now, at some point, you also got together with Pat King?
At the same time, actually.
Okay. Who arranged that?
I was talking with James regarding the dates and him offering a whole bunch of support. And he had mentioned that Pat King was trying to get a hold of me. I'm like, who's Pat King? And we did a three-way call to connect.
And that was in early January?
January 12th.
And then the next night, you were part of a Facebook Live streamed event that Mr. King hosted?
Yes, sir.
And you were there, Mr. Bowder, Mr. Barber, and there were a few others as well.
Yes, there were.
And what did you talk about as a group? What was the discussion like?
I do know that it was being presented to the other convoy, who I would say the core group of the leadership, Dale, Joe, myself, and Chris, whether we were going to work together, what was being brought on the table, and of course, our silly truck driver selves was mixed into there. So it was just a basic, are we going to do this as a group or are we not? And I believe the consensus was that we were. I believe it was Joe that spoke up first that said, I guess we're going to Ottawa.
And Joe, do you recall his last name?
Jensen.
And Dale?
Evans? That's kind of with a question mark on the end of it. I believe that's his last name.
And so at this point in time, what stage was the plan at? Was it?
Well, we were growing very, very fast. Pat King had a huge media presence, so he claimed. His claim is true. And that helped us reach out to more people. James Bowder also had a huge media presence, which helped us reach even more people. At the time Convoy started, I had less than 1,000 followers. I was new to TikTok. Chris had explosive numbers. I think he was in the 160s.
can't give it an exact number. So these gentlemen had the numbers to get going. I had the passion, the drive, and the heart.
And I take it at that point you hadn't reviewed either Mr. Bowder's or Mr. King's past social media posts, or?
No, I don't typically go spy on people.
Did you do that subsequently?
Not really. I like to judge people on how they behave with me or to me.
Now, at this Facebook Live event, it was reported that 3,000 people tuned in. Were you familiar with that number?
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. And I understand that towards the outset of this meeting, Mr. King introduced you as one of the organizers who was handling the Ontario section. Was that right?
Yeah, I'm from southwestern Ontario. I believe I also expressed I would be doing Sarnia as my own personal, but I dealt directly with ADT Trucking, the Yonkers, David Steinberg. Sorry, Dave. And a whole lot of others, Mike and Andrew, throughout Ontario. Ontario being my home, it gave me the ability to grow faster in the area. They knew out in the western provinces, so they had their connections there.
I would like to object again. We were told there was several topics that you were going to introduce and leave it open-ended for her to present her information or testimony, and it's not. It's being led. And there's a lot of information here that is not critical for such a short amount of time. She has some very important information that she intends or wants to put out there, and it's not coming out. And he's direct, and we asked for questions, and they said, oh, it's not questions, it's a list of topics. And they gave us the topics and said it was going to be open-ended for her to testify under those topics, but that's not what's happening here.
Okay. Is there a problem with the questioning, Ms. Belton, or are you okay with the way it's going? Is there a problem?
As long as we get the time to get all the information out, we can go forward.
Okay. Go ahead.
And by that point in time, we saw that I think you already had your departure date set as January 23rd for your convoy?
That was set prior to even Chris Barber agreeing. I was going forward whether he agreed or not. I was just lucky that it was him that did agree.
And had you planned your route?
I had a very good idea of what the Sarnia would look like. I understood a lot of the geographics of the highways throughout Canada. I've driven them for quite some time. I did realize that some routes we couldn't get close enough to the border, that we would have to push back into the city centers just so that we could keep rolling and not block things. We could actually get around in a loop. So those were all coming into play, and they were all thought of. There was no intention to block anything, just to slow things down and just be a nuisance, I guess. To be heard, to be seen.
Yes. And in the same Facebook Live presentation, I understand that Mr. Bowder discussed Operation Bear Hug. Were you familiar with that?
Yes, well, I'm familiar with the term. I'm familiar with James Bowder, and James Bowder can talk about his bear hug. I don't know his in and out workings. That's his organization.
Okay. Have you ever been involved in the Canada Unity organization?
I was on a live where James proudly and I accepted a mug, 2 T-shirts, and 2 stickers, maybe 1 sticker, but I think there were 2, okay. And a keychain.
And you've already told us about your signing the MOU without reading it. In that same Facebook Live meeting, do you recall Mr. Bowder discussing his MOU?
I kind of roll my eyes when James talks about the MOU, to be honest.
And do you recall that Mr. King, in the course of the meeting, thanked you and gave you and Mr. Barber credit for lighting the spark to make this happen?
Yes, I guess.
Now, at this point in time, what did you understand, from your point of view, the purpose or the goal of the Freedom Convoy?
To end the mandate so I could go back to work and every other essential worker could become essential again.
And did you have a vision at this point as to what would happen when you arrived in Ottawa?
I actually believed that the Prime Minister wouldn't run away and he would come and meet with us. I believed that our voices would be heard. I believed that we were validated in our complaint and that after 2 years, maybe somebody would care.
And at some point, I understand you met Tamara Lich.
Yes.
Was it around that time or before?
Around which time?
Around the time of the Facebook Live presentation.
I don't have a date that I met Tamara Lich. I can estimate approximately the 14th of January.
Okay. And the people that I named, that is you, Mr. Barber, Mr. King, Ms. Leach, Mr. Bowder, did you regard them as the leadership group of this effort?
Not all of them.
Who did you regard as the leadership group?
Chris, myself, James, Pat was lead on media. There were road crafts. There's a lot of leaders. Tamara was not considered an organizer or leader. She was never presented to me that way. She had offered to do the GoFundMe, I apologize, and Facebook media. That's where I understood her to start and stop her involvement.
And so you've told us about your role in Southern Ontario. Were you doing publicity as well?
Yes, it was difficult as I was receiving phone calls from all over the country.
And was there a sign-up procedure?
I believe and Canada came to support us.
And Mr. Barber was responsible for the Western Convoy, is that?
He was responsible for his province.
And what were Mr. Bowder's responsibilities?
For his group.
And am I correct that he already had a number of maps and routes from his prior convoy to Ottawa?
That's correct. He was our support. He stated that he would provide us with support, places to park, information, a group of people that would welcome us and assist us. I don't think he failed on that.
Was there anybody else involved in the this organizing process that we haven't talked about?
At the beginning?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. Again, however, each leader had a group of individuals that they worked with, so it expanded outwards.
Okay. And did you have road captains?
That's what they tended to be called. I considered everyone I spoke with to be their own leader, to follow the idea that we had envisioned and go from there.
And how did you make sure everybody understood that idea?
When we had our initial contact, I mean, when I talked with Southwestern Ontario leads or road captains or organizers, whatever you'd like to call them, it was very clear this is what we are doing. This is how we'd like to do it. In your area, this is possible. And we're always going to be about safety. A lot of these drivers that stood up to take leadership roles were business owners, independent contractors, or just owner-operators in general. They know how to do logistics. I don't need to tell them.
So if we can move forward then to the date when you departed from with your convoy?
Yes.
Is there anything else you want to say about what happened before?
Is there something specific you're looking for?
No, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
I had been in contact with OPP Brian from Sarnia. We were on the same page. I was following his advice. I was instilling it into the drivers that I was working with, that safety's number one. And we went forward. The day we arrived on the 23rd was overwhelming.
At that point, how many trucks were in your convoy?
There was too many people to count. The truck stop at Wyoming at exit 25, I've never seen more than maybe 100 trucks in there. And that day, it was hard to get a lane in and out of the truck stop. It was a snake. You had to snake around. London was no different, and neither was any other truck stop or our planned stop along the way.
So you had planned to have other stops along the way where other trucks joined you for the convoy?
They would just roll in with us, a lot of them.
Excuse me, there's one important element that's missing that was in her timeline, and it would have been included had I been asking the questions, and that was the things that she did to try and resolve the issues prior to initiating the convoy with the CBSA and MPs and so on. And I think she has, or I know she has entered those documents to the commission.
Okay, well, if you could take a note, that's the sort of thing you're welcome to do. Maybe that question can be dealt with, but if you can make notes, those are the sorts of things that would be helpful to the commission when you get to do your questioning. We can fill in those blanks.
Okay.
Now, I'm coming to this, but if I can just have the clerk turn up COM 50871. But before you start that, I have a couple of questions. What was the route that you followed to Ottawa?
I'm sorry, which was?
What was the route that you followed to Ottawa, just in general?
I took 402 down to the 401, 401 to the 416, 416 to I believe it was the 417 to Pinecrest, Pinecrest to Carling, Carling to the Parkway, and I was blocked in with the rest of the trucks at the intersection for the last bridge before Wellington.
How long were you blocked in there for?
The trucks remained there the whole time. I was in my pickup truck. I didn't bring a big truck to Ottawa. It would be easier for me to assist and help people move around in my pickup truck. So I took my pickup truck and I was able to turn around and go back the other way. So I was in and out same day.
So is that location where your convoy stayed for the
That's where the map sent us, that's where the police sent us, and that's where we went.
But I was going to ask you, did you have ongoing contact with the OPP or the Ottawa Police Service along the way?
I honestly can't tell you if I did or did not. I'm sure I did. I had a lot of phone calls coming in and a lot of police talking with me along the way. Once Sarnia met up with the GTA, Dave Steinberg took over lead as he had the most vehicles. So I'm sure he can answer those questions, and we did communicate between myself, Mike, Andrew, the Yonkers, ADT Trucking. We were all in communication. We all knew each other. At this point, we had approximately 3 weeks to 2.5 weeks to prepare. So we were definitely constantly in communication.
Your understanding, though, is that there was contact with the police along the way?
My understanding is yes.
And did they, is it your understanding that they directed you where to go when you arrived, as you've described?
My pictures show that, where the police officer's moving the barrels and my truck is going through where he directed.
Now, if we can take a step back, you did another TikTok video along the route of what you were experiencing, and at least one.
That wasn't during, that was probably posted afterwards.
Well, let me bring it up and you can see it, and it's COM 50871. Now we see in...
Counsel, when was this document disclosed to the parties? Is this one of the documents that were disclosed this morning?
Sorry?
Is this one of the documents that were disclosed this morning?
No. Now, in that video, we saw people along the sides of the roads, on the overpasses. Can you just describe what you were experiencing along the way?
Canadians finally peaceful. Canadians supporting each other. Canadians finally not separated or segregated in any way.
And before you arrived in Ottawa, did you have a plan as to where you were going to go, or was your plan just to follow the directions that you received?
That would be questions for James Bowder. He had the information, had made arrangements, and we were following his lead on that. So those organizational details went to him. I was following what was sent to me from his organization. And I do believe I had to request it on the 28th, as I hadn't received it. But we were following the directions. He had done this before. I was following his direction.
And so you told the commissioner that you were in your pickup truck, you got out of that line. Where did you go?
After everybody was parked?
Yes.
I went up to Armprior to meet my buddy Chris.
And what did you do then?
I hugged him.
Okay. At some point, did you come back into Ottawa?
Not that night. I stayed at a relative's home.
Mm-hmm. And so you came back on the 29th? Is that?
I went back up to Armprior on the 29th, and I led Mike Stack and the rest of the convoy in. I knew the area. It's easier when you have a pilot car that knows the directions and the city streets. We were again told to go through onto the S-Jam. However, a portion of the convoy was unknowingly to me then directed by overhead signs to use different streets. Some of us were already on the S-Jam and others were being directed by overhead signage.
Do you know to use what streets? Do you know?
I was on the S-Jam, so I wouldn't know.
Okay. And where did you, and this was the Western convoy, was it, that you were guiding in?
Yes, sir.
And where did you end up?
On the S-Jam.
And at some point, did you make your way into Ottawa?
Well, the S-Jam comes right up. The Ottawa police had moved whatever barricade or blockade, whatever they had, preventing vehicles from moving forward, allowed Chris and myself to move up onto Wellington Street. I parked right beside this building, off the roadway. Chris found a parking spot on Wellington, and that's where he parked Big Red. Tamara and Chris got out.
And had you anticipated that vehicles would be parked on Wellington itself?
I understood what James Bowder had told me. I believe we had permits. I'm not sure if we did or not. I didn't double check anybody's work.
And at some point, did you become aware that trucks had been, were located in residential areas off of Wellington?
I came in and out of the city almost every day for approximately 5 days. I had no problem getting in and out of the city. If you learned how to snake around the city, it was open access. I did understand there were some concern about where trucks were, and Chris, being Chris, was taking care of that, so I let him do that.
Okay, and
I should rephrase that. I didn't let him do that. We agreed that he would do that.
And what did you do during the weeks you were in Ottawa? And just in very general terms, so how did you occupy yourself?
Oh, there was so much to do. I made designs for sweaters for the show up on at Parliament Hill. I donated food to the Uville Center, which I'm a former girl of. I helped with logistics when I could. I helped with mapping. My hand was in every pot, although I was not in one section. They tried to, Tom Marazzo kept trying to fit me into a box, and I said, I'm sorry, I don't fit into the boxes, I'm up here. And I just went off and did whatever, wherever anybody needed me.
And can you give me some examples of where you were needed?
I had a call from a City of Ottawa resident that her and a few of her family members were having a hard time reaching a food bank. So I told her to give me her number. I would work on getting her support to get to the food bank that she needed to, since taxis, buses, and other transportation were not coming into the city. And that's what I did. I passed her number off to John. I do not know his last name. And I do know he's from Ontario. And I passed her number off to John, checked with him, made sure that was taken care of, and away we went. So when a fire came up, if I could put it out, I'd put it out. If I couldn't, I'd pass it on.
And how did that person get your phone number, do you know?
It was posted all over the internet.
Okay. And I'm going to, if you can turn up, Mr. Register, COM 50870. It's another one of your TikTok videos. But while that's happening, what were you seeing in Ottawa on Wellington Street?
Love, unity, people happy. This had been 2 years. People had been suppressed. 2 years. People were struggling. 2 years that our government had told us, shame your family. Do not allow them to come to Christmas. Do not allow them to come at Easter. Do not allow them to come to your home if they are not vaccinated, if they don't wear a mask. There was a lot of hate in Canada, and the Toronto Sun supported it, or the Toronto Star, excuse me, supported it. People were evil towards each other, and that is not what I saw in Ottawa. I saw love, I saw unity, I saw Quebec with Alberta, I saw Ontario with Quebec, hugging. I saw people happy. It was the best thing that happened to our country in 2 years.
Okay, can we play that video then?
Sir that's getting threatened is a little upset this morning, or yesterday. He tweeted that he was getting threatened and he's got work to do in Ottawa. I've heard this rhetoric before, actually. But I'd like to tell you, sir, this is what it's like to be a truck driver crossing into Canada. Because of you and your staff and the mandates, you have threatened me for 2 years. How does it feel? Doesn't feel so good, does it? I've lost 22 pounds now because of what has happened to me at the border. Who's going to address the mental health issues that your agents, your CBS agents, they are a direct extension of you, have done to me? Nobody's paying for that. You've tortured me for 2 years. And you're worried about our peaceful protest? Maybe stop paying Antofia to show up if you don't want to be threatened. It's not our group. Have a good day.
And what led you to make that video?
One of the ministers complained they were getting harassed and they had work to do in Ottawa. We had been harassed every day for 2 years.
And if you can bring up, please, another video, COM 50872. Did you, while you were, we were doing that, while you were in Ottawa, did you see, you've described how you felt about the conduct there, but did you see any conduct that you felt was inappropriate or caused you concern?
I mean, there were people drinking. Maybe it wasn't in a LCBO licensed establishment, but I saw food not being checked by food agencies either. Is that the risk? I guess we all took it and we survived.
Okay, can we play that video then?
Everyone's smiling. Everyone's happy. Everyone's smiling. Way to go, Canada!
And where was that taken?
Up at Parliament Hill on Wellington.
Okay.
That was the day I arrived, I believe.
Thank you. Now, if I can just shift gears here for a minute, guess that's not the appropriate expression to use for someone who drives a truck, but
If you can do it without clutching, I'm impressed.
At some point, did you learn about protests in Windsor and Sarnia?
Yes.
How did you learn?
Media.
Did you speak to anybody who was involved?
Not involved.
Who did you speak to?
I spoke with ADT Trucking, who called me and asked me if we could block the Windsor border, and my response was, no way, continue to slow roll.
And who called you from ADT?
I don't know who called me from ADT.
And any other contact with anyone involved in what was going on in Windsor or Sarnia?
In Sarnia?
Yeah.
I saw TikTok videos of farmers on the roadway. Only through social media did I have contact. I had no idea that was planned. I had no idea anything like that.
And we've heard about other protests at borders in other places in Canada. Did you have any contact with anyone who was involved in those protests?
No, even my TikTok suggests that I don't know anyone at the Coutts border, but I thought they had a lot of gumption, I guess you could say.
Now, coming back to your time in Ottawa, did you maintain contact with James Bowder?
Could you repeat that question?
Coming back when you were in Ottawa, did you maintain contact with James Bowder?
Coming back from where?
Oh, sorry. I'm just coming back in my questions to your time in Ottawa. Did you maintain contact with James Bowder?
I saw him every day. We were in the same hotel.
And did you have any idea about how large his group of protesters were?
No.
Okay. Did you have any conflicts or concerns with him?
We all have conflict with each other. It's human nature.
Anything of significance?
No.
Did you understand that there were concerns being expressed about his memorandum of understanding?
There were concerns expressed about pretty much all of us at one point in time.
And did you have any reaction to the concerns about his memorandum of understanding?
It had nothing to do with me.
And did you have any ongoing contact with Pat King while you were in Ottawa?
Yes, he offered to pay for the sweaters that I designed.
Anything else?
We hugged in the street. We live streamed together. He was doing his job as media when it came to me.
And were you aware of that there were some criticisms of things he was doing in Ottawa?
There were criticisms of all of us from somebody.
Did you have any concerns about what he was doing in Ottawa?
I've already said no.
Now, I understand that at some point, you and some of the others that you dealt with at the beginning when you were organizing the convoy had a disagreement. Is that a fair way to put it?
Wouldn't be the first time, probably won't be the last.
At some point, did you break away from the leadership group or anything like that while you were in Ottawa?
Not while I was in Ottawa. I did not show up as often at the Sheridan where Keith Wilson and Tamara and Chris were mostly stationed with a few others. I felt more comfortable at the Ark doing more of the humanitarian style, helping and just being me.
And we heard evidence this morning that from Mr. Let me rephrase that. Were you involved in distributing envelopes of cash to people in Ottawa?
Did I physically go out and do that?
Yes.
No.
Did you have any involvement in putting them together or anything like that?
I did have one or two let me start that again. I had one or two times where I put envelopes together. Due to transparency, I had requested that we film those, that when we got the money, we counted it, we put it into envelopes, and they were distributed. The group over at the Sheraton got a little upset with us as they were handing out $500, and Drew had suggested we hand out $2,000 since 500 is not a large number.
And the group at the Sheraton, who was that?
That would be Chris Barber, Keith Wilson, Tamara Lich, Joe Jensen, Dale, Ryan, Miranda.
And I'm sorry, I missed what you said. Who suggested $2,000?
I believe it was Drew. I could be incorrect.
Okay. And what happened with that? Did anything come of that?
They got $2,000.
And in terms of your relations with the group at the Sheraton?
They were upset. They said we made them look bad.
Now, on February 12th, 2022, you were aware that, or at least you're now aware that an agreement was reached with the mayor of Ottawa to move trucks onto Wellington?
I'm assuming I wasn't there.
Did you know or hear about such an agreement?
I heard the agreement was not valid.
And who did you hear that from?
Through social media.
And did you discuss it with anyone to find out whether it was valid or not?
No, I heard the report and moved on.
If I can ask you to bring up COM 50868. And I understand this to be a TikTok you posted on February 13, 2022.
Because when we're going to lose,
Thanks,
we're
boys.
losing
You got
ground.
this speed, right? Right on the press.
All right. They're down there.
Hold that line, boys. Hold it.
Yeah.
Oh, they're right now?
No, yeah, Phil's down there.
It's like
and
two of the
he's
fucking
going
going
down. Some of them down.
Okay.
So that was a copy of the agreement?
Yep,
Or a
could be.
notice of the agreement? I'm sorry.
Yep, I don't know how I got it. If I took it myself, I have no recollection of how that got to be, but I always forwarded information onto my TikTok.
And why did you put it as fake news?
Because I believed it to be fake.
And did you check with anybody one way or another? How did you come by that belief?
That's what I was told by whomever was around me. It was fake news, so that's what I posted.
And at some point in time, you left Ottawa to read?
The Ottawa red zone or Ottawa as a whole?
Well, let's deal with both. At some point, did you leave the Ottawa red zone?
Yes, I left on the 18th in the red zone.
And where did you go?
To Ottawa West, to a family member's home.
Okay. And why did you leave on that day?
Because the police were about to attack Canadian citizens.
And were you arrested at any time?
No, sir.
Was your bank account frozen?
Yes, sir.
For how, tell me about that. What happened?
I understood the government officials stated that they had notified organizers their bank accounts would be frozen. My husband notified me my bank account and his bank account and our business bank account were frozen. And at 10:04 on the 17th is when I received a phone call from a person stating they were from the Royal Bank and that they had frozen my accounts. They had a very nasty exchange with me because they had no right to do so. I told them to open the accounts. They told me to call them when I left Ottawa, and I said, you need to open my accounts. We ended the exchange. I realized other people in the room were also getting that same phone call. Whether it was the same person making the phone call, I do not know, but I do know other people in the room were getting the same phone call.
And so what happened after that?
I had no money.
And what did you do?
I had to ask for money or let people know that I didn't have any money. And I was lucky enough that two gentlemen on the street actually understood my truck payment was coming due, and I was a few $100s short. I think it was $6 something I was short. They together collectively sent me enough money to cover my truck payment. A woman by the name of Miss Zena was kind enough to give me $100, which helped because it put gas in my car, in my pickup truck to go. And from then we had to scramble on how we were going to pay for medication for my husband and how we were going to pay the mortgage.
And so this was while you were still in the, excuse me, the Ottawa area?
Yes.
And at some point were your accounts unfrozen?
Yes.
And when was that?
You'd have to ask my husband. He takes care of that.
Okay. And when did you leave Ottawa to come back home?
March. I don't have a specific date.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a specific date, but it was March.
Okay. And is there anything else you want to tell the commissioner about what happened while you were in Ottawa?
I just want everybody to know that we weren't there to disrupt the city residents. We were there to be heard. I had given 32 emails, approximately, to MPs and MPPs. 32. Not one of them did anything for me. I followed how things are supposed to go. You first go and you complain. You try again. You try again. And when CBSA sent me a reply, pretty much, suck it up, buttercup, this is the way it's going to go, and you're about to lose your job, so don't worry about it. What did you want me to do? Sit down, lie down, lose everything over a mandate that was really no longer effect in the US? That's what my country was asking for me. That's what Canadians that were supporting vaccine mandates were asking of me, to lose everything. Because they were afraid. Because our government did a very good job at scaring people, making them so afraid that today still some wear face masks. Many of us here are not.
And
that propaganda hurt our country. And having our prime minister saying that there will be consequences for the unvaccinated, and we don't want them sitting beside our children on planes and trains and automobiles. And the amount of, I'm trying to control my anger over this gentleman, but the wording that he used was division the whole time. Pit one person against another. Shame them, make them comply, and if they don't, they will. I'm sorry. I draw the line when my government wants to throw something into my body I cannot remove. That is where I draw the line. Bodily autonomy, it is mine. It is not my government's.
Thank you for answering my questions.
We're going to take a break, and I'm going to consider whether we're going to clear the hall. So I'm going to take a short break, and when I come back, I'll decide if we're going to clear the hall. 5 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes.
He's scared. Rulo.
I'm gonna clear the hall. I want to clear the
Clear
hall.
the hall.
I'm clear the deck the hall. Deck the hall.
The new convoy starts here. Inside of the inquiry. The inquiry is the convoy. The convoy is the inquiry.
No, too much freedom. No, we're kicking you out. Too much freedom, Too much freedom. Out.
You never knew. You never knew that the convoy started in an inquiry. The inquiry was the convoy itself. Did you know?
I feel like we got a miniature convoy in the chat, H.A.I.L. So thank you everybody for joining us. We're having fun. As you can see, Rose amped up, from all the testimony we've been hearing today.
Testosterone.
Right? Feeling good?
If you guys don't stop, I swear I'm going to turn this car around and you're going home. We're not going to the unfair convoy inquiry. I'm telling you right now, if you don't eat your meat, you're not getting your porridge pan.
You can't have any pudding. Yeah, no, she came out hard there at the end. She said right was on her mind. That was good to hear. I like that. She came out pretty hard at the end there. It's fantastic.
Why are all these women so tough, man? You know what I mean? The guys are all cocks. Why are they all cocks?
Yeah. I know she didn't really roll over on anybody too hard. She did mention a couple names. We won't bring that back up, but she didn't. They were trying to get her to roll over on Pat King and people like that, and she's like, everyone was saying stuff about us. We were all in the same boat, So I liked how she did that.
She's a hero, says Sheriff of YouTube. She was based, says Tim Burns. Classy cougar, says Anonymous. Also for you, says Shirley LaBelle. Tammy Croft. My 11-year-old son is here and wants to know if you've been in movies. Rohan. No, I've never been.
Former action star Rohan, from Warp Campaign.
I've never been in any movies, but thank you. And a big hail to your son. That's beautiful to see your children together watching freedom happen right here. That is fantastic. Absolutely incredible. That's a meme, says Courier. Many guys are superheroes, says No Way No How. The chat, you're superheroes. And thank you for being here. You're making this entertaining, exciting, staying with us. Now we're into the third week now of the inquiry. And it's like we can do this forever because we want to see this. And finally, I'm seeing somebody speak truth to power, actually coming up, sitting there and saying, this is what you did to us. This is how you ruined our lives. These are the things. I'm not just going to sit here and you're going to lead me along some kind of questioning and I would say, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, sir, no, sir. Yes, those are my memes. Yes, I was wrong to do those memes. No, sir, yes, sir. Finally, she says, you know what? She says, that's it, Paul. I'm not taking any of your guff. Paul's like, this video, though, wasn't on the list of videos, was it? Paul Chump.
Paul Chump.
Wearing a mask. Thanks for crying, not crying with us. Says No Way No How, hail, brother. Exactly. Preach, says Silver Sadie. Michael Bartlett. Hail, Michael. Unless you have mental issues, it's physically impossible to not clap after a testimony like that. That's right. If you got one hand, clap your belly. Clap your hands.
Rouleau is not having it. No clapping.
Actually, it's I don't like what I'm seeing here.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to play back Paul Chump, okay? Here we go. Let's play back some Paul Chump. He is such a
He's
clown.
just hanging out indoors, with his mask on, just chilling, He's like, got my mask on. And when he goes outdoors, too, he'll still wear it.
My name is Paul Chump, and I don't like seeing women strong. I'm a cuck.
I'm going to call this one Chump. Nah, this is it. And what is it? This is, you know what? Why are so many men just cucks these days? I don't get it. The women. How many women do you know that I met during this entire thing? And I asked this woman. I said, what is the reason? Why are women so tough? You know what she said to me? She goes, don't ask yourself why women are tough. Ask yourself why men are pussies. That's what she said to me.
Right?
Yeah.
It's a better question. Yeah, man, I think it's just like beat into our culture, and it's like in advertisements and just in television and everything. Back in the day, you just had all these My Two Dads. I mean, what was that show about? Like, it's these soy boys. It's like, holy crap. We're just led into this culture of I hate to say it because, femininity isn't a dirty word, but, we got some feminine males being brought up in today's culture.
Yeah, we want femininity on women, not femininity on males.
I'm going to leave the hall for a few minutes, and I'm going to decide if you really should have ice cream, but I don't think you should. You're clapping, you're hooting, you're hollering. The convoy is not going to start inside of the inquiry for the convoy.
What? What are you talking about, really? Huh, Rolly? They're losing control of the narrative. They wanted to go a certain way.
Right.
But the people, and I hate to say it, say what you want about, Jane Scarf or Sharf, and,
Oh, yeah, man. She's in there. She's like a pit bull. She's ready for she's getting you.
She's a hot pit bull, okay? That's what she is. She's a hot pit bull. And then you say whatever you want, but here's the reality of the situation is that they have a methodology, and you play ball, you play nice. Everything's going to be okay. Here they are. All right, I think they're sitting.
He's going to tell us we're not allowed to be here anymore.
No clapping.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, well, thank you for that indulgence. I've decided, hesitant, but I've decided not to clear the room at this point. I did notice there's a significant group that is, I think, doing its best to comply. But I am concerned. I mean, this is, I firmly believe this is an important process and that it should be, as much as possible, respected. So we'll go ahead. I hope not to have more issues. So we were about to turn to some of the questioning. Are you okay to continue?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. So the first is the Government of Canada, please.
Good afternoon, Ms. Belton.
Good
My name is Andrew Gibbs, and I'm part of the council team for the Government of Canada. I have two quick areas of questions for you. The first area is with respect to, it was touched on a little bit with the Commission's counsel, with respect to some of the, I won't call them fights, but disagreements, as you indicated, amongst the leadership group. And in particular, with respect to the handling of money by Tamara Lich. Did you have concerns about the handling of money by Ms. Lich?
I understood Keith Wilson was directing her and taking care of it. He's a lawyer. There should be no concern.
Okay. So do you recall posting something on TikTok expressing concern?
The TikTok video was actually not even about Tamara. Everybody has taken that so out of context. The TikTok was regarding the Unified People of Canada, or whatever. I have an embassy. It's called the Canadian Embassy. This embassy was trying to associate with the convoy. I didn't know any of the organizers or if they were involved with Tamara. I know they had stated they were. I had never seen them before. I was trying more to denounce what they were doing. They had said they were advisors of Tamara. I was concerned over a comment in a car that had been made over spending money on a building. I did voice my opinion in the car that we were here to end mandates when we were done working with the government or getting our 5 minutes with them to speak with them, that we were planning on leaving. There was no long-term plan to stay.
Okay. If we can just call up the video, just to confirm for the record, it's pb.can.3401777.
Counsel, if you allow me a brief indulgence, we're just trying to resolve the hard drive issue. It'll be 2 minutes at most, if that's appropriate.
Thank you very much. And I only have one other question, and it's on a particular document. We were provided, the parties were provided with documents over the lunch break, about 216 documents that you had filed over the lunch break for us.
With my team, yes.
With your team? Okay, and so I've only gotten through some of them. There was one document in particular I'd like your help just to understand, so.
Welcome to my life. You guys threw a lot at me in a short period of time.
Yes, I think we're all in the same boat on that. If you can call up the video, please, the TikTok video.
It'll be just another 60 seconds. The videos right now are just about to be ready.
We've had to deal with a lot of documents, you can imagine.
Yes.
I could pull it up on my phone faster.
If counsel has any other documents in paper form, I do have those available.
The other document then is BRB 6062. Do you recognize this document?
Yeah, those were things that had been posted on a Telegraph site. Who posted them, I'm unaware. We were very concerned over safety of, protesters and stuff like that.
And for the sake of the commission and others in the room who are perhaps less familiar with Telegraph, I'm starting to figure out TikTok, but what is Telegraph?
It's a platform that steals a lot of space from my phone. That's about the best way to explain. It's pretty much just a messaging, a fast way of messaging through a group of a bunch of people.
And is it a secure messaging platform?
I have no idea.
Okay, fair. If you can focus in on the bottom left-hand corner, I believe it's item number 3. Right. There's a mention with respect to...
Excuse me, is there any way to enlarge that for those of us with poor eyesight?
Yes.
Thank you.
I may have another pair.
There's a reference to tow trucks, which is a common theme in the commission, before the commission. And I'm just, if we can perhaps shift a bit to the, I can see it up here perhaps. Were you aware that people in the tow truck industry were being encouraged not to provide tow truck services to the police?
Not necessarily, but I understand they've been put in a very rock and hard place kind of position. Had I known they showed up to tow trucks, I wouldn't use their service. That's me. I'm sure a lot of other truck drivers would have felt the same.
So the message reads, the most strategic and effective way to protest once you arrive in Ottawa is absolutely nothing. Park your truck on the road, turn off the engine, and let it sit there. No tow truck company would dare tow it away, and if they do get it on video, get it on video and make sure everyone knows not to do business with them. Vote with your wallet. Does that capture the sentiment you just expressed?
We do that with lots of things. We don't like what Coca-Cola said. We don't buy Coke anymore. We don't like what somebody says about children or animals. We don't buy their product anymore. It's the same thing. Tow truck services are a product. If we don't like what they do, we don't have to buy their service.
So for them to assist the citizens of Ottawa and tow the trucks, or to assist the police and tow the trucks, that would result in not buying their services.
I wouldn't buy their service. They weren't supportive of Canadians.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have the video now?
If you could just briefly repeat the document ID, I should be able to follow.
Yes, pb.can.401777_rel. And for the record, Commissioner, I would have ended a lot earlier. I know I've burned a bit of my time in previous rounds, so this one I hope, here we are.
News out of Ottawa. Tamara's handlers or advisors have set up a permanent residence at St. Bridges in Ottawa. That building's worth $5.2 million. I have no idea what the rent is. But I do remember sitting in a car with Sean, Tamara, a female family member of hers, her husband, and Chad Eros, while they laughed about spending $3.2 million of the truckers' money on the building beside the Swiss. You can look that up. It's still for sale. I looked it up in the car and didn't think it was very funny that they wanted to spend $3.2 million of the truckers' money on a building so they could continue to protest. I reminded them we were here to drop all mandates, and when the mandates were done, so were we. I wish I could say the news story is untrue, but it came from the mouth of Babes herself, the advisor to Tamara. It's pretty hard to deny when somebody puts you under the bus as being someone that was there to change political policy and was there for a political agenda. Tamara, when she joined up with us, agreed to only do a fundraiser. She then threatened me, she threatened others, and she obviously had an other agenda other than dropping the mandates and setting Canada free. As I said, it was more directed to St. Bridget's, but...
And you said she threatened you in the TikTok video.
She did.
And what was the nature of that threat?
The threat was that if I used my voice and did any more media, that she would include me in the lawsuit with the City of Ottawa.
And if you did not? If you were silent?
If I was silent, there was no if you're silent, but that was the threat.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Sir, I'm going to ask under, I can't recall the rule, but with respect to the order of examination, as we got the documents from this particular witness, several hundred of them, not until this afternoon, I do have concerns from the brief ones I've reviewed, and I have given a written objection to your counsel with respect to those. What I would like to do in the meantime, sir, is I would like your leave and approval to examine this witness following her paralegal examining her. I can tell you at this point, I don't have many questions for this witness at all. My concern is the beginning of a character assassination as well as attacking my client, the corporation itself. And given what was just asked by the Government of Canada and what was just said, I would like to sit back and see what the evidence is with respect to the character assassination evidence that I think this witness is intending to give before I do my examination, sir.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if we should be talking about character assassinations. Rather, there are some issues being raised. I think let's try and not inflame things and take one step at a time. So you'd like to defer at the moment, and maybe I can hear from.
I'm okay with that. I
Okay.
don't mind if we go first. I think that's what he's saying. That's okay.
Okay, so that should not be a problem. So let's go through the rest of the roster, and then we can get to that. Okay, so next to the Ottawa residents.
Good afternoon, Ms. Belton. My name is Paul Champ. I'm the lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, and I just have some questions for you further to your testimony today. You testified earlier, Ms. Belton, that it was not your intention to disrupt the lives of residents of downtown Ottawa. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you did recognize that the activities of the protests, the trucks taking up all of the streets and the horns and so forth did indeed disrupt residents who were living within the 6 or 8 blocks of those activities?
As did millions of Canadians that demanded people get vaccines and demand that they wear masks and demand that they be thrown to the ground. Yeah, I understood what had happened over the last 2 years, and I'm sorry they were affected for 3 weeks, but I suffered for 3 years. Well, 2 years.
And did you associate the people with downtown Ottawa with the government of Canada? Like, did you assume that these were federal government workers in some way who deserve that disruption?
No, that would be ludicrous.
Okay. And on your arrival in the city, we've heard some evidence about a strategy to gridlock the city. Can you tell us about that?
I wasn't part of that design.
What was the plan, as far as you understood, with the 400 plus semi-tractor trailer trucks converging on downtown? Where did you think they would go?
I understood there were 2 locations we were to go, but that the police had redirected us once we got together at the Arc. We started to hear concerns, and I believe the guys were working on it. Doing whatever they could to deal with the logistics issues. I did not deal with the logistics issues in Ottawa.
You were a road captain managing the convoy of trucks from southwestern Ontario to Ottawa, is that right?
Yes, and I went where the police directed us, which was nowhere near your residence, by the way.
Sorry, what does that mean?
That means your residents were further north.
Right.
Ours were on the S-Jam. There was no residence where we had been. We were in front of the War Memorial.
Right.
I believe that's the War Memorial.
There is. You would have seen the apartment buildings there right in front of your trucks?
No, it was further back.
Okay.
It was not right directly with a truck.
With respect to mask mandates, I understand your position with respect to vaccines. You're also opposed to mask mandates, is that right?
I'm not opposed to mask mandates. I'm opposed to women who are victims of violence to be forced to wear them or be thrown to the ground.
Were people in restaurants and stores throwing people to the ground? Is that what you observed?
I observed video from Canadian Tire and Costco, both, where securities threw people to the ground. Also, a woman in BC that had no arms from the elbow down was refused service at a grocery store because she couldn't put a mask on. So the general public lacked empathy and sympathy for those that could not comply.
Did you have sympathy or empathy for people who were elderly or had medical conditions where they'd be susceptible to dying from COVID-19?
Absolutely, but we have never locked up the healthy, ever.
Now, with respect to the mask mandates, there was a lot of people in the convoy demonstrations who were very opposed to masks and mask wearing, correct?
Everybody had their own
believe. Some wore masks, some didn't. There were people on the street that wore masks.
Can I object? That question doesn't go to the mandate that was established for that process, so why should she have to answer questions about that?
I don't even believe there was a mask mandate in effect at that time.
Indeed, there was. I'm not sure if I understand the objection.
The objection is that the protest was not about masks. It was about truckers, mandates for truckers for travel.
I think we've heard a great deal of evidence. If
Well,
you follow,
no,
sorry, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
I apologize.
There is a process. You speak through me. Ms. Scarf, I understand your point, but this is cross-examination, so I tend to give a little latitude. So if that, I think that question is within that latitude.
So, Ms. Belton, we've heard previous evidence from the police and others about some convoy protesters being very upset about people wearing masks and doing protests by going into stores and shops and restaurants in large groups without wearing masks. Did you observe those kinds of activities while you were here?
I observed maskless people. I didn't see protests. You might want to talk to those that caused the issue. That was not me.
So when you went into restaurants and shops, you wore a mask during the convoy protest?
Sir, I'm a victim of violence, and I won't put a mask on to make you feel better.
So
when I have to go through what I have to go through and take Ativan because you want me to wear a mask, and then you don't want me to drive a car however I live in the country, I take issue to that. I can't walk home. I don't live in a city center like you do. So yes, there are issues on both sides, and there is no compassion on this side. That is the issue. You are painting this exactly like the Toronto Star did. You have no empathy for us.
So I take that as a no? You didn't wear masks when you went into stores?
No, because I'm a female victim of violence, and you need to respect that.
Okay. And did you observe others that you would go with into stores and shops wearing, not wearing masks, the people you were with?
That was asked and answered yes. The answer is yes.
And how would people respond when shop owners or staff, sometimes young teenage staff, would say, please wear a mask? What are some of the things you observed in those interactions?
I didn't have those interactions.
No one ever asked, can you please wear a mask or leave?
No, sir.
With respect to the money, so you were aware before you got to Ottawa that there was the large fundraiser. People were raising funds to support the truckers with covering their fuel and their food and so forth. You were aware of that?
Yes, Tamara did an amazing job at raising funds for us.
For sure. And but by the time you arrived in Ottawa, you recognized it was in the multi-millions that had been raised. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you came to Ottawa, how long did you think you'd be staying?
24 to 48 hours.
And you required $10 million to stay 48 hours?
Canadians thought our voice needed to be heard and we needed to be supported.
So you were planning to leave in 48 hours because you assumed the government was going to agree with your demands?
We thought we would get a meeting.
Okay, so what changed? Why did you stay after 48 hours?
Because Justin Trudeau did exactly what he's done for the last 2 years. He literally came out and called us a whole bunch of names. I'm sorry, sir, but if I came and called you a whole bunch of names and said that your ideals and how you felt didn't mean anything to anyone, how would you feel? And that you losing your job, your income, your way to pay your wife's expenses to put food on the table for your children was irrelevant, how would you feel? So because of his actions, there are consequences, and that meant we stayed.
So, Ms. Belton, then, if I understand your answer correctly, your plan was to come for 48 hours, assuming the Prime Minister would respond to your demands, but if he did not, you were going to stay until he did. Is that right?
I didn't say that.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying we were looking for a meeting.
And you were going to stay until you got your meeting?
Some sort of response would be good.
So you were going to stay until you got your meeting?
Or a response.
Now, you stayed in the Ark Hotel for most of the time?
Most of the time.
Who paid your hotel bills?
Joseph Bergault, from what I understand.
Okay. And there was also money raised in cash. You've told us in your testimony that in the Eric Hotel you were putting together envelopes to hand out to the truckers, because many of them were living in their trucks, right?
That's where truckers live.
Yeah, they were living rough. That was very tough for them, and so you were putting together envelopes of $2,000 to assist them with their expenses, right?
Correct.
Now, the fuel that they were getting jerry cans of fuel and so forth to keep the trucks running, to keep warm, I understand, correct?
I understand the same.
Well, you were involved in it, though, right? You were involved in the logistics?
Not everything.
Not everything, but you were involved in meetings where there's discussions about how to get the fuel to those trucks that were still running?
Yes, and I may have been dealing with something else at the time.
Right, and the fuel that they were getting that for free because that was being provided by someone else, is that right?
I don't know that.
You weren't involved in those meetings?
I don't know who paid for what.
Okay. Now, the envelopes that you were handing out, how often did you do that? How many rounds were there of envelopes being handed out?
I know of 2 instances.
From the Arc Hotel?
Yes.
And then the Sheraton Hotel, they were also handing out envelopes, is your understanding?
You'll have to ask them.
Well, you testified, I believe, that you understood that the Sheraton was handing out.
Yes, that's the end of my understanding.
Fair enough. Well, just for your assistance, Mr. Barber testified about that, and indeed they were handing out.
And he was over at the Sheraton.
Right. And how would you know, or how did you keep track if truckers were getting were getting envelopes from multiple groups?
We would ask them.
Okay.
Just a reminder, you're out of time, so if you could try and...
Don't I have 15 minutes, sir?
I had a note 10 minutes, so...
Well, if I may, Commissioner asked for leave for 5 extra minutes. I think I was getting some longer responses than anticipated.
We'll give you a few more minutes, but please get to the point.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe I'm trying to be on point for my clients. Thank you. So with respect to honking, Ms. Belton, as a truck driver, you're aware air horns and train horns can be extremely loud.
Yes, they have a purpose. They're warning signals.
Yeah, their trucks are heavy. They can be dangerous vehicles. They need very trained people to drive them. And if there's a hazard or something far away, you use those very loud horns to ensure people absolutely know that the truck is coming. There might be a risk.
So we're noticed, yes.
Yeah, but the sound of the horn, it can be dangerously loud if you continue to hold on it, correct?
So it could be a racetrack, an airport, several other things.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Now, but the horns were used by the trucks as a sort of a symbol of the protest throughout their time in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Well, I noticed on your lawsuit you didn't list every child that came and honked a horn. They're also responsible, are they not?
So I take that as a yes, that you were aware that horns were used as a protest tactic?
They were used by the drivers. Some were having fun. I do know that Chris and the rest of them had talked. We needed to get the horns down to a minimum. We also needed to do some sleep time because some were somewhere in the city making louder noises. We did try to assist citizens. Mm-hmm. It's not that we left you out to dry. We tried to assist citizens.
Well, Ms. Belton, there was a schedule of horns, was there not? There was a time they would start at 7 a.m. and go on throughout the day, isn't that right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. You were downtown. You didn't hear those horns?
I don't know of a schedule for the horns.
Okay. You say that you tried to control the horns. Is that right? Is that what you're telling us?
I said organizers tried to control the horns. I never went out except for once during some speeches on the Hill where there was a vehicle that was making excessive noise. Actually, I think there were maybe 2 of them. I went up to both and I said, look, guys, that's enough. One complied, one didn't.
Some of the other organizers, though, very much supported the horns at any time. Is that right?
I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask the other organizers.
Well, in your discussions, like, for example, with Pat King was very much in support of the horns, was he not?
In emergency use.
In emergency use only?
From what I understood, his direction was, if you are in trouble, to honk your horn.
Okay. Just final point, Ms. Belton, you've testified that the mayor's deal that we've heard about, your understanding at the time was that that was fake news. It wasn't true. There was no deal. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the people that you knew and you were dealing with at the Arc Hotel opposed any deal in any event. Is that right?
No, I never said that.
So so you would have supported a deal if there had in fact been a deal to move the trucks to different locations, you would have supported that kind of a deal?
Absolutely. If we could have lessened the events to the citizens, absolutely. We weren't there to disrupt the citizens. We were there to have our government finally hear us after 2 years. I did my due diligence, sir. I wrote 32 letters. I went the right way, and no one listened to me. So I don't know what you expect of me, but bringing my truck, well, I brought my pickup truck. I didn't bring a big truck. Did they notice me? Did somebody finally try and come and talk to me? The answer to that is still no. So what do I need to do to have my government that is elected to talk to me, to help me solve my problems? You had horn honking. I watched people get thrown to the ground. I watched children in parks getting thrown off their skateboards by police officers. No one helped those people. Matter of fact, people were supporting this kind of behavior. This is not the behavior of a free country.
So in your view, the people of downtown Ottawa were unfortunate casualties. If the Prime Minister had listened to you, what happened to them, those 3 weeks of sleeplessness and so forth, that wouldn't have happened. It's the Prime Minister's fault?
I feel for them. I honestly do. But I feel for those truck drivers that were about to not be able to feed their families. Many of those drivers had their whole families in those vehicles. With no income, they lose their home. Kids are raised in a truck until school age. We had a 1-month-old baby that the city of Ottawa took fuel from, and we had to find accommodations so it didn't freeze to death. Which is more inconvenient? Not having fuel and watch your child freeze to death, or listening to a few horns? I'm sorry that your clients feel that they are entitled to $460 million for horn honking. Who was going to replace my income if I took a vaccine that killed me so my husband could survive? Not any one of your clients, I guarantee you.
But you inflicted that on my clients.
And
so
your
that you
clients
could get your
supported
message
vaccine mandates.
You're well over your time, and I think it's turning into a debate, which I don't think it's constructive.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, next call on the Ottawa Police Service.
I have no questions, sir. Thank you.
Okay, the Ontario Provincial Police. You're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about this. I have no questions for the OPP.
Okay, thank you. Counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Good evening, Ms. Belton. Rebecca Jones for former Chief Slowly. Just a few questions for you this evening. You testified that you thought the group in Coots had a lot of gumption, right?
That's not the word I used in my video, but that's the word I can use here.
Okay. And I take it that's because they stayed despite police attempts to remove them from the border.
No, that was just in blocking a border completely, just doing that act. They were all in. They were all in.
Right. They maintained their blockade despite attempts to remove them.
I'm assuming so. I wasn't there.
Okay.
I do have to say the horse thing was brilliant. That was just the most beautiful scene I'd ever seen coming across.
You also gave evidence that Mr. Marazzo tried to put you in a box, right?
I believe I started that with Tamara and, yeah, as well as Mr. Marazzo.
Okay, Ms. Lich and Mr. Marazzo. And by that, you mean, I take it, that they attempted to manage you somehow?
Manage me, distance me. I found my own way, and I found where I serve the public better, and that's from the heart and off the sleeves. So I found my place.
Right, okay. So can I take it then that you rejected or resisted those attempts to manage you and did your own thing?
Yes, I'm a truck driver, an independent truck driver, and a business owner, and I've been business owner several times, so yes.
Okay. And so I take it that if Ms. Lich or Mr. Marazzo told you how you should be protesting, you would have resisted that as well.
It depends on what their message was. If their message was incorrect, you'd be correct about that.
Right. So if they told you it was time to leave Ottawa and that, in your view, was incorrect, you would have resisted that.
Not likely.
Okay. And if they told you that there were too many horns and asked for your help to stop the horns, I take it your view would have been it's up to the individual protesters to determine how they protest.
I assisted when asked.
When asked, and I suggest to you when you agreed with what you were being asked.
You can suggest that, but you weren't there.
Okay, so you disagree with me. You would have gone along with what?
I went along with a lot of the things that made sense.
Right.
If it didn't make sense, I mean, horn honking, I can understand why people want that reduced. Absolutely. However, when the government goes and says you can't honk your horn, but we want you to leave, they obviously didn't read the Schedule 1 of a truck, which means you have to honk your horn in order to leave the city. So what was it? Did you want us to leave or did you want us to stay? We couldn't complete a Schedule 1.
Okay. And just a couple more things. We've heard some testimony about the swarming of police officers. Did you witness that?
I did not witness that.
Okay. And do you have any information? I take it you didn't witness it. But do you have any information about which groups were involved in that?
I do not.
You also testified that Pat King was the lead on media in January, correct?
That's what he agreed to. He agreed to put out media for us, to put us through to his followers that would allow us a broader reach. Just kind of like, I don't know, when you do a newspaper ad, except it was free. So thank you, Pat.
Okay. And did Mr. King, to your knowledge, did he continue to take a lead role in the information that was being disseminated into February?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. King took on a media lead role in January in terms of giving information to the public or other protesters about the convoys, right?
Right. He also had his own podcast.
Sure. And my question was only, did that sort of lead role continue into February?
I know some of the organizers asked him not to do so much. I do remember in one news conference that Pat and I were in together that my job was literally to make sure that Pat didn't ramble. Pat likes to go on, and my whole job was to sit there and nudge him if he decided to ramble.
Got it. Final question. You referred to bans that were put in place on your Facebook account, right?
Yep.
Over time. And was that on the basis that Facebook said you were spreading disinformation?
Yes, but it was true information. They just didn't like the truth in Canada.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Next is the CCLA, please.
Good evening. I'm going to be asking my questions via Zoom. Can you see me?
I can.
Perfect. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel to the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. And I just have a few questions with respect to the freezing of your bank accounts. I know you already spoke about this in the examination conducted by Commission counsel. And I understand from that evidence that you learned from a phone call you received from RBC that your bank accounts were frozen on February 17th.
That's correct, but it wasn't from RBC. It was actually from a police officer.
Okay, I see. So the telephone call that you received on that day was from a police officer that your bank accounts were frozen?
Yes, when I called it at a later date, it's a police officer.
And do you know whether that police officer was a police officer with the Ottawa Police Service, the RCMP, or the OPP?
I believe he was Toronto service or from the Toronto area.
And the police officer told you that your bank accounts could be unfrozen once you informed them that you left Ottawa. Is that fair?
That's what he stated.
And did you check at the time that your bank accounts had in fact been frozen?
I was already informed prior to his call by my husband.
So your husband called you to let you know that he was not able to access your joint bank accounts?
His business account, which had my name on it to pay for expenses, his and my joint household expense account, as well as my personal bank accounts, were all frozen. He informed me at approximately 8 a.m., could be sooner than that, and I got the call at 10:04 by the person claiming to be from the Royal Bank.
So they claimed to be from the Royal Bank, but you believe that they were a police officer? Am I getting that right?
Now I believe they were a police officer because I called the number afterwards.
You
few
called the
months
number
later.
afterwards?
Not directly, a few months later.
So they left you a telephone number to call back at?
No, I screenshotted the message when they called. I screenshotted their phone number.
And you called them back later, and then how did they identify themselves when you called back later?
I'd have to recall the number. Would you like me to try?
No, I can't ask you to try that now. I'm just asking, how do you know that when you called back a few months later that they were a police officer?
Because they had no connection with the Royal Bank.
When you spoke to them a few months later?
I did not speak to them. I called them back and got a message machine. It stated their name and no association with the Royal Bank.
So it was not, for example, a corporate voicemail where the person would answer, "I'm so-and-so at the Royal Bank of Canada at this branch."
You're correct.
Okay. And you said that your bank accounts were frozen for a period of time, but you said you don't recall for how long because your husband manages the banking. Is that fair?
That's fair, yeah. He dealt more with that. I was dealing with, of course, other situations, other people not having money, trying to help truckers get home. The freezing of the bank accounts created a larger problem than solving the problem.
Okay. And in terms of the length of the problem, do you know, can you provide your best estimate of whether your bank accounts were frozen for a period of days or whether it was a period of weeks after February 17th?
I can't nail down a time for that. I know it was a very long time that I did not have access to funds, or it felt that way.
And do you know that because by March 1st you had a mortgage payment due that you weren't able to make?
That's right. A friend went and made that mortgage payment for us. They went and deposited the money for us. So that would be correct.
Okay. And so can you just elaborate for me how, on a personal basis, the freezing of the bank accounts affected you with respect to your personal bank accounts, other than the payment of your mortgage?
Other than the $100 that was gifted to me by another participant, I couldn't put fuel in my pickup truck. I lived 9 hours from Ottawa, so I couldn't get home. I couldn't pay for my husband's diabetic medication. We were looking for solutions to that because the money we had to decide what that was going to pay for. The one unfrozen bank account, which wasn't a main bank account. That's not where we put all our expense money. So my expenses are now he's trying to cover. He's trying to cover his expenses. He's trying to cover his business expenses. He's trying to cover everything out of a very small account that's just meant for him to do with, buy groceries or food in the U.S. Our lifestyle is a little different, and it's very hard for people to understand that do not truck. There is usually a joint account to pay things that either husband or wife can do because we never know when we'll be home. My estimate time away is approximately 289 days a year, equivalent to 4.5 trips around the earth in a year. So we need to work together to make sure bills are paid.
So if I can summarize, your access to the joint bank account that you have with your husband is essential to manage your household finances because of the time that you spend away from home.
That's correct.
And the only bank account that you had access to was the personal bank account of your husband's that was not frozen.
I did not have access to that. That is his personal bank account. So he had access to money on the road. I was in Ottawa 9 hours from my home, and I had access to nothing.
Can you, I asked you about your experience personally with respect to the freezing of your personal bank account.
You're well over your time, so you're going to have to wrap up, please.
Okay, so this is going to be my last question, and I apologize, Commissioner. Can you just elaborate on how it affected your business to have your business account frozen?
How it affected our business?
Correct.
We ended up having people, we actually, I believe, deferred the payment a month. We had to call and defer the payment.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. These are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Democracy Fund and JCCF.
Hey, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Belton. My name is Antoine Dailly. I'm counsel to Citizens for Freedom, representing the peaceful demonstrators in Windsor, Ontario. I just have a few questions to clarify some of your earlier testimony. The first TikTok video that was played today, the one that you indicated was broadcasted while you were detained at Secondary at one of the Windsor Borders crossings. Was that the Ambassador Bridge you were being detained at?
Yes, not Blue Water. Yes, it was Windsor Ambassador Bridge, yeah.
Perfect. And what was the approximate date of that video?
November 17th. It's either the 16th or the 17th.
That's 2021 or 2020?
2021.
2021. And you had indicated in your testimony that you were afraid that, Windsor Police would be involved, other policing agencies. Did other law enforcement actually have become involved in that interaction with you, or was it just CBSA that day?
On that day when I crossed in, I tried to explain to the Windsor Border CBSA agent that I could not wear a mask, that my visor that I usually used had been broken during the trip, but he would open the window and go, "Put on a mask," and he would slam it. Then he would open it up and yell, "Put on a mask," before I could answer again, and slam it. We finally got to the, "She's not got one." And I tried to explain, it was not good enough. He was on some sort of power trip, and he told me to enjoy my time with the Windsor Police. I took that as a threat to my safety and security as a Canadian entering my country.
But when you entered, did you actually have an interaction with Windsor Police on that particular day?
No, my interaction first was with a CBSA officer that was yelling at me to get back into my truck. I had waited a long time for them to come see me, so I was like, have we gone back to the old rules where you got to go in? So I went to go in, and I was yelled to get back in my truck. I got back in my truck. I did as I was told. And then I had the officer ask me if PIAC had called me. I believe at that point they hadn't. The second time they had, PIAC said they were waiting on police to arrive to issue a $6,000 fine or of that nature.
And just for clarity, PFAC here, you're talking about the public health agencies.
That's what they call them, yeah.
Okay, perfect. You also indicated in your earlier testimony that you had witnessed a CBSA strike a number of years ago and that you had been left to sit on the bridge for over 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall about when that occurred?
I actually have it within my files. I believe it was 2020, possibly August. It's in my files. I don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, and that was the Ambassador Bridge as well then?
I was on the Blue Water at that point. The CBSA strike was more than one bridge. It was unilateral. It was all over the news.
Okay, and when you were on the Blue Water Bridge that day, your truck was at a complete standstill on the bridge, as in no traffic was entering Canada through that port of entry because of the actions of the CBSA officers. Is that correct?
It was entering almost in reverse mode. It was extremely slow. I sat on the bridge. I looked down, and from my location, you can see their parking lot. In front of their parking lot, they had their picket signs. They had approximately 3 or 4 agents who walked, pointed at the trucks on the bridge, turned around, walked backwards, walked so slow to their gates. I'd never seen them walk so slow before. You'd think they were on vacation.
Did not appear that they were concerned in speeding up the access.
They did not care about Canadian truck drivers or American truck drivers coming in, not one bit. My buddy was there for 14 hours. A lot of these drivers, especially for the garbage removal, go in and out a couple of times a day. That could have meant that any one of those truck drivers didn't have a full supply of medication on them. They didn't care what happened to those truck drivers. Canadian government didn't care what happened to those truck drivers. Doug Ford didn't care what happened to those truck drivers. CBSA's top management didn't care what happened to us either.
Understood. And you had indicated that you had received a report that one of your colleagues had been stuck at one of these ports of entry for 14 hours. Was
Yes.
that also at the Blue Water Bridge, or was that the Ambassador Bridge?
He was also at Blue Water.
Understood, thanks. Just turning to the convoy that it sounded like you led from Sarnia to Ottawa. Can you remind me again the precise date that you left Sarnia and would have passed through London, Ontario?
We left on the 27th.
27th. And for those less familiar with the structure of the highways in that area, is it accurate that the 402 merges into the 401, either westbound or eastbound, right outside of London?
That's correct.
And that juncture where the 402 and the 401 connect is about 200 kilometers away from Windsor, Ontario?
That's correct.
Were any of the trucks from the convoy you were leading from Sarnia directed by you at that junction to head towards Windsor, so westbound, instead of towards Ottawa, eastbound, on January 27th?
No, sir.
A subsequent video was showed earlier today in which I believe is one of your TikTok videos where you're speaking about being threatened by CBS agents, being extensions of the federal government. You mentioned a group that was carrying out some threatening activity, and I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but was this Antifa? Is this the same group that was referenced earlier today by Mr. H.A.I.L?
I don't know what was referenced earlier today.
Okay, understood. And a final question here is, were you physically present in Windsor at any point between January 23rd and February 14th of 2022?
I'm sorry, the date again?
January 23rd and February 14th of 2022.
I may have been there on the 23rd. I would have to recheck my logs. I did come in late into the convoy. I was having issues with my load. When I had left to Alberta, I ended up being delayed, and I did arrive back to the convoy late to get started. I had a gentleman by the name of Carl start my Sarnia, so I may have been a day late, which meant I would have gone there, parked, dropped my trailer, and then joined the convoy.
And so on January 27th, then when the convoy left Sarnia, you were not with the convoy at that point. You joined them at some point.
No, I was only a day behind.
So then on January 27th, you started in Sarnia. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Perfect. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it's Ms. Belton's representative. So do you have any questions, or has everything been covered?
No, everything hasn't been covered.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first off, the original map. I believe the commission number is BRB 50217.
If it's helpful to council, is there a place where you'd like to start, or would you like to just start?
There is a dialogue on it. You need to play it. Yeah.
The first one is not available to me. This was the other one that the printing came out a little blurry, so we didn't use it as much. We did put some notations on it, but this is...
Can you start it at the beginning? We missed some of it. It was sort of muted. Okay, thank you.
This is the secondary map that we had in Ottawa. The first one is not available to me. This was the other one that the printing came out a little blurry, so we didn't use it as much. We did put some notations on it, but this is the map that we had in our boardroom. And this is the Transportation Master Map Plan 7, or Map 7, from the City of Ottawa website. It was blown up. That was supplied to us by Andrew Pelozzo. So on January 28th, the Southwestern Ontario, GTA, and Niagara region arrived in Ottawa. We were led down the Ottawa River Parkway by the police. They told us to take this route even though it was a non-truck route, and the Carling exit onto the Ottawa Parkway was very difficult for trucks to make, bobtail and with trailers. The police had it barricaded and removed the barricades in front of me to allow us to go onto this jam. We arrived here and were brought over by the War Museum. The police had a blockade right here and wouldn't not allow trucks to go up onto Wellington. On January 29th, when the Western group came in, led by myself, Mike, as the second pilot car, and Chris Barber as the lead truck, came up onto the Ottawa Parkway. Police then moved their barricades, which were barrels, they were barrel barricades, and allowed Chris to bring his truck up onto Wellington, approximately this area right here, just before the Parliament Hills. He was pretty much across from the parking area, because I remember parking close to there. They did not let the rest of the trucks come. They all remained behind the barricades that were put there in place by the City of Ottawa Police. Trucks were on both sides. A lane was open on both sides. They used the center medium for their kitchen, and along the sides of each roadway, each direction, is where the cars and trucks parked. The full intention with this map was to make sure that we left lanes open and emergency routes available for quick access for police. We knew that there were several hospitals or care homes in the area. That was very important to us to leave those open. There was Elizabeth Briere Center right up here.
And we wanted this route straight here, straight down, open, as well as through Dorito and down to the 417 open. It was imperative. It was very important for us to leave access for emergency vehicles. I had a friend who was a resident at Elizabeth Briere, so that was very important to me. And being a long-term resident of the Ottawa area and a former city employee, safety is definitely top priority for myself, and we worked as a team to make that happen. So we were aware that there was a lot of vehicles in the area. We were trying to solve the parking problem and get more trucks off the street, making almost 2 lanes open. Some places we succeeded around the Bank Street area, lower Bank Street area. We were able to do that. So we were looking for other parking. The problem was getting them in and out of areas. So we knew there was parking down here. We knew there was parking over here. But to get big trucks in and out was an issue, and to make sure that the police didn't block off the access so trucks could come and go at their will should they decide that they wanted to leave. We also had notes on this map you'll see over here at the side. These notes are of leaders, excuse me, and their designed roles. The first one we have would be Pat. It states right here that we knew right from the beginning, because this map was done within the first 2 days of being in Ottawa. So approximately between the 29th and the 2nd of February, I would say. Approximately the first 2 days we started working on this. To the best of my knowledge, this map was done within the first few days of us being in Ottawa. We were working on a smaller printed map, but Andrew, of course, provided these for us, which was a great help. As you can see, Pat was on here. This is not my writing. To the best of my knowledge, this is Tom Marazzo's writing, but he would have to confirm that. Pat was here for video, information, and output of social media. That was his primary goal. However, Pat was very, very instrumental in helping us solve problems with great suggestions for the truck drivers. As you see, Tamara had Tamara Lich, and that was Pat King, sorry. This is Tamara Lich. She has no dedicated spot to her name. However, when we were on a Zoom call, approximately between January 12th and January 14th, her role was designated as social media and fundraising, crowdfunding. This is Chris Barber, PR, talking to the troops. He did a very, very good job at talking to a lot of the truckers and getting his picture taken and being there for media shoots. These marks represent the amount of people I was giving credit to for bringing trucks here, and I have forgotten a lot now that I look at this map. There are far more than 8, and then we had 4 more, of course. Those were the key. 8 were the 4 starters, so that would be myself, Chris Barber, Pat King, and James Bowder. Then we had 8 more underneath. Those would be ones that we had brought into the organization through social media calls. However, we touched base. The BC organizer is listed here as Sean. This is not the same writing. I'm not sure who wrote this on the map, because the BC coordinator that I was dealing with was Colin, and his last name escapes me at the moment. We also have it as all of the West as Chris. Somebody wrote that in there. West was, there was a lady by the name of Kathy. There was Chris. There was James Bowder. I don't know Kathy's other name, her last name.
Southwest, they have Ben, that would be myself. Ben, I don't have his last name, he's 80 Trucking. We have myself and Tim and Harold Yonker. The GTA was David Steinberg. We also have in Ontario, we have Mike Benson and Andrew Dieter. Those were also associated with myself. Quebec was Joni. Not sure of her last name. I know it starts with a P. The PC coordinator was Jonet. Her last name, to the best of my knowledge, is Pacat. I haven't checked my emails to give you that information 100%. I apologize. New Brunswick was PEI. Leanne. Indy and Ben. I have no idea what these two indications are on the map at this point.
Okay. So I wanted to also have you indicate what transpired to change the leadership from what you've described there to what it ended up being?
That would be the direction of Freedom Corp and Keith Wilson, JCCF, I assume.
You have a number of emails with interactions between various members.
With Chad.
Yeah. Okay. Can you bring those up?
I have no idea what they're entitled.
Identify the number. Do we have the number for that?
Sir, I'm going to rise at this
Where is
point.
it?
All of this happened after the fact, well after the events in question. And there's actually, as I understand, also some potentially privileged records in here. And I would like...
Privilege would mean I would have had to sign on a privilege.
Excuse me, we're just,
Yeah.
we
I have the
weren't
numbers.
through me, sorry.
So, sir, with respects to relevance and materiality, I think that if you gave a direction that this witness is limited with respect to giving evidence regarding the time frame up to and including, say, after the EA was no longer invoked, I believe that would be appropriate, sir.
That's okay with us. Our information is prior to the EA invocation.
Okay, because I think, as is probably obvious, we're dealing with the Declaration of the Emergency
Yeah,
Act and
that's fine.
so on. There may be things after. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I'm not
that's-
talking about that. Actually, could you give a timeline where you saw difficulties begin? And then just, we have the numbers. So when you indicate what document, we have the numbers.
Those documents were provided to me afterwards.
Yes, okay.
But they
Yeah.
said they don't want anything outside after that time frame.
Well, it's information about what happened in that.
Right, but they don't
country.
want all the truth out. They only want selected truth out.
I know, but he didn't confine us to.
I think he did
Okay,
confine it.
Again, it's turning into discussion. If it relates to events that occurred before the invocation, that can be relevant. I don't know if it is,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, we're
ultimately,
okay.
we're concerned about the declaration of the emergency and the organization of the convoy and its function or what happened in Ottawa. And if it's related to that, then tell us what it is, and we can then think about whether we go to the documents. But I don't know what we're talking about, so.
Okay, it's documents that were generated before the EA. But we can just talk about the meetings, what was happening when there was
One of
a
the
shift.
first meetings that I went into was with Tom Quiggins, Chris, TBOF, James Pelozzo. Don't believe there were any lawyers present at that time. Tom Quiggin had come in and looked at Tamara and said, "This is all because of you." I asked Chris to deal with that and to solve that issue so that people understood that that was not exactly true. Her fundraising did amazing. She did a great job, but she did not start the convoy. And I didn't want that to go on. That fake kind of presentation, I guess. I don't know. I want it to be cleared up. It ended up that Chris asked me to not divide, not to create an issue, to go along with things. And we repeatedly had those conversations amongst us, Chris and I, for me repeatedly asking him to clear up this fake narrative that had been presented and that just kept being presented.
Okay. Also, you had mentioned to me a meeting that you went to in which your character was assaulted.
That would have been on a Zoom call thereafter, though.
Oh, it was on a Zoom call?
Thereafter.
After the emergency?
Yeah, but well after.
Okay. We'll leave that one.
That's why I was saying some of that as well after.
Yeah, some of it. Okay, so the emails concerning the new leadership, like who became the leader or who directed the convoy, at what point can you pinpoint the period of time, like roughly, not you don't have the specific date because it's a process, but at what point did you recognize that it had been taken over?
As soon as we got to Ottawa, there were issues, and they continued and started to magnify.
Okay. At any point, did you feel that you were specifically undermined and targeted?
Yeah, it just seemed like I provided the lawyers with a complete list of organizers. Not one of those names showed up on the Freedom Convoy documents for the NFP. My name didn't show up on there. I understood that the Freedom Convoy Corp, dealing with the monies that we had raised as a team, and we were to be a team, my name didn't show up. I was obviously being omitted.
Okay. Who do you regard as the, how do you say, the new leader? Like who was giving direction after you guys were kind of
It seemed we took a lot of direction from Keith Wilson.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for that?
Just in whatever documentation that I've provided.
Okay, so can we be specific? Just a sec. I've got.
Again, that would be after the EA.
I've got the titles, and then there's.
There was a video where he's telling people to come to Ottawa. I do not know what video that is.
Okay, and there's. I don't know the number for the. Just a sec.
I'm looking for it. Hang on a minute.
Which one is this? Yeah.
Maybe you could just, it may be helpful if you sort of summarize what it is that you're trying to give as terms of the story, and we can leave the documents. They're in the record, and if need be, we'll turn them up. But
okay, I know what it is. It's an interview with the commission and Keith Wilson. I'm sorry, Keith Wilson.
So it's Keith Wilson's witness statement. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, with the commission.
So the document ID for that would be WTS 58. I'm not sure how many zeros. I would note that that's, sorry, WTS 6058. It is a interview statement that would require leave.
Okay. So is that what you want to refer to? Is that, or is there a need for that?
Is there a need for the document?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Is it this one that we're referring to?
Yes. Can you indicate the three places that we wanted to focus?
Okay, if you could turn up the witness statement, and let's see where we go with this.
Yeah, we'd like it brought up, and she's going to identify. What's that? Assistance. This is the kind of thing she needs assistance for. Or do you have it? You have it, okay.
So which page are you looking at?
Starts on page 2.
And on the second paragraph.
Second paragraph, page 2?
Yeah.
Yes.
Paragraph, which paragraph was it? 4?
Page 2, paragraph 2.
Okay, so and
Oh, yes, okay. That paragraph, do you want me to read it, or do you want to read it?
If you wouldn't mind, please.
Okay. Wilson found the TBOF leaders in the Arch Hotel and informed them that the Freedom Convoy organizers would be doing the press conference. Leach told Wilson that she was not in a position to respond to all the questions that may be posed by the press. Wilson agreed to lead the press conference. He decided the event needed to be focused with a clear message. Around this time, Wilson met with Daniel Bulford. Bulford suggested he speak at the press conference about the convoy's work liaisoning with the police regarding safety and emergency vehicle access. Wilson agreed Bulford should also speak at the press conference. So the position is that that statement indicates that he's taking a leadership role with regard to the members of the Freedom Convoy.
Okay. Okay, well, I think it should come from the witness, I think.
Okay,
So
yeah,
what are you trying to, why are you referring to this comment then?
Well, Keith Wilson was writing the speeches and directing what we said. Many times he came into a conference room and he goes, let's get the messaging straight. And he said, what are we here for? Mandates. What mandates? All mandates. This was the message that started the convoy. So was he out of touch with what was going on? Did somebody not fill him in? This message was already in place.
Okay. So anything further?
There was one document there that he distributed to everyone with regard to persons coming in on plane. What's the name of that document?
I believe he says that in this one as well. I don't think we marked it, but he did make statement that he came aboard on a flight with others that he picked up along the way.
Okay, what did that letter say? It was addressed to all of the convoy organizers, was it?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but if we're still on this document?
The one about the planes now.
What page are you referring to?
We're trying to go to another document.
No, I'm thinking.
I don't know where the document is, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one we're referring to. This is why I had some help from Rebecca, because everything got jumbled this morning when it was sent back to us. I have no idea where my documents are at this point. I find it extremely unfair that this has happened. If they would have left the naming that I had on the documents, I would have been able to pull these up for you, and we could have referenced, and Rebecca and I, or Jane and I would have been able to be more effective up here.
Okay, well, maybe somebody can help her.
If we're able to get the title of the original document or more information about it, we can try to assist in identifying it.
As I understand it, it's a notice.
Rebecca has a list of the documentation. If she could come up here, she can show me what it is that we're pulling, if that would be all right with everyone.
Or if I can see a copy, I can take a look.
Okay.
Yeah, we can even.
Go ahead.
I can pull
her. She has the marked documents.
Okay, well, come on up. Let's just get it done.
Thank you.
We're here to move it along and all the help we can get.
Okay, so. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Using the marked document.
Is that it? She's saying no.
No, it's your signature. Yes, this one right here.
What is that?
Okay. Is that what you read?
Yeah.
Did you read it though? I don't think you read it. Do you want me to read it for you? I don't think you said it. So just read what it says. Do you want me to read it for you?
I'll do my best. Jane, it says, on February 2nd, Wilson traveled to Ottawa on a chartered flight with Eva. I'm sorry, Eva. I'm sorry. And I'm going to butcher your last name, so I'm just not going to do it. Dwayne, Leach, Chad, Eros, and others, Wilson, and Eva boarded the flight in Edmonton, and others were picked up along the way. That's not what you were looking for?
You're going to have to speak in
On
the...
plane?
Yeah.
The one,
The email where we were instructed not to talk about anything to do with the plane?
yes, that's the one
Right.
I'm sorry I didn't make it clear.
That was a signal message.
Yeah, do we have it?
I don't know what it's been numbered, and I'm not.
Okay, maybe you can just testify to that, if you remember now which one that was.
The email was to a group of us in regards to they had found out somehow about the plane, and they were curious whether the lawyers and Chad and Mr. Leach had come in and followed mandate requirements. I didn't think it was a big deal, but we were told we were not allowed to talk about it.
Oh, who were you told that by?
Keith Wilson.
Okay. Are there any other emails?
Chair, may I stay here to help her read her documents?
Yes.
As requested? May I have a chair, please? Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry. Is there anything further you...
Yes.
Okay.
I think we'll leave that. She had some other ones, but okay, there was just one more item. Actually, two more items, but one, the CB, what is it? CB, okay, now I'm frustrated too. CBSA, the letter that you wrote to the CBSA and their response.
Right. We don't have it.
You can just speak to her.
Okay, the CBSA letter came in December, and it basically made no accommodations for those that couldn't wear a mask, those that, they just wouldn't make accommodations. And I had PIAC there at one point in February of 2021, and the woman's name was Jessica, and she had given me exemptions. My company that I was working for at the time even wrote a letter based on her name on the face mask requirements from PIAC that they give you. She wrote her name, said that if there was any problems, just to refer to her. That never happened. So every time I went through, there was an issue. It depended on what agent I got, whether the issue was a small issue or a massive blown out fight between CBSA and myself.
Okay, and you wrote a letter of complaint?
My husband actually took the initiative because I was done. I didn't plan on staying in. I didn't plan on breathing. I couldn't do it.
And further,
I plan to end my life and give him everything, but for some reason I was here to cause a ruckus, I guess, and I couldn't do it as fast as I would like to. My husband went ahead and filed the filed the complaint first on my behalf. CBSA wouldn't allow it. I told them that I was afraid of repercussion at the border, that this would continue to strain the relationship between myself and CBSA. And after their letter of basically not providing accommodation, following the rules of Ontario, which were if you didn't have to be masked, if you actually had a valid medical reason. I think going back to a terrible time in your life is a valid medical reason. They minimized the suffering and the experience with them at CBSA. And I wrote them back and I said, please don't underestimate what you've done. I had at that point started on a downward spiral of rapid weight loss. My southbound trips were fine, but my northbound trips were unable to sleep, tossing and turning, not eating, losing rapid weight, shaking, driving up to CBSA. At first it was just a little bit, then it became more and more strenuous, more stressful, and it just started compiling. Shaking, driving from Texas to Ontario, and actually being so overwrought on the second day that I had to take a day, and I couldn't move. I couldn't get out of bed. I had to take a day, kind of get my stuff together and continue on. So it was a very traumatic experience, although CBSA thinks they were just doing their job.
So after you got the response back from CBSA, you wrote to various MPs and other officials. Can you state the names of those individuals and roughly what you were asking them for or what to do?
I was asking for help. Help. I wanted help. I wanted someone to help me. Some of those messages, I believe, start with 911, help, I need help. Randy Hillier, Roman Baber, Leanne Rude, maybe even Monty McNaughton. I know there were letters to him. I went federal, I went provincial. Nobody listened. Nobody helped. I don't want to listen to your staff member when I'm having an issue that is life-changing. I want to talk to you. I want to sit down with you, whether it's with a Tim Hortons coffee or a bottle of water, and let's figure out the problem and find some solutions. But those weren't available.
How many of those emails did you send?
Approximately 32.
Okay. So I just have one last statement. You indicated to me that your grandfather had given you an explanation of the conditions under totalitarianism or communism. You recounted that to me. Can you recount it here?
Yeah, it was November 11th. I was 14 and I was visiting. And being a teenager with attitude, I sat while the services started in the minute of silence. My grandfather grabbed me by the back of the shirt, by the back of the collar, lifted me up, and he said, "You'll stand here and you'll respect our dad." Afterwards, after the time had passed on the television, I remember we were watching it on television, I went to sit back down and he made me stand for a full minute. When we were done, I was ordered to go to the kitchen table. I sat with him while he explained to me what it was like to be in Nazi Germany. He told me about the snitch lines, that if you wanted your neighbor's piano and they weren't going to give it to you, you just called up the Nazi snitch lines. And they would take care of the family and you would go and get their belongings. He talked to me about children who would go to school and the teachers would ask, "What did your parents talk about last night?" And they would come home and find their families murdered because they said bad things about Hitler. The warning signs were here. We had people snitching
on people at Christmas time enjoying family members because there may have been 6 people in a home that person doesn't own. And then we watched Quebec police officers pull people out of those homes, throw them to the ground and arrest them because they were spending time with their family. We were headed down the road that my grandfather talked to me about. I don't want to live that way. I want to live the way we have been in Canada. I want us to be united again. I want us to look at people and smile as we walk down the street. That works everywhere but the GTA. I mean, I want us to get back to where we were in 2019. That's all I want. It's not that much to ask for. We're not that far away. And we need to stop yelling at people and dividing and pitting each other against each other. We have a prime minister that was a former drama teacher, and all he has done has made Canada full of drama. He's very good at what he does.
Okay, so that was the last question. Thank you.
Do you believe that the Canadian Bill of Rights will help maintain our freedom?
Providing-
I'm not sure that's relevant to what we're doing here, but I'll let it go. But please, we've heard your message. I think.
Yes, I understand.
Clear.
Providing it's allowed to be addressed in courts, I do believe that it's still valid and still exists.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
No questions, sir, for the Freedom Corp.
Okay, I have just one little, trying to understand my notes, so it shouldn't be long. You talked about ADT Canada asking you or contacting you about Windsor, and my note isn't clear.
ADT Canada was a company. I just got the ADT phone number. I know Ben was one of the heads, had owned the company, but the number came from the company number, so I can't recall who I was talking to at that time. It very may well have been Ben, but I'm not sure.
And what did they ask you?
If the Windsor border should be blocked, and absolutely not, I said.
And I thought there was something, and I have a note about slow roll.
Yeah, continue to slow roll, which is what the whole convoy was originally built on, was that we would slow roll in a convoy together across Canada.
Okay, so this call was from ADT Canada, someone, and it had to do with the Ambassador Bridge, was it? Or was it the Blue Water?
It was Ambassador.
It was Ambassador. And you said slow roll, so would this have been before the Ottawa, the 28th, or just trying to get the date of this
No,
call?
this would have been before the Windsor blockade happened. I was asked, should it happen? And I said no.
You said slow roll.
Slow roll, as had we been. What happened was a lot of the convoy came to Ottawa, but in each region, there were people that couldn't make that trip. So they continued supporting us in their region.
Okay. And I'm just trying to understand also about your pickup truck in Ottawa. You said you turned around when you got here and went, and because you had a pickup truck, you could turn around and go to Arnprior, I think it was?
I did go. I went to Ottawa West first to a family member, and then I went up to Arnprior. I actually have a video on my TikTok where I'm telling Chris to hurry up because I haven't got to meet him yet. Him and Tamara, I think. I'm saying, hurry up, guys. But in all fairness, they didn't know I was going there to meet them. So I do have a TikTok out on that day.
You have to be fair.
I have to be fair. I mean, I couldn't bust them up for not being.
So then you picked up that convoy and went into Ottawa, and you described that and so on. Did you then stay there? That's what I'm trying to get at.
No, I wasn't there for quite a few days. I actually came in and out of the city. And as long as you know how to sneak through the city, there was no issue. I got in, I believe it was on or about the Wednesday before I was offered a room. And
I was told by Tom Marazzo that I should get a room there because I needed to be more accessible instead of coming in and working late, going home, going to my family's home, and coming back in the morning. So.
Okay, and just to close up on this, and when you would come back, where would your pickup truck go? Would it become part of the convoy again? Either on.
Oh, no, sir. I paid for parking.
Okay.
And when I have those parking passes, if you'd like to see them. And I also have the little pass from the ARC where I parked my vehicle. I never parked on the street.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to understand.
No, I'm respectful.
I'm just trying to get the information. Okay, so that ends, I think, for the day. And it's a long day today, and the good news is it'll be a long day tomorrow. So 9:30, please.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
No, that was good, man. I like that, except for the mix-up at the end. I had no idea what was happening anymore.
Yeah, it's been a wild day. Wow.
Right? Except for the mix-up at the end. Look, they're just chilling out. This is cool. It's just how it's like, school's over. You got Brendan Miller. Okay, he's just like, huh.
You may leave now.
I may leave now. You got these two lovely ladies. That was great, man. I really like that. I like to see them stand for these ladies. Very sharp ladies. They've gotten on. They've gotten on over there on the ArriveCan and all the rest, man, on the tickets, the whole bit. There's so many different personalities in the game. The thing, though, is that everybody brings something valuable to the table, and you got to see people for who they are and what they are, and you got to take the best from everybody. You can't argue or... You know what I'm saying, Pan? It's like you get a little bit of everything from everybody, man.
Yeah, I think it's important for all these points of view to be heard, and the Jane, I like her. She gets in there. She ain't taking nothing from nobody. She's out there. She knows her stuff.
That's right, man. Value added maps is anonymous. Well, there you go. I think Eva was going to come on. She says now that she's got a meeting at 7:30, so it doesn't look like we're going to do it today.
Oh, no. You got canceled.
No, that's it, though. But tomorrow we'll be back, and this week is going to be hot. It's going to be intense. If you like this, come back tomorrow. This is your life now. You just get out there, wcfreedom.com, right there at the top. I'm just going to show it to you again so that you can just go to wcfreedom.com. It's free. Newsletter. And stay in touch with us no matter what happens. And this is what we're going to be doing. So you'll know what we're doing because we're going to keep on fighting this fight. We're not quitting. You see how we are. We're not quitters. We don't rest. We're not putting it down. We got that energy. You know what I mean? And the chat's with us. You energize us to keep going and keep doing. So a big hail to the chat. Hail, brethren. If you want to support us, check out buyvestige.com. Great gifts for the family. We do comic books since the beginning. That's what we've been doing on the internet. I really appreciate your time over here. A big hail to the entire chat and cheers. Thank you from everybody in the chat. I'm looking at all these names over here. Fighting Irish says Renegade. All these amazing people. A big hail to you. Thank you. Honor, accountability, integrity, and loyalty. Hail, brother. Tomorrow we'll be back again at 9 a.m. See you tomorrow.